Chapter 1201. Self-Introduction. Harry Potter's Invincible novel. Cool notes. Find the latest chapter. I am a professor in the 4th and 5th grades of this course. I am a member of the Rapid Response Security Forces Special Operations Team of the Red Umbrella Department of the Umbrella Company. I am also a part-time school doctor. I think many people have seen me at the school medical office when they were injured. The doctor said skillfully, "My name is Mishla Heinswerfen, and during this time I will be an assistant in your Newt class." Everyone in the Newt class. I am a professor in charge of the 1st, 2nd and 3rd grades of this course. I am a member of the Rapid Response Security Force Special Operations Team of the Red Umbrella Department of the Umbrella Company. The fat man stood straight and said loudly, "My name is Otto Skorzner. I'm here to supervise you two. These professors who have passed the dual training of Aurora and Umbrella are your best assistants." Punlo shouted with hands on hips. "If you have anything you don't understand about discipline, you can ask us, and we will tell you kindly!" Punlo's gaze is on the stage, either leaning on a chair, or lying on the table with a slanted body and chin, or a few people close together. The sitting postures are different and seem to be very sloppy wizards. We swept over them. Her hands slammed on the table, and the volume suddenly increased. "Today, we started with the change of classroom discipline. Now, everyone has it. Please sit upright, keep your head straight and your back straight and your feet flat, behind the hands." The atmosphere of the class froze for a short while, and the startled wizards sat down in accordance with Punlo's request. Punlo's gaze stayed on these sitting students for a while, and then solemnly ordered, "Keep your chests and heads upright, all stand up straight, head straight, neck straight, and mouth closed. Close the lower jaw slightly, look forward with both eyes." Regardless of whether he understood the current situation or not, Punlo's past power still made all the wizards stand up from their chairs. Although their speeds were not consistent, the sounds of moving chairs and footsteps were also screaming, which seemed very messy. Scattered, the wizards stood up from their seats, but they had never been trained in this area. They just stood relatively casually. Few people met Punlo's requirements except in the Slytherin group. Laura Rosier is standing next to Pansy in that weird Gryffindor in the movie. Her back is straight and upright, and her tall brown ponytail hangs motionless behind her head. Apparently at the place of her mother, the Wolf Mother has received similar professional training. But for most of the little wizards, this sudden request made them feel too strange. The wizards gradually did what Punlo asked no matter what they thought. Ron couldn't let go. He wanted to stand up straight but wanted to be more natural. He felt awkward all over, his eyes peeping at Harry who was standing upright beside him. Harry looked at the empty blackboard in front of him, pretending that he did not feel Ron's gaze next to him. He also felt a little hot on his face, but out of yearning for the Aurora career, he still stood as straight as possible. The body. But Punlo was not satisfied with this. She began to repeat the order, asking the little wizards to stand up and sit down, stand up and sit down. Repeat these actions over and over again. Every time Draco used the opportunity to sit down, he began to move his legs restlessly under the table. Like many other students, he was puzzled. What good is this kind of mechanical repetition? Just because of Punlo's power and her close relationship with Alan, he didn't have the guts to question and resist. Seeing these messy and twisted movements, Punlo turned around and gave the doctor and the fat man a wink. The doctor and the fat man walked out from behind Punlo. When passing by the students who were sitting incorrectly, they would use their magic wands to help them find the correct sitting posture. "So you can become an Aurora. This is deliberately tossing us." Ron had been corrected 3 times. His eyes glanced at Harry beside him. His lips moved slightly, and he muttered, "Mr. Ron Weasley, speaking without permission, in violation of classroom discipline, Gryffindor deducts 5 points." Punlo's cold eyes fell on Ron, her hand on the podium. "The tone is unquestionable. In the future, in addition to raising their hands before speaking, Everyone will have to add the word report in front. The young wizards who were asked to hold their heads tall only dared to exchange depressed and dissatisfied moods with their eyes, while the classroom was so quiet and terrifying that they were photographed by Punlo's staring momentum. No one dared to make a noise at this time. Everyone, knowing that the female error in front of her is not a talkative character, her methods in capturing criminals and Death Eaters have long spread throughout the magical world. It seems that you need me to teach from scratch, Punlo said with a bit of disgust. She waved her magic wand and patted her left hand. Now, everyone stands up and introduces themselves, introducing their name, college, and ancestry. To remind you one last time, remember to say report. Hermione frowned below and watched Punlo doing what he wanted in this class. She was pretty sure that Alan didn't know about it, because it was an arrangement that Irving explained privately. Irving did not approve of Grindelwald's coming to Hogwarts also served as the vice president of teaching, but he was not easy to oppose Alan. He turned to explain Punlo in front of Hermione, saying that he hoped that she could help Harris, so that these students would treat Harris before entering the university, be able to have a loyal attitude, and Punlo immediately decided to bring into the classroom what she used to build the Red Umbrella Department Armed Forces, imitating the Mole World Military Academy. Punlo raised the wand in his hand and pointed the tip of the wand straight to the first wizard on his left, Neville Longbottom. Start from you. Neville was scared there. His eyes were full of terror. His lips moved but his voice was very small. Report. Report. I am Neville Longbottom, Gryphon. No energy. The fat man yelled. I can't hear you at all. Speak louder. The doctor continued. The loud reprimands of the two assistants made Neville shake immediately, and Punlo also gave orders to Neville. Again, Neville's face, whose voice was blasted in his ears by several professors using magic, turned pink, as if he was about to cry. So quietly, Neville Longbottom, I heard that your parents are errors. The fat man deliberately continued to run loudly. Yes. Neville's eyes were red, and he roared loudly, report. Am Neville Longbottom, Gryffindor College. From a pureblood family. Okay, next one. Punlo ignored the vibrato in Neville's words and looked at the next Harry Potter standing next to Neville. Report. Harry Potter, Gryffindor College. A mixed race origin. Harry knew the standard after seeing Neville's situation. He pulled his throat and looked at the blackboard in front of him, almost exhausting all he had. Strength. Shouted loudly. Okay. Punlo opened his eyes and stared at Harry. Very energetic. Next one. Ron Weasley, Gryffindor, from pure blood. Ron's voice was clear, but because he felt a little embarrassed, it was far less loud than Harry's. Inaudible. Inaudible. The voice is too small. The fat man yelled again. Want to be an error so quietly? The doctor shouted, come over. Ron's face flushed. You were reading www.uukanzu.com. He found his situation more embarrassing. Fatty looked at the scared students in front of him, although he wanted to laugh, but because Punlo and the doctor were there, he could only bite the tip of his tongue to stop the pain from laughing, and then shouted, other people's eyes don't look away. You forgot to report. The doctor scolded coldly. Why? Didn't you hear? In my class, our professor said that if you can't hear, you can't hear. Punlo said and took a step forward to strengthen her power. She set her eyes on Ron again. Come over. Ron had to take a heavy breath, and after learning Harry's posture, he turned his inner dissatisfaction and anger with this inexplicable teaching method into a voice, and shouted again. Report. Ron Weasley, Gryffindor College. Pure blood. In order to facilitate the next reading, you can click on favorites below to record this chapter 1194, self-introduction reading record, and you can see it next time you open the bookshelf. Like Harry Potter, Invincible Learning, please recommend this book to your friends QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support! Chapter 1202? Distortion. Harry Potter, Invincible Novels by Xwibber. Find the latest chapter. Between a rocky mountain near Horn Bad Mainburg in extent, Germany and a Stonehenge in Bad Mainburg, There is a Tuterberg Forest called Hyligelian by local wizards. Earth vein network ley line refers to some ancient straight trajectories in the terrain. These invisible lines provide a place for the spirituality and mystery of the land, and can generate or gather beliefs in magic and soul power. In these high concentration magic zones on the above, there are often some magical relics left by ancient wizards like Stonehenge in England, and they also emit energy and abilities that can be exploited by wizards. The silent people of the mystery department of many countries, and members of similar organizations are using such places to explore and experiment with mysterious forces. The Tuterberg Forest is covered under forest vegetation. In the remains of a huge ancient temple, several crystal with constant fluorescent flashing are suspended in the air, emitting a hazy light in the dim underground hall. The place is very wide, with broken stones scattered in the hall, and Death Eaters at the entrance are in charge of casting spells regularly, otherwise the air inside will become turbid and turbid. Fortunately, the special geographical factors here make the casting more easy. Although it can't compare to the nuclear radiation on the floating city, it also makes the Death Eaters feel more relaxed when preparing for these tasks. In the north of the hall, in addition to the remnant pillars, there are piles of black soil excavated from the ground. There are many stone pillars scattered on the northeast-facing soil wall at the excavation site. Soil stains. There are some gorgeous reliefs remaining on the walls of this room, but most of them have already collapsed and shattered. Some fungi have arched the walls and ceilings apart, and they glowed strangely, making the pale surroundings a little sicker. The southern wall has completely collapsed, almost merging with the dirt and gravel outside the wall. The wall on the west seemed to be in the best condition. The wall was protected by powerful magical powers. A beautiful stone gate remained in the middle. The open space in front of the stone gate had been cleared out of a large clean area. A group of black wizards dressed as Death Eaters gathered around this stone gate. Recently, the funds had been sufficient. Voldemort imitated the British armourer, and equipped his men with more uniform equipment. Several curse solvers deliberately used their magic wands to imaginary points on the stone gate, and their mouths broke the curse. Little by little, they touched the last protective curse of the door with the crack of the door. With the wands of several people finally in one place, with a loud rumbling noise, the reliefs on the stone door resembling the narrative style on the bay leaf tapestry have almost disappeared, and fragments of broken reliefs are scattered around the door. A gust of wind gushed out from the crack of the opened stone door. This cold and turbid wind passed the filthy breath inside the door to everyone in the temple, which smelled like rotten flesh. When the casters used magic to push open the thick stone gate, they suddenly backed away, and suddenly they felt as if something was passing by. Who is alive inside? Exclamation mark. What? You didn't hear the laughter? The skinny curse solver, who heard the very sharp and strange laugh, realized that he himself heard the sound that other people could not hear and started to shiver, which made the other people present to stand up to each other's hair, and the dirt gushing out from the door, the air makes their chests very stuffy. Idiot. This gas has a hallucinogenic effect. You inhale too much. Rudolph scolded. As the person in charge of excavation, his theoretical knowledge of these ruins is much higher than these curse solvers. Smelling the weird smell of decay, the firelight gleamed strangely in Voldemort's red eyes, and his sharp eyes fell on Rudolph's. Rudolph's, find out what's inside. Rudolph's was stunned, and after bowing to respond to Voldemort, he turned his head and nodded a slightly thin and elderly curse solver, and strongly ordered, "Henry, go in and take a look." The curse solver Henry, who was spotted with grey hair, a big beard and a pipe in his mouth, showed horror. The fingers holding the wand were almost squeezed blue by him, and his heart was full of reluctance. The master let Doves went in, but he pressed this hapless pathfinding task on himself. Dream Island Library. Even if Henry was reluctant, Rudolph's status in the Death Eaters was much higher than him. Resistance at this time was undoubtedly stupid and deadly. He could only put out the pipe in his mouth and put it in his bag. He walked carefully toward the door with heavy steps. Before entering the door, he raised his wand, and a little blue and white fluorescence threw the light into the room after the tip of the wand rose. The fluorescent flashing curse illuminates this space. Obviously, this place has been arranged with space magic to make it look a lot wider from the outside. The light source can only ensure that it can vaguely see the walls on both sides and a high platform in the middle of the room. The air was full of decay accumulated over the years and the smell of decay and moldy. But there was no spider web here. Henry's figure entered the door. Just after stepping into the room, a tearing and dizziness just came. It enveloped him, and it took a few seconds for his own footsteps to pass in from the stone gate behind him. However, after taking a closer look, Henry found with some horror that when looking at the room, the scenery in front of him was completely inconsistent with all the traditional geometric rules. He could not understand and describe their environment for a while. Henry looked back at the stone gate when he came in. He was not even sure if he was behind him, whether he was in a horizontal position, because it seemed that the relative position of everything was strange because of his slight movement. During the change of ground, everything in front of me is similar to a picture taken with a fisheye lens with severe lens distortion. But it is more distorted and irregular, the gate where Rudolph's and the others are, and Henry doesn't know what to say. They lie flat like floor traps, or stand obliquely like outdoor cellar doors, because their curves are still twisted. However, as a veteran, knowing that this is a visual impact caused by space spells or illusions or even the mind is controlled. After he enters the door, the expressions of other wizards are still normal, making him sure that he is still normal in their eyes, but although they can't hear each other's voice transmission, Henry managed to calm down. Staying here is just life-threatening, but if he retreats now, he is probably dead. Henry held the magic wand and turned it into something similar to a blind man's wand. He stretched out the stick that appeared to be twisted and continued to walk in, and tried to emit more fluorescent light. On the stone wall where the spell is cast, this makes these of light fly everywhere. There are no rules at all. Some are clearly on the ceiling and the other is in the corner. The of light are crowded together, but the light passes on the opposite side of them. Come here. When he was old, Henry felt that he was fainting. He could only probe the floor a little bit. The ceiling above his head was engraved with murals that he could not understand, and the broken floor was covered with thick dust. The areas with black stains are scattered with a pile of rotten and ruined fabrics and triangular lenses. At the visible edge of his blind rod within the scope of the fluorescent light, as he progressed toward the middle, a destroyed statue twisted into his eyes. There are countless human-like mummies under the statue's feet. There seems to be red and black blood on it. His face is like a skeleton, shriveled without flesh and blood. One of the eyes looks normal. A thick layer of grayish-white pans are covered in the hollows of the people. Henry noticed that the clothes worn on this statue resemble the black kelp at the bottom of the deep ocean, and the hem that was deformed when his master, the Dark Lord, had previously dueled with Dumbledore and the others, flying in strips, like it looks very dilapidated. And the distortion of the sight at the ends makes it look even more weird. This statue is holding a papyrus scroll sculpture in one hand, and one of its palms has been broken off, and there are already some broken skull sculptures on the base surrounded by a black stone. Some the debris was scattered on the floor. The curse solver seemed to be able to hear his pounding heartbeat. The darkness that the fluorescent curse could not illuminate was lurking with unknown danger. He gritted his teeth and bit his scalp and climbed onto the high platform in the middle. At 50 feet above the ground, he found something unusual. One seems to be a mystery to the material. I don't know if it is made of mineral metal or something. The imprint is embedded in the altar-like facade in the middle of the high platform. The huge altar causes the imprint to be very large. Even if a person stretches it out, I can touch its ends even with my arms open. Such a heavy object cannot be lifted by one person alone. As he approached, the shape of the imprint became normal and visible. Its appearance was a withered palm, with 5 fingers slightly bent, and in the palm of the palm was a shriveled grey eyeball. The white part of the upper part of the eye was somewhat yellowish-brown, and the middle eyeball had a jewel on the pupil, which seemed to stare at Henry coldly no matter which direction it looked from. Under this pair of eyes, a kind of indescribable fear instantly occupied the mind of the curator, and the crazy and unreasonable picture enveloped him felt as if someone was whispering in his ear, turning the world upside down. I feel like I am in a sea of human blood, broken arms and countless eyeballs. In order to facilitate the next reading, you can click on the favorites below to record this chapter 1195 Twisted Reading Record, and you can see it next time you open the bookshelf. Like Harry Potter, Invincible Learning, please recommend this book to your friends QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support! Chapter 1203? Handicapped Harry Potter, Invincible Novels by Xwibber. Find the latest chapter. Outside the door, I saw the emblem on the high platform and the curse solver Henry, who fell into the illusion. When I saw him cut off his hand in a trance, he dug out an eye and knelt on the ground. After the blood poured back into the altar, Voldemort frowned and turned his gaze to the other curse solvers who were hiding aside like whales, and shook his head slightly. After a moment of contemplation, the Dark Lord turned his gaze to Yaxley, who bowed his head in silence. He raised his big pale hand to the broken door and commanded indifferently, "Yaxley, your will is better than this. Strength and a few useless things. Go in." "Master." Yaxley looked up in amazement, and in a hurry. He sweated on his forehead under Voldemort's gaze, but he did not dare to find excuses to refuse. Bellatrix relied on his understanding of the Dark Lord, and said with a sharp eyesight, "Coward doesn't understand. As long as you have enough will, you won't fall into madness when you see that thing." "Master." Mr. Yaxley, his usual tone, seems to be much greater than his ability, or let me go. Snape sneered disdainfully, and stood up and asked for instructions. Snape was also inwardly. After making a judgment, the Dark Lord probably wants people to test how strong this trap is, and understand that those weak curse solvers can't fight the strength of the illusion before Yaxley will try it. As a British, the Death Eaters who followed have rarely been wasted their lives too casually by Voldemort recently, and now that the Dark Lord has not considered changing other methods, it means that, judging by his knowledge, this trap is still promising for them. Past. I understand your loyalty, dear Severus. Voldemort's Vecna's eye bulged in his eye socket and fixed his eyes on Yaxley, which made his face look even more pitiful. "Fear, Severus, since you are willing to pay for your master, then I allow you to go together." "Yes, Master." Snape didn't hesitate, and walked straight into the door with a calm expression. Yaxley didn't dare to speak anymore, just bowed his head and followed like an appointment, but slowed down somewhat cunningly, and followed behind Snape. The two also found that the environment was distorted after entering the room, but after Snape's wand cast a pointing spell, the two approached the high platform much faster than Henry, and the two noticed the high platform. The curse solver above was still bleeding, maintaining an expression as if he had seen a scene that made him extremely frightened. His widely open eyes were filled with fear without focus. Cold sweat slipped down his trembling cheeks drop by drop. Neither of these Death Eaters acted rashly to wake him up or rescue him. Snape raised his wand and walked around the high platform, looking at the strange characters engraved on the high platform. The ignorant and savage sacrifice spell. "Are you ready, Severus? What are you going to do?" "Be careful." Snape ignored him and turned the fluorescent light source to the middle of the high platform. "Wait. Your recklessness will kill us both." Yaxley stopped yelling. The huge imprinted rune eyeballs on the altar had already occupied his eyes, and his body immediately froze, and a flash of scarlet and screams flashed through his mind. But compared to the previous curse solver. But soon, Snape got rid of this illusion quickly, but his eyes looked weak and uncomfortable. After this short trial, his perspective had been restored, except for the altar statue itself. It gives people a sense of uneasiness. Everything around is laid out as they should be, nothing is distorted and absurd. Yaxley was still trapped in the environment, but compared with poor Henry, He did not do any self-harm to his arms and eyeballs. Seeing Snape's appearance, Voldemort also walked in with a cold snort. Nagini, stay outside. Except for the big snake outside the door. After hearing Voldemort's explanation, everyone else could only step into the door one after another. The fluorescence of their wands did not fling out, but gathered together to illuminate the area. It's huge, even though Voldemort and the new men who came in, when they touched the mark on the altar, they all fell into an illusion. It's just that Voldemort, who was originally prepared to fight the illusion, did not sink under the protection of his prosthetic limbs and eyes that suddenly reacted after looking at the emblem, and his perspective has always been in a normal state since entering this room. This kind of showing that there is a connection with Victor made the Dark Lord's mouth raised, and he confirmed that the ruins that Malfoy was inquiring about were really in the right place. And his subordinates like Bellatrix, Rudolphs and the like quickly recovered their sanity shortly thereafter, and Alexto and the like seemed to be immersed in it and unable to extricate themselves, and even worse, some people started to take steps. Henry's plan, although Lucius is much stronger than Alecto in strength, the blood of Malfoy's ancestor Armand Malfoy is still influencing Lucius, so at this time he is still and did not break free from the fantasy. Bella, put a curse on these rubbish. Voldemort's voice was scornful. 1000 Degrees Chinese Network. Goodla. Seeing that he was in the limelight in front of the owner, Bellatrix used his wand to read the spell and pointed the tip of the wand to the ground, and a small-scale general anti-curse enveloped the high platform. This seems to have stopped the illusion, but although the Death Eaters no longer tremble, they have not yet woken up. When Bellatrix saw this, she stood up very annoyed, flicked the magic wand to turn it into a whip, raised her arm and swung it hard, and the whip hit everyone who was still immersed in the illusion one by one. On the Death Eaters, because of shame that they didn't wake them up once, and the anger that he might disappoint the Dark Lord, the daughter-in-law of the Black family, Lestrange's daughter-in-law, used extra strength and cracked the whip. The dull sound on the body broke the tranquility of the world, and the pain awakened these Death Eaters from their coma. Except for a small number of unlucky and Henry who got caught too quickly and attacked themselves too quickly, most of the Death Eaters awoke safely, and the wounded tried their best to stop the urge to mourn. Under the mocking gaze of other colleagues, he began to try to glue his broken arm and eyeballs back with magic. Henry had lost his self-help ability due to excessive blood loss, and several curse solvers he knew well tried, helped him, but also helped him to stop the blood, and his eyeballs and broken chapters seemed to have been absorbed by the altar and I didn't know where they went. These Death Eaters, who were awake from the illusion, have not yet completely escaped from their previous fearful environment. One by one, like frightened little beasts, stood up and did not dare to move. What danger rushed out? However, the Dark Lord did not pay attention to the reactions of his subordinates. He stood on the high platform and carefully looked at the altar and room, looking for the thing he wanted to obtain. The end of the room and the stone altar were covered with gravel and various debris. In the wreckage, rotting robes and triangular glasses can be seen everywhere, and these debris scattered on the floor are surrounded by black stains. These black stains are still viscous and flowing, completely unlike human blood. What? Alecto Carlo's heart was beating wildly, and there was a terrible feeling of heaviness in his chest. Panicking, and suddenly screaming. Under the intense fear, her voice was not high. But that voice was very strange to her, and she had never thought that her somewhat rough voice could make such a shrill cry. Voldemort and some Death Eaters came to her place and followed her sight. The scene below the altar made many people's hair stand up. Layers of things like black rags of Dementors are stacked on top of each other. The rotting cloaks on their bodies stick to the body without any movement. The whole body is really black as if soaked in water. Huous shriveled stuff is exuding a decadent stench. The hoods of some Dementors have fallen, revealing the same shriveled head shape, but they can no longer human souls from the position of their mouths, and similar to Henry, they are all broken. Only arms and the eye positions on these heads were obviously dug out a mass of flesh, although in fact they did not have eyes. The corrupted black things of these dementors are like dry and black blood stains, but at different times, they can still flow on the lines that flow into the altar on the ground. But it seems that the altar does not absorb Henry's fallen limbs. Generally really absorb them. What can make the dementors who never die and cannot die lose their lives? Alecto's face was pale, and the terror in front of her made her ignore the existence of the Dark Lord, muttering to herself, "They are not beyond the monster of life and death." Rudolph's jumped a few steps from the high platform. Untitled.novel.com carefully looked at these dementors from close range, and used his wand to pull apart some dementors' shrouds in the air, and found that there were some triangular lenses on the ground, lifted the prosthetic with the special gloves to pick it up. But the lens instantly collapsed when he first touched it, and even the surrounding dementors collapsed and scattered everywhere. There is a door on the wall behind them. Lucius Malfoy first discovered a stone door with a color similar to the wall after he began to scatter the dementors. Ha ha. The baby the master wants is definitely in it. Bella let out a baby-like laugh, but unlike the Death Eaters who started cheering driven by her laughter, she was indeed the one who was most sincerely happy for Voldemort. Rudolph glanced quietly at his wife on the high platform and then at Voldemort. He immediately saw the fiery and impatience on the Dark Lord's fierce face. He quickly yelled, "Where is the curse solver?" "The idiots are not hurrying." "Open the door for the master? Do you want me to burn you to death?" In order to facilitate the next reading, you can click on the favorites below to record this chapter 1196, Disabled Reading Record, and you can see it next time you open the bookshelf. Like Harry Potter, Invincible Learning, please recommend this book to your friends QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support! Chapter 1204 Copyright Hogwarts Harry Potter, Invincible Novels by Xwibber. Find the latest chapter. Hearing Rudolph's scolding, the cursed casters on the high platform who were taking care of their disabled colleagues shivered. They did not dare to delay and jumped down the high platform. Under their wands, all the dementors in front of the door were scattered, disintegrated, and the rotting cloak fell on the ground. Several people began to cast the curse on the door, but after changing the curses of several factions, the door remained motionless and did not respond. Turning back and peeking at Voldemort on the high platform, it happened to face Voldemort's sharp and hideous gaze. The cold sweat on the forehead of the cursor-relieving staff suddenly appeared, as if the inhuman gaze was truly lethal. In a flustered state, the curse solver hurriedly punched a curse solver arrow hole and opened it to the door, but there was no response. He said cruelly, "Open sesame." This is an ancient lock-opening spell before Aracho Cave was invented. It is not as subtle as Aracho Cave. Its function is to tear the door directly from the hinge and split it into wood or neat pieces, but because the movement is too loud, not liked by wizards and thieves, but gradually eliminated. But in terms of effect alone, it is far better than the one that replaces it, which will only break the door lock and leave a smoke hole, and the latest one will only simply open the Araho Cave of the door lock is much more powerful. However, it is precisely because sesame opening is not gentle and full of offensiveness like the previous curses. This spell is used as an attack by this unknown magical power, which triggers the counterattack condition. It is only an instant, sesame opening curse, absorbed by the stone gate and twisted and turned out, hitting its original spellcaster. This guy was instantly released by himself and was torn into small pieces by the unlocking curse and collapsed on the spot, mixed with blood. Together these flesh and blood began to flow towards the altar along the lines on the ground. The rest of the curse solvers saw this scene, shuddering as if unable to support themselves. The most unbearable one even slumped on the ground. "Get out of the way!" Voldemort cursed coldly, with an unstoppable anger flashing in his eyes. He simply floated from the high platform to the door, and raised his wand to aim at the door. For a time, the Dark Lord's cursor-releasing movement was much larger than those of the few cursor relaxers just now. Various spells he knew were hit on the door, and the counterattack created by this door was for Voldemort, who was prepared. It didn't play a role, and it was not enough to hurt him. However, Voldemort's curse also didn't work on this stone door. Finally, there was a bang, and a thunderbolt shot and hit the door, and a lot of dust fell down. However, the door still remained under such a violent attack. Standing firmly guarding the room behind the door, several curse solvers who were overwhelmed watched Voldemort tremblingly, lest the Dark Lord who could not open the door would kill himself to vent his anger. Lucius and Aelecto also lowered their heads, not daring to make a sound to provoke the anxious Dark Lord at this time. Master, I am worried that this stone door and wall are not only equipped with anti-locking curses. If they are forced to open, they also have a self-destruct setting. Rudolphus looked at the Dark Lord's sight from the door to the stone next to it on the wall. I had to say something to remind them, lest if there was any damage, the responsibility and the anger of the Dark Lord would fall on their excavation team. With a cold snort, Voldemort turned his wand between the withered fingers of his prosthetic limb. He turned around abruptly and walked to the high altar, carefully observing and identifying with his still intact snake-like eyes. The Black Altar is a circular building, surrounded by an Ionian colonnade on the upper floor, and a pedestal about 7 meters high under the colonnade. The upper part of the pedestal is carved with a huge high-relief wall belt, which is connected by carved stone slabs with a width of about 3 meters. Fantasy Novel Network. The embossed belt depicts a lot of people holding magic wands kneeling on this high altar with one broken hand and one eye gouged out. Their expressions are painful. Their open mouths seem to be howling. On the altar, the broken hands and feet, and the eyeballs that fell on the ground rolled down everywhere, and the blood flowing out of them collected on the mark in the middle of the altar, and the door at the end of the room was opened. The reliefs as a whole are full of dynamic images and intense and tense atmosphere. The whole sacrifice scene is portrayed extremely real and refined. And underneath these reliefs are carved runes that are illegible. Voldemort's body moves closer. I want to identify and infer the meaning. After a long time, the Dark Lord hissed in a dangerous tone, "Sacrifice. This time it's not those dirty moles. It needs magic power and a wizard." Since the implementation of Punlo's new curriculum at Hogwarts, when the professors and teaching assistants walked into the classroom, the entire classroom has been quiet. And it is different from the previous one that just keeps quiet. No one is giving orders to the little wizards, but they are still looking straight ahead with all their attention, maintaining the sitting posture that Punlo emphasized and trained in last class. No matter if they start to form a group with each other, good grades help poor grades, and they often stand up and look at each other. The little wizards went from embarrassed laughing to the last pair of each other with firm eyes. And the wizards stood up. Keep stepping until everyone is in unison. The sound of footsteps rustles at first, and gradually becomes more and more orderly, and finally becomes a sonorous, powerful, shaking appearance. This is the power of the collective. The changes that have made the little wizards who thought they were just a little shy, fun or bored, under the influence of discipline and unity, gave them a sense of sacredness and strength inexplicably. And in Penny Underluo's request, he took the initiative to express himself. When greeting each other, Punlo emphasized that it should be different from before. She requested that in her class, in addition to asking them, teaching assistants and professors, to call out reports when speaking, students usually greet each other or get out of class. At that time, it is necessary to strictly perform a wizarding ceremony, and then call out Hogwarts to show that you are a Hogwarts person to enhance the sense of honor of the collective. And this change has also affected the performance of these little wizards in the subjects taught by other professors. In the case of seeing their classmates as a whole, Ravenclaw, the most timid in the class, or the most noisy Granny Fender, or Neville, a student with a weak head, also began to try to express himself actively. In the past few days, this method has swept the entire Hogwarts, and under the leadership of the TV station under the instruction of Owen, plus Hogwarts students are also easy to see their parents and go out during the semester. Let this new way of greeting each other start from a senior class inside the school to the entire floating city. The previous sanctions and trade embargo issues have been resolved, and the material issues have been resolved after cooperation with muls, and new stable jobs have been obtained. With the continuous production of various new products, the quality of life has been improved, plus Hogwarts before the tough methods used in resolving these disputes gave these wizards living on the floating city a sense of pride. And now this kind of etiquette that can distinguish Hogwarts from non-Hogwarts is just right. They were given a catharsis, allowing them to distinguish themselves from ordinary wizards living on the ground. Especially in the last few days, the disappearance of a large-scale wizard population in Central and Eastern Europe has almost reached a climax. Like the previous disappearance of muls, the mysterious person made ordinary wizards ignorant of him. What madness this time! I directly put the means on the wizard himself. For example, many families in Germany found out that their friends and distant relatives had not solved the problem of the Gringotts savings and looting. There are more or less missing persons. You are reading www.uukanzu.com. The new wave of immigration caused by this is much larger than the previous events. Many European wizards have begun to lose confidence in the control of the magical world by their own Ministry of Magic. After the security of wealth cannot be guaranteed, they now find that their Ministry of Magic can't even maintain their basic security. This makes many wizards choose Hogwarts, which is introducing many favorable policies for immigration, or the West European wizarding world like France, who is protected by Hogwarts, even if they can realize that the essence of the British magical world is to plunder the wizarding world. But as long as they can protect their personal lives and property, these ordinary class wizards lack the kind of ruling class and harass in their country. The determination to confront has chosen to obey. And these immigrants, in order to quickly integrate into the floating city, this kind of concept and understanding about emphasizing Hogwarts and weakening the British wizarding world is also accepted by them, just like Alan's previous statement that he cared about not blood or pure blood. Mul origin is a wizard or not. Regardless of the original nationality of these immigrants, many people start to call themselves Hogwarts. They have initiated some claims that it does not matter which country you are from. The important thing is which country you live in now. In order to facilitate the next reading, you can click favorites below to record this chapter 1197 Hogwarts reading record, and you can see it next time you open the bookshelf. Like Harry Potter, Invincible Learning, please recommend this book to your friends QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support! Chapter 1205 Why Are You So Innocent? Harry Potter, Invincible Novels by Xwidba. Find the latest chapter. On Wednesday morning, Alan was wearing pajamas and never teleported back to the restaurant, and sat in a sloppy position. At this time, in the restaurant, Lun, who didn't work much today, was enjoying the plate. The last bit of food. Daisy and Emily are taking care of their mother for breakfast, and she are already neatly dressed and they seem to be ready to go to work and class. As the principal, Alan, who had no boss on top of his head, didn't plan to arrive at school on time. He sat opposite Lun, then lazily buckled his thigh with his hands, and then snapped his fingers. Maggie in her little apron popped up in front of Alan and greeted enthusiastically, "Master Alan, what do you want to eat in the morning?" "Today I have black pudding from Scotland, and white Bavarian sausage is enough." "It's fine if you look at it for me," Alan said, and glanced at the nearest Lun, and found that the other party was reading the newspaper. Then she looked at the sisters and mother who were further away and found that their attention was on TV in the restaurant. He beckoned Maggie to get her closer, lowered his voice, "Maggie, I have a question. Did you change the detergent recently?" "Huh?" Maggie was a little bewildered by Alan's sudden questioning. She tilted her head. "Master Alan, you know, Maggie has always used her own detergents. They are very relaxing. It will be able to remove those magical stains that cannot be dealt with by cleaning up. The formula has not changed before the potions are released on TV. Then are you? Alan was a little surprised. Did the herbal medicines or other raw materials change into the pharmacy? No. Maggie was a little worried and blamed. Is there anything wrong with Master's clothes? Maggie will go and wash it again. You cleaned, Maggie? I just woke up and got a rash today. Alan comforted. Don't worry, go and get me some breakfast. I'm starving. Maggie nodded obediently and disappeared where she was, but she planned to wash her clothes again after breakfast. What's the matter? I didn't notice that you have a rash. There is a problem with the herbal medicine. Although Lun Gang was watching the newspaper, he seemed to have fully listened to the conversation. He asked suspiciously in a low voice, Alan, have you checked? Is there any poison? Is anyone trying to poison you by contaminating medicinal materials? Of course not, and even if there is, Maggie, I will check. Alan said, quietly looking at the witches in the distance, and then approached Lun and said, as for the location, some rashes. I thought Maggie changed the formula and some allergies. It doesn't seem to be the result, but they are red and itchy. As for the location, especially around me. You know. Alan said that the man began to lean back and pointed his finger at his crotch. Lun, who was sitting at the dining table eating breakfast, immediately changed his expression from suspicion to disapproval. He stopped the knife and fork in his hand, raised the sausage on the fork in his hand, and whispered, sorry, I'm still there. Sit here and eat white sausage. It's not a problem with the sausage. Alan waved anxiously. He raised his head and glanced at the leftover food on Len's plate, mainly in the 2 roasted tomatoes. Lun put down the knife and fork in his hand with a constipation expression. It seemed that he didn't plan to continue eating. Lun poured himself a mouthful of orange. But Alan, can you be sure that it is caused by your underwear? Can you be sure that it is a rash? Otherwise, what? Alan asked angrily. Alan, if your place is a little bit more lively, you can open another 3 broomstick bar. Daisy joked loudly, holding a cup in the distance. From dragonpox to spider venom or glum oil, anything is possible. Hot book. It's just a rash. And I told you that we weren't cooking. Alan gritted his teeth and shouted to Daisy, Emily is still here. Daisy, what are you talking about? Ellen, Bobby Pomfrey can't cure this, but you can go and get the letter from Burst. Emily also replied when Alan called her name. What? Boster. When Millicent Boast was still in school, he had the same disease as you for a year. Emily put her hand on her upper and lower eyelids to stretch them out, and she learned Luna's usual talking Gillum. Mr. Filch's cat. Mrs. Loris followed her for about a semester. Hermione told me at the time that it was only because Millicent also had cats, but Luna suspected her. It was the saliva of a goblin. She was cured with something she called an engineer soldier, which gave her some extra talents against us. Enough. Let's stop talking about this topic. Alan shouted, stunned by his sister's run. He realized with shame that his relatives had better hearing than he thought after taking the potion. Mom, do you care? Daisy taught Emily. Daisy, Alan is going to be a father again. Where's your boyfriend? Morgan Le Fay had also laughed, but at this time he took the opportunity to sit on the chair with a stern face, and said, also Lun is even more busy with work every day. I sometimes think about your mother-in-law who is married or not. I don't even know. Emily's slightly opened mouth showed that she was obviously stunned by her mother's ability, and Lune, who was directly shaved, blushed. The blue veins on her forehead burst out and she was speechless. Alan he also quickly shut his mouth to avoid burning this fierce fire on himself. Morgan Le Fay nodded in satisfaction, and then focused his attention on the youngest son who pulled her into the water. Ellen, haven't you all revealed the secrets? Why didn't you call Luna back? Mom. She didn't want to return. Alan responded dryly, nonsense. It's been here before, and now you let her who is pregnant with your child hide outside alone? Morgan Le Fay said angrily. You are going to have 2 children and you still consider yourself a child? Morgan Le Fay is right. Helga in the portrait also said, Ellen, Although you can't be blamed for this, Helena will leave this poor crow alone. Mom, that's why I don't want to worry so much," Daisy exclaimed. "I have to see clearly to avoid encountering irresponsible men like my brother." Emily, who has never dealt with Luna too much, also nodded with some conviction at this time. Mentalnovel.com. Why are you innocent like this out of thin air? Alan opened his eyes wide, and now it is his turn. Blushing, the blue veins on his forehead bloomed, he argued. Why am I not responsible? In taking care of cooking by myself. She doesn't want to go home. Can I be considered irresponsible? One after another, I didn't pay attention to saying something difficult to understand. What ancient dialects, what abyssal purgatory language, and the changes in blood pressure made Alan's rash a little itchy, and he couldn't hold back after raising his hand from time to time. Deduct them to avoid being less elegant. These funny scenes caused everyone to laugh. The restaurant was full of cheerful air. Forget it. Forget it. Morgan Le Fay finally bypassed his beloved youngest son. Everyone knows about this now. Why is she not willing to come back? Alan called Luna back to me. Ask her if she's worried about being wronged. You guys have a lot of hands and feet. When you were a kid, you could break your head and take care of people. Can you take care of a pregnant woman? In order to facilitate the next reading, you can click on the favorites below to record the reading record of this time. Chapter 1198. Why are you so innocent? And you can see it next time you open the bookshelf. Like Harry Potter, Invincible Learning, please recommend this book to your friends. QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support! Chapter 1206. Oh, Harry Potter, Invincible novels. Find the latest chapter. Under his mother's stern eyes, Alan had to reach out and press the sensory mark on his arm, and then muttered some persuasive sounds in a low voice. She really doesn't want to go home to live. I thought she liked being taken care of by others like me. Daisy spread her hands incomprehensibly, thinking about the way her father is holding her mother on weekdays, but she feels that Luna should be alone. Very hard. Could it be shy? Do you know that she and Alan have not announced their marriage yet, and worry that their belly will be cancelled? Lun's eyes swept across his mother's stomach. I mean, regardless of her original identity. Now after all it's just a 6th grader, maybe it's a worry. Or is it because of the fear of Pinot? Or is it because of Hermione? Lun, if she can worry about the eyes of others, can she still be called a mad girl? Emily put her chin on, her eyelashes fluttering, and she looked very well behaved. It must be another reason. Hey. You guys are thinking too much. Helga's portrait on the wall of the dining room sneered. Not as good as usual, Ellen, you tell the young crow. This time there is such a that people will not like the lack of care and love Helena, so I will not let Morgan Le Fay beat her. Helga, I've already beaten Ellen about this. You didn't come out in your tavern that day. I guess you didn't see it. Morgan Le Fay was a little bit aware of Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw. The tone of my girlfriend is better to say that I have become a mother-daughter relationship. Pouch. Daisy and Emily had already laughed, but they held back their mother's staring eyes, turned their heads and shrugged their shoulders. With assurance, Luna was very fast this time and appeared in the restaurant almost instantly. Luna greeted everyone naturally with her hands behind her back, which made her only slightly bulging abdomen appear more bulging, and her light silver convex eyes were a little thief, and glanced at Hull on the wall for the first time, adding the direction of the portrait. After seeing Helga in the portrait, he just gave her a blank look and beckoned to her. This guy basically returned to her usual trance and absent-minded appearance. Seeing Luna coming over, Harris' eyes couldn't help but fall on Luna's lower abdomen, which was more like a fattening than pregnancy. It made everyone a little excited to see the coming next generation of Harris family. Even Emily opened the dining seat for Luna obediently, and Alan graciously helped Luna sit down. He didn't really think Luna needed his support, just because his mother stabbed him in the waist behind him. He dare not follow suit. Daisy, who ran out of the restaurant for some reason, had picked a soft cushion back from the sofa and placed it gently between the chair and Luna's back. Mom said that this cushion will be more comfortable on the waist. Without Helga's pressure and feeling the harass concern for herself, Luna accepted all these good intentions with peace of mind, leaning on the chair, closing her eyes and resting, feeling a little regretful and should go home early to live. Seeing Luna sitting relaxed all over, Morgan Le Fay came to his energy and asked with some joy, "Luna, haven't you had breakfast yet?" "What dear do you want?" Luna dimly opened her eyes as if she was not awake. Morgan Le Fay, "Sorry, I have no appetite and don't want to eat anything." "How can I do without eating? Emily and I have also learned a bit of dishes recently. Would you like to try it?" "Luna, my mother walks in the garden every day. Maybe my appetite can be better." "Would you like some of my sugar quill?" The three brothers and sisters of Harris family quickly proposed. "My dear, it's really hard work for you. You're so thin after pregnant." Morgan Le Fay looked at Luna, who was actually a bit fatter than before. "This little Alan learned to cook for you. But I definitely can't grasp the taste of pregnant women." Alan silently looked at Luna, who was leaning on the chair in the form of a weak grandfather. He couldn't help but twitch a few times. Luna usually didn't see anything wrong with his appetite, not afraid of fishy, mutton or weird. You can eat a lot of it at every meal. After pregnancy, even those who didn't like to eat meat with fat and fat came to come. "I'm going to make you some appetizer." "No one knows how you feel better than I do at this time," Morgan Le Fay said, thinking of getting up. And she wanted to take this opportunity to move her hands and feet after she hadn't been in the kitchen for a long time. 652 Literature Network. "Mom, your belly is so big. Dad knows he will blame us." "Mom, tell Maggie to let her do it." The three brothers and sisters of Harris family quickly stopped. Morgan Le Fay, "Let me come." "I know Royna's taste during pregnancy. No one is more experienced in caring for her than me." Helga on the portrait also discouraged. He snapped his fingers and summoned the house elf. "Maggie, you go to the kitchen and wait for me at my picture frame." The child in her belly may want to eat the red meat that the crow usually doesn't like. She probably didn't give it in order to stay reserved. Alan said ... But to make her eat smoothly we need to use some tricks in cooking. Helga, remember to sprinkle some airship Lee. Alan reminded in a loud voice deliberately. He wanted to hint that Luna and him usually have nothing to be restrained, and that he has cooked meat for her and familiar with her taste. Go, you in turn instruct Helga to cook. "Why don't you, the principal, go to school every day? Luna has my care and doesn't need you to stay. Go and go." Morgan Le Fay sneered at his son's intentions, and then looked at Luna, who was not silent, and thought for a while, and yelled at her other children, "Lon and Daisy, are you not going to work and waiting here? And you, Emily, agree with you if you eat and sleep at home from time to time. It doesn't mean that you can miss school. Go to school." This time Harris was scattered. Lon and Daisy ran to the fireplace without arguing and used a more stable and accurate flu network to return to the Ministry of Magic in London, England, and Alan quickly pulled Emily ready to go to Hogwarts to show her face. Emily's expression on her face is full of jealousy and envy at this time. Daisy and Ren are all around Luna, not to say she has not eaten her mother in a long time to make it. The food is delicious, and Alan, who had never liked housework and cooking before, also learned cooking for Luna without the interruption of other people. Morgan Le Fay happily began to take Luna to exchange experiences, trying to pass on his experience every time he gave birth, regardless of whether it was for Luna or not. Also applies. She didn't stop these explanations until Maggie came in with a plate of fried steak and placed it on the table in front of Luna. The mother of the Harris family was excited about becoming a grandmother in the true sense of the term. Of course she took Helena as a granddaughter to take care of. But after all, facing a girl older than her father, Morgan Le Fay, it's a pity that I didn't participate in each other's childhood. Maggie walked in with a plate of cut steak, and put it on the table in front of Luna. This is a super thick steak marinated in sauce. After grilling, the taste is locked in the beef. When Luna cuts it with a knife and fork, you can see that the beef inside is even bloodshot and tender red juice. It flows down slowly along the texture of the flesh, except that the surface layer is slightly cooked, and the inside is almost like raw meat. Maggie, Morgan Le Fay spoke loudly to the house elves for the first time. Now Luna has a child in her stomach, it's better not to eat it like this. And it's not about Mole World, what is called mad cow disease on TV. Is it so troublesome? Morgan Le Fay, don't worry, this won't be a threat to Rowena. Helga relieved Maggie in the frame. This is just when she passed her voice to the kitchen and ordered a little bit of food. There will be no effect. Luna forks a piece of steak with satisfaction. The smoothness of the juice immersed in the tenderness of the beef and the perfect taste of the crispy skin made her unable to extricate herself. Morgan Le Fay remembered that the physical condition of the little girl in front of him could not be judged by mortal eyes. Luna was a little anxious when she saw that the meat was delivered to her mouth with the sauce. She was a little distressed and poured a glass of orange juice for the other party. He tried to smooth her back gently, and found that it was actually similar to the daughters in the impression. You have to feed 2 people at once. You must be hungry quickly. Alan must have not taken care of you normally. Speaking of which, he owes you too much. Morgan Le Fay also picked up a knife and fork thoughtfully, helping Luna cut the steak. Due to her identity problem, she could not let her go when facing Luna in private like she did with Flurpenlow and Hermione. Don't mess with yourself in the temple afterwards, we can't help. You and Alan have too many things, but I and Helga will be more at ease when we go home. Morgan Le Fay paused. You are reading www.uukansu. Compenlow and Hermione, I will comfort them. It has nothing to do with them. Don't worry about Morgana. Luna called Alan's mother's nickname, chewing beef in her mouth, which made her look a little less elegant. When Alan and I were in the temple, I mastered Aeol longevity, that spell that can be used with the sorcerer's stone for eternal clarity. Are you staying in the temple for it? Morgan Le Fay said. Will it help to eliminate pregnancy wrinkles? Morgan Le Fay, don't be fooled by this crow. After being beaten and taking care of her for a long time, her smart little head would have made the right choice long ago. Helga was angrily in the portrait. Say, where can't that spell be studied? She must have some other reason. Stay in the temple is equivalent to staying in my own god's realm. It can prevent other people and death from spying and prophesying. You know, it's also easy to listen to the prayers and prayers of believers. Luna raised her head. Her dazed expression became seriously. Besides, I owe him too. Morgana. In order to facilitate the next reading, you can click favorites below to record the reading record of this time chapter 1199, Debt, and you can see it next time you open the bookshelf. Like Harry Potter, Invincible Learning, please recommend this book to your friends QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support! Chapter 1207 I am not your sister but your sister from now on. Harry Potter, Invincible. Find the latest chapter. The sound of crisp high-heeled shoes hitting the floor of the living room of Harris Lake Hart Island Manor came. Josephine Harris carried a large suitcase into the living room that was almost full of Harris. It's a bit late. It took a while to drive the cows into the box. Josephine raised the suitcase in Yang's hand. Neither Sirius nor Amos will drive them away. In the end, magic was used. Force control. Maybe I should ask Hagrid to help temporarily. My aunt has worked hard for you. If you call Hagrid, Mrs. Maxim will be troublesome if he gets stuck on his body. Alan teased, and he stood up to meet him and took the suitcase. Maggie skillfully poured Josephine a glass of Bloody Mary specially made for her by adding some plasma instead of tomato juice. Almost 300 heads. We directly rounded up a cattle farm. Josephine took the drink, moistened his throat and sighed. There are indeed many benefits of working with moles. Mole hospitals unexpectedly being able to provide us with so many packs of plasma. It's much more convenient than going to Knockover Alley or going out hunting by yourself. Ellen, you said to give us a surprise? Furong frowned, thinking of the sight of some cows that she had seen on the farm randomly pulling manure onto the ground, and her waist-long solid color hair shook with it. What is the surprise? Got so many cows? The cattle farms in the magical world of the Netherlands. I don't remember how big they are. Lon looked at Josephine in surprise. He joined the Department of Management and Control of Magical Creatures as soon as he entered the Ministry of Magic. He was diligent and motivated. Not only did I read the scrolls of those magical creatures, but the information of these ordinary creatures was not overlooked. So I was familiar with the situation of the cow farm in the magical world. It's a mole cattle farm. This scale is actually not too big for moles. I don't use wizarding cows, otherwise it will cause market prices and supply confusion. But it's not difficult to get the cows. In the past few years, Mole Society is fighting an infectious disease they call mad cow disease. No one wants to sell cows plummeting, especially the birthplace of moles in England. No one wants to. Josephine was a little cunningly. He smiled. Behind the farmer is the industry of a cabinet of the mole government. He is happy to sell all these cows at a very cheap price. But we don't have to eat their meat, so it doesn't matter if we get sick. Not for eating? Daisy asked in surprise. I thought Alan learned from where to show us the craft. There has been a lot of trouble recently. Even if we don't take it, we'd better take a pill to prevent it. And Morgan Le Fay's best not to touch them. Hermione emphasized. But Alan, it's better to use so many cows too. By the way, Luna won't be here today too. It's boring to tell you the surprise in advance. Besides, it seems that for you, there may be more than one surprise. Punlo stared at Hermione with his arms raised and one eyebrow. Knowledge y'all, you should be more interesting. Play some of you. Comedy talent when cooking. This embarrassed the Harris, but Owen immediately solved it. He sat up straight and raised his tone slightly. Alan, have you mastered the Iolama longevity technique you said before? Exclamation mark. Yes, or M's longevity spell. After successfully cast, it can extend the current age of the caster. Each living creature can extend its lifespan by almost 1 year. Our recipients will use the extra lifespan. It will continue to age. Of course, this aging occurs when you do not use this spell again afterwards or when the continuous effect of the magic is cancelled. Alan roughly described the characteristics of this spell. Of course, according to our body shape, insects, mice, and cats are too small to be used, so I use the cow. Ellen, if you lose, I said your father can guess it. I didn't tell him in advance. Morgan Le Fay smiled and teased a few little witches deliberately. Ha! You little girls can stay young forever, will always maintain the youthful state like this. Mon Dieu. I'm going to be 17 years old again. Ellen, I will not be your sister from now on but your sister. Mom, I want to grow up a little bit and use it again. Most of the witches in the room screamed. This is much more exciting than the elixir of life made from the magic stone that they usually drink. Although this magic has the risk of being dispelled according to the previous statement, the effect is always lasting youth and even rejuvenation. However, the noise in the room still made the phoenix anchor on the branch next to the sofa very dissatisfied. It was sleeping soundly and it made a sharper bird song to vent its breath of getting up. It was also the 3 people in the room who were not satisfied with it. 2 interested in one of Thiefy Mal. The other 2 are Emily, who thinks she should develop for a few more years. She is focusing her eyes back and forth on Punlo and her sister's mob. The other is already undead. Aunt Josephine of the vampire. She had already bid farewell to aging. Of course, this also bid farewell to the feelings of happiness that can bring people to the living. So, let's change place. We have arranged a place that can ensure concealment, undisturbed and detection. Alan got up from the sofa and waved his palm to the clearing. 2 flames appeared in the air in the hall, an arc drawn from top to bottom. Need to change place? Daisy curled her fingers around her long hair, and then suddenly realized, that's right. The living room can't hold so many cows, Furong said in a low voice with a smile on her face. But Daisy, if you reading www.uukanzu.com is replaced by your head, you might be able to hold it. The mock Daisy still instantly understood that the other party was saying that her head was empty. She reached out to fight Fleur when she heard that. Albert had to stand between his wife and sister, Alan. Please move faster. The arches formed by the two flames began to emerge from countless skulls that seemed to be screaming silently. They appeared after being burned, forming an arched door to another world. Of course, Albert. But before we walk into this alien door. We still have a little preparation to do. Alan raised his voice a little. Everyone, take out the Harris Bank triangle pendant. I need to put it on. Assign a temporary permission to enter the secret venue, otherwise you may be bounced back if you step in. Can I only go in once? Emily took out her wizard bank pendant and asked curiously, I don't need this to enter the responsive house. If you go in alone, you might also be a little dangerous. Alan touched his sister's head. When you go in, you will understand. There is no other private place in the main floating city that is so big, and this magic is not good in the public. Cast it under ... So just borrow that venue temporarily. Danger? Do we still need to pay attention to it for a while? Lun is used to planning well in advance, otherwise, can my mother's state withstand this spell? Theoretically there is no problem, because the target of the victim is the mother. But Alan shook his head. For safety reasons, mothers should wait until the child is born before using it, otherwise the children will also be rejuvenated. Mom's pregnant for a few months and I'll have to be beaten. Okay, let's go in first. Emily and Lun left the snakes and basilisks in your pockets here for now. Don't bring them in. Chapter 1208 Can't Connect. Harry Potter, Invincible. Find the latest chapter. On the other side of the otherworldly gate, there is a huge and spacious space under Hogwarts. Its internal space is very high. Standing here is like looking up at the top of the mountain at the foot of a mountain, and there is no supporting pillar in such a wide space. It is only reinforced by huge magical energy. On the huge hexagonal platform in the center of the room, is the miser energy nucleus glowing white like a huge crystal ball. These Harris who entered through the gate of another world are just like the radiation that burst out when the floating city started to float and teleport. They seemed to suddenly jump into a pool full of magic power, and their whole body was wrapped in magic power. It seemed that even the air he breathed was fresher. The pores all over his body were absorbing magic, and his body was more comfortable than ever before, and even his soul was trembling. They were immersed in magic power and suddenly forgot their purpose. Whatever longevity and eternal youth were left behind. Under such a joyful sense of fulfillment, they were vacantly looking for the source of magic power, instinctively want to get closer. Almost no more thinking. The wizard's eyes were fixed on the miser energy core that exuded a charming light, and they couldn't help but approach step by step. But at this moment, the Harris Bank triangle pendant that they carried on them glowed dark blue, tracing their figure, and let this energy wrap them tightly. A cool feeling rushed into their numb minds, and awakened the wizards from their obsession. It's really a charming and dangerous little thing, isn't it? Luna's voice echoed in a trance-like singing. Wear the necklace. Staying here for a long time won't be so attractive. Everyone turned their heads in the direction of the sound, only to realize that under the energy core that attracted people's attention just now, Luna was sitting on the side of the six-pointed star platform where the miser energy core was installed. There was a row of tables and chairs. The style seems to have moved the benches in the temple area here. Harpilo snorted coldly. Seeing Luna's performance, thinking that this time she was at the home of Mad Girl, she bit her lower lip and didn't want to speak. It's better not to come. It's still dangerous. Alan took over. People who touch it will be instantly killed by it, and the objects it touches will be immediately dissociated. Undead creatures are also hard to escape, and they will be immediately killed. Destroy. Although they understood the situation, they could still feel the attraction that miser could check on them on the high platform, and their minds remained sober. Although they would not rush closer, most of Harris' eyes could not help but stay on it. It's so beautiful. Isn't it? Furong stared at her beautiful eyeballs with a silly expression. Daisy didn't have a habit of retorting but nodded in agreement. Be seated first. We have to drive the cow out of the box first. I think it will take us some time. Alan clapped his hands to attract everyone's attention. Albert, Lun, You two help me, come on. Get the cow over there. Alan pointed to the open space away from the energy core. I have to do some preparations myself. Alan's two big brothers, who are used to helping the family, naturally took the suitcase and opened it. Lon suddenly got into the space to drive the cattle, and then Albert hugged him. Walking to the open space over there with the box, the others in Harris began to walk towards the tables and chairs on the high platform. Owen, you blamed Alan for spending so much money on this. Now it doesn't seem to be a waste of money. Oops, Morgan Le Fay whispered. The kids kicked me. It seems that they feel true to the magic. This shows that they will not be dumb guns. Owen's concern for the child made him calm his mind and said happily, my father and mother both felt magic when Hogwarts floated in the air. Hermione corrected, still staring at the giant sphere that glowed. Is this the nature of magic? Hermione, do you mean that both your parents felt it? Alan was a little surprised. Not your father or your mother unilaterally, but both of them felt it? Yeah, Ellen, I also find it a bit strange. Maybe my parents' ancestors have dumb guns? Hermione nodded and then she suddenly exclaimed, Luna, have you secretly drank Coke this time? You see you are gaining weight again! Exclamation mark. Sorry. Realizing that it hurts to yell so much, Hermione controlled herself not to look at Luna's belly, and then dryly tried to change the subject. Are you busy with this spell if you don't go to Hogwarts during this time? When she approached the long table, Hermione noticed that there were a lot of food and drinks in front of Luna. The girl was wearing a large blue magic robe that looked like pajamas. Leaning on a chair, holding a cut, the steak that became a small piece was delicious, and her lower abdomen was slightly raised because of her relaxed sitting posture. And after hearing Hermione's words, her eyes became a little raised again, seemingly surprised. Hermione, the rhetoric. Miss Jack of all trades, it seems that this is one thing for you. Penlow laughed, but her eyes kept trying to visit Luna's belly, and her hand quietly touched her belly. Well, Penlow, what about your parents? Did they feel it? Alan quickly interrupted to prevent them from continuing the topic, but then it was a little embarrassing and unexpected. He and Luna's original plan was to let Hermione know about Luna's current state. Unlike Penlow's own discovery, Luna had designed a set of procedures that Hermione could accept smoothly. But Hermione didn't play the cards according to common sense, and just misunderstood that Luna had gained weight, making it impossible to accept the process of the belly case they prepared. I don't know. Penlow was so angry with Alan that the voice didn't use the sweet and greasy feeling she was accustomed to. You read www.uukanzu.com, but she seemed to think she was too blunt. He softened a little and added, I'll go back and ask today. Is there any problem with this? Moo. The sound of cows over there affected the conversation here. One after another cows slowly squeezed out from the open box. These cows were blindfolded by a black cloth. Their waists were by a thick long rope, and they were strung together one after another. Was driven out. Their back hair is mostly black and shiny, and a few individuals have white spots under the abdomen, umbilicus, and the head is small and square, without horns. The neck is medium long, the back and the waist are straight, the waist is full, the body is deep and wide and cylindrical, and the limbs are short and straight. It is one of the typical ancient British meat varieties. It is native to northern Scotland, Aberdeen, Jinka and Angus beef cattle from Angus County. Albert has used a magic wand to arrange a mole-like expulsion spell around the suitcase to prevent these low-EQ animals from running around. However, Albert still underestimated Lon, who was still driving the cows out of the box at this time. During the period when he was in the Department of Management and Control of Magical Creatures, as a top student and some nerdy, he still mastered a few small methods to deal with these animals, even if these cows are not magical creatures at all. Although there are many in number, each cow, except when it just came out of the box, seems to twist its clothed head to look at the energy nucleus due to the influence of the energy nucleus, but it did not make any extra calls. Even when they came out, they automatically stood in a certain formation, and then stood there without moving. In that situation, It seemed that they had completely lost their minds and had no ability to act independently at the discretion of others. Chapter 1209? Devour Harry Potter, Invincible. Find the latest chapter. Alan, you slippery, you bullied Albert and Lon, and you lazy here. Josephine looked at Albert, who was busy. Speaking of which, Halloween is here. Do you have organized activities in your school this year? I'm preparing to wait for the spell to be cast. Otherwise, if I wasted my energy in advance, if my father becomes my younger brother, Alan said with a stern face. The Halloween dances in the previous school were a little bit of a slap, so there is an event for all residents in Hogwarts Floating City this year. Is someone planning Hermione's umbrella? I want to run on me every day. I became a kid and also your father. Irving scolded with a smile. You can't look too tender when you are a minister. Just a few years younger is good for trying the effect. We are going to get a Hogwarts version of the Halloween parade. Hermione was a little excited about this new holiday event led by the umbrella. Hagrid's pumpkin field is fine for Hogwarts Castle, but it can't satisfy the entire floating city. Mole's number of moles is enough but not large enough. The wizards who can maintain the transformation with the rapid change spell for enough time have to satisfy a whole city. They have to work hard. Hearing Josephine's words in his ears, Owen half lifted up and looked at his son. It seemed that he would not be able to finish in a short while. He simply took a piece of daily profit out of his pocket and put it on the table, waved to Furong, preparing to arrange a little TV station propaganda work. In addition to relying on the evening news and media newspapers to report on the mysterious people's looting of adult wizards as before, I planned to organize a special section to open a special section during primetime special reports to strengthen publicity in this regard. Fleur assured Owen, Tao, the most important thing is to let the wizards realize how perilous other places are compared to our stable life in Hogwarts. Irving nodded and exclaimed, Voldemort really helped us a lot in this regard. But I think it's better for him to be more inclined to robbery like the previous one. He has wizards this time, and they obviously may have a chance to become immigrants in the floating city. Fortunately, France and the United Kingdom have a covenant, and the umbrella has sent enough manpower. Ellen also warned Voldemort. Fleur exhaled again. My parents and grandpa are willing to move in. My grandma doesn't like eating meat and prefers she eats vegetables, so she is not happy to come here, although I have told at Hogwarts that we don't just cook in plain water. I haven't paid much attention to the news in the past few days. Alan, who was busy with this Iola longevity technique, was a little puzzled. He had received a report from the spies at Voldemort, saying that Voldemort had discovered Ravenclaw's cause. A secret room made by Alan's own artifact. Alan thinks that if he replaces himself in this situation, he will definitely try his best to reduce the attention of others and not in this situation who is tied up. But Ren, who got out of the suitcase again, interrupted Alan's thinking, and the cows had all been driven out and gathered into a rippled circle. So, who of you will come first? Ellen looked at the witches at home with some bragging. The witches turned their heads to Ellen in an instant, even if it was Aunt Josephine, who was already an undead creature, and because Alan's mother who was pregnant and did not intend to perform the ritual, only Emily who still wanted to develop and leaned back on her back subconsciously. Daisy jumped up first. You'll come first. I was the most beautiful when I just graduated. The past few months being busy with Alan, you make me aging. You basically left everything to run. Most of the time you wandered around with Tunks. Seeing his daughter's frizzy appearance, Owen frowned. As your father, I will try for you first. Dry. Ellen hasn't tried it yet. If it really changes you back to be younger than Emily, you will find Ellen to make trouble. Theoretically, this magic is only to make all parts of your body return to a younger state, and at most make your wrinkles disappear, and it does not make your muscles and bones retract to reverse growth. It is not a time shift. Alan looked at his father and said sternly, Brother, you worry too much. Alan, I have no problem with you teasing your father, but if you say that, I will become your younger brother-in-law. Morgan Le Fay was a little unhappy because he was pregnant and could not perform the ceremony. Thinking about his husband immediately, she might be younger than herself, even less happy. A playful laugh broke out on the long table, and Ellen and Owen stood up and prepared to go. They waved to let the two Harris brothers who had been busy for a long time go back. Albert closed the box. Lon slowly put down his wand, staring at the animal in front of him in a daze, and patted the head of the nearest smaller red Angus cow, feeling the warm skin temperature under his men, thinking of the fate they are about to face. Once again put his hand on the cow's back, stroked a few times and sighed, then let go and returned to the high platform. Hermione noticed Ren's movements and emotions, and her eyes fell on the cows who stood there without any resistance, but thought that even if they were not used in such a place, these beef cows would flee. But the fate of being slaughtered, it just made her more recall the feeling of powerlessness when she was attacked by the devil bear. Harpenlow glanced at Hermione with a cold snort. "What, Miss Know-it-all, are you planning to follow the vomiting you used to protect the house elves in? Thinking about setting up an organization to protect cattle? It's not vomiting spew. It's spew. The House Elf Rights Promotion Association. I no longer demand all wizard families to liberate the elves, just helping to improve their living conditions." Hermione was provoked by Harpenlow several times, finally raised his eyebrows. Life must swallow other lives in order to continue. Both cannibalism and plants only ate, Luna said singly. She looked at Len, who was not very emotional after returning. "What?" Hermione looked at Luna in surprise and blurted out. "People try to ignore this truth, but the terrible truth is actually very simple." Luna's light silver eyes also looked at the cows, and an erratic and indifferent voice sounded in the empty room. "We must kill those living creatures. Swallow their bodies to maintain their existence." Luna is right. It's like when Fleur complained that Britain only had white water for cooking. Daisy flattened her mouth at Fleur. "I watched the mole documentary and said that in just a short while, there were thousands. A mole child has died of hunger. Not all mankind, just children. Moles have no magic to help them grow house-sized pumpkins." The movement on the other side of the herd was like Alan cooperating, so these people had to turn their attention. About 30 cows over there have been driven away from the large group of cows and approached Owen's position. Then, Alan arranged for his father a protective magic that can be used to resist negative energy and energy absorption. You read the book www.uukanzu.com to prevent him from being injured by spells other than the caster himself within the range of Iolam. Then the spell started like this. Alan raised his arms and made some gestures in the air. A little black and grey light gathered in his palm and then spread out, in a radius of 120 with Alan as the center. Within feet, as if there was suction, these poor beef cows circled and circled one after another, and a blood-red light similar to the color of the magic stone appeared on their bodies. Alan waved his arithmetic hand slowly, and guided the life energy to his father along the invisible line. Under this continuous spell, the hair of more than 30 cows has gradually lost its luster and no longer fineness. The skin has changed from soft and elastic to dry and full of folds, and the eye glenoids have changed from full and bright to dull. God, the tooth fell off directly, and it seemed to have gone through a whole life in just a few moments, turning to ashes after being too old to collapse to the ground completely. And the strange thing is that they seem to be unconscious, staying in place from beginning to end, without even making a scream. On the contrary, Owen's waist looks straighter, and he feels that his body is stronger and full of vitality. Some time ago, the exhaustion caused by embargoes in other countries and domestic protests was swept away. The white on his head, the hair, didn't turn back to gold because of this, but the newly grown parts from the roots of the hair will replace them after a period of events. We don't really care. Those are just distant numbers. It's easier to dislike it than to sympathize. Luna forks a piece of steak with gravy and puts it in her mouth. This is what humans are best at. Ignore the suffering of others. Chapter 1210. Kindness. Harry Potter, Invincible. Find the latest chapter. Early in the morning before Halloween, in the ruined Temple of Vecna. Unlike European and American countries that began to make the environment into a ghastly holiday environment, The center of the temple with the altar was already brightly lit compared to the beginning. Countless magic lights were lit and floated high in the sky. If it weren't for the weird statues and altar styles, it would seem a little more holy here. The blue and white icy light reflected in Voldemort's red eye, and it was also cast on the countless free wizards under the altar. These wizards were blindfolded by a piece of black cloth, their waists were with a thick long rope, and they were strung together one after another, and they were driven to the high altar like a chained cattle and sheep. The tall imprint facing the center formed a circle. Although there are many in number, every wizard, except when he first entered, seems to be affected by the Imperious Curse, twisting his clothed head to salute the mysterious person, but he did not make any extra calls. They even stood by themselves according to a certain formation, and then stood there without moving. In that situation, it seemed that they had completely lost their minds and had no ability to act independently at the discretion of others. "Remove the blindfolds," a sharp voice sounded, and these young wizards and wizards took off the blindfolds one after another, and they saw the middle mark at a glance. No matter what angle it was from, the eyeball half held in the middle of the palm seemed to be staring at them, and their panicked expressions became confused in a moment, and they fell into illusion. Unexplained whispers suddenly sounded in his ears, and those low and slow strange sounds that seemed to be casting spells or whispering in prayer wrapped themselves in layers. It seemed that someone had taken off his magic robe, and when his naked skin was exposed to the cold air, blue goosebumps appeared uncomfortably. Many wizards took out their wands, cut off their palms without hesitation, and then pointed their wands at their right eyes. Instantly, blood was flowing in the eye sockets, and the eyeballs with the nerves of the eyes fell out of the eye sockets. Under the pain, their bodies suddenly leaned forward, kneeled on the ground, lowered their heads, and covered their eyes. But not all wizards have such fast-cutting spells. Although they are trapped in an illusion, they have already begun to figure out how to cut off their palms. One of the wizards who lost his mind directly dug out his right eye with his bare hands, and then turned his eyeball into a sharp knife by using transfiguration, and swung it down at his wrist. A few strong-willed wizards woke up before they did their hands, and uttered harsh screams. Some tried to stop these people from self-harm, but the wizards who fell into the illusion obviously did not give them a few hard shots outside their palms and eyeballs. They can't wake up. They will even attack the people who prevent them from doing so, and then do their unfinished work without hesitation. Different from the previous performance when the number of Death Eaters was too small, the red blood of these victims gathered under their feet and quickly changed color, and finally turned into a huge black and red vortex under the altar, and the surroundings seemed to be also all were covered with a hazy black and red smoke. The victims' magic robes fell to the ground, and the bounced black blood sticky substance splashed onto the skin, chilling to the bones. With the low spells murmured on the ground, these darker and darker blood began to float slowly towards the ceiling in different sizes and shapes. Like black rain, it swirled upward in the direction of the vortex under the wizard's feet, and drifted to a point under the ceiling on the top of the altar, continuously flowing towards the mark in the middle, and the air was filled with an unpleasant smell of blood. Voldemort's sharp gaze swept over the wizards who had freed themselves from the illusion, and he made a gesture to Lucius beside him. Lucius understood, took a few steps forward, clasped his hands in front of the moon and raised his head arrogantly like a peacock. "Lucky gentlemen and ladies, now the benevolent master has given you a chance, so that you can be lucky enough to join the Dark Lord." Rudolph and Bella walked slowly around the wizards with their icy eyes. Some wizards who were already fidgeting, but more flexible in mind, crawled over and knelt under Voldemort's feet, desperately expressing their loyalty. But if he hesitated a little, Bella and Rudolph's, who walked by their side, would cut their arms in an instant, gouging out their right eye, and a scream of screams rang out in the temple. "This lunatic! Inhumane! This guy is irrational. Those idiots think they can live with these fanatics. I curse you!" These suffering wizards cursed loudly, and even issued a vicious curse under the unbearable pain. "You filthy bastard! How dare you say that? Bellatrix screamed. She looked terrifying and crazy, heart cut. Suddenly a more terrifying and prolonged scream came, and the other Death Eaters followed up with a vicious curse, and tortured the wizards who were rude to the Dark Lord. These poor people who had just been crippled were confined in place, letting blood drip to the ground, lumped into a ball and flowed towards the mark in the middle like life. Crazy. Voldemort raised his pale hand, and the Death Eaters stopped tormenting. The most benevolent thing in the world is that people's thinking cannot fully understand their own ideas. And the magic world is full of ignorance. Voldemort's the tone was very light and the tone was surprisingly calm, but meeting his calm gaze made people feel that he was extremely crazy and terrifying. He hissed, "Crazy? Maybe, but it's not a curse." With his weak five senses, you pretend that you understand something you don't understand. For you, reason is the curse. No one dared to comment on this except for the terrible utterance and wailing. As sacrifices, the severed hands and eyeballs of the wizards had all fallen to the ground, and the blood flow gradually covered the entire altar. Suddenly, the entire room suddenly began to tremble as if it were alive. The wizard who was still standing struggled to maintain his own figure, and the shamans who kneeled or collapsed on the altar due to injuries also shook in resonance with the altar. The Death Eaters all cast their gazes on the door leading to Vinna's heart, but as time went by, everyone's eyes widened and a sense of anxiety accumulated in their hearts. This movement seemed to stop at the altar, and the stone door in the room where the treasure was hidden still remained silent, standing indifferently on the spot, showing no sign of opening. Voldemort's eyes flashed red and became more fierce, and his two slit-like nostrils widened. He suddenly turned his head to look at Rudolph's, and was about to ask the guilt. Then, his snake-like face suddenly turned aside, and the one was intact. His red eyes, erect pupils like cats, looked coldly at the gate of another world that suddenly appeared out of thin air in the temple and was completing its realization. MentalNovel.com. The noisy Death Eaters in the hall held their hands, breathed, and watched in horror at the familiar scene that brought them fear again. "When I find out who betrayed me, I will make him regret living in this world." Voldemort realized that at his critical moment, this troublesome kid just appeared behind them, meaning his victor. The eyes bulged in the eye sockets, and he scanned the Death Eaters on the field suspiciously, which made his face look even more terrifying. "Stop him. Use actions to prove your loyalty." Three awe-inspiring and heavily armed metal golems rushed out of the door of the alien world aggressively. The carved plate armor on them was very complicated and exquisite, and they looked very mighty. The tall body and the black iron armor shining with cold light made people daunted, and the heavy running sound made people feel that they even shook the ground. Behind the three metal golems, Voldemort's familiar yet palpitating figure appeared. "I will tell you a happy Halloween in advance, Tom." The reptile pupils in the decorative orb-like evil Longan on the wizard whose face was blocked by the shadow of the hood, after focusing on the different victims in the room, all stared at once. Voldemort, who was standing tight all over, said, "I have to take the guests you forcibly invited over to go back to Halloween." "Hold him. This kid will bring his helper when he is scared. When I come out of the room is when we counterattack." The unspeakable sense of urgency and fear made Voldemort roar, and with a hint of excitement, he changed from Melon's previous style of making trouble for him a few times alone to bring a helper. Judging the other party's fear of being enhanced by Vic's artifact, he suddenly laughed wildly. "Brah, Lucius, Alecto, don't close the stone gate, follow me." We blasted the wall directly in. Chapter 1211. Heart. Many Death Eaters around saw the three people behind their master, unconsciously showing envy. At this time, they were called away by the master, indicating that these few of them are the master's real trustworthy confidant, or the master will not. There is no trust in anyone, but he thinks they will not threaten him or be useful. Snape glanced in the direction of Voldemort with his empty, indifferent eyes like two dark tunnels, then turned his head back to look at Alan, and began to cast his expert saga on Alan without a shadow, but in the golems when resisted, The invisible spell only made a metal crash on the metal shell. Yaxley had a bitter face. Forced to helplessly, he summoned a body full of barbs and long thorns, and his face was full. Many tentacles, small snake-like whiskers, and even the barb devil with barbed spines on the tail. At this time, Voldemort strode directly to the stone door, but he decisively gave up continuing to study how to open the door, and instead focused on the stone wall next to the door. Vecna's eye suddenly released a continuous red blood vessel-like ray, which hit the wall with violent swiftness. At the same time, he raised the Vecna's hand and stroked it towards the wall, trying to violently destroy the protective demon on the wall. Curse. The other Death Eaters made similar choices as Yaxley, or used some magic to summon the devil they learned from their masters, or threw big dung bombs at Alan. After so long, the Death Eaters have already understood Alan's strength. They are very sure that they even if the current owner is not Alan's opponent, so they do not have the same loyal but stupid Snape that they consider to be. Took the initiative to cast magic on Alan himself. If he was attracted, it was a question of going to see Merlin in person. And what supports these Death Eaters' resolute resistance is that it is now well known in the wizarding world around the world that the Dark Lord possesses Horcrux and not only one. In other words, even if Voldemort is weak against Harris, he cannot be truly killed. Just like Alan's previous attacks, he couldn't do this no matter how much he had the upper hand. These Death Eaters knew that if they escaped now, even if they succeeded, the owner who was waiting for him would use the mark of Death Eaters to find it, go to them and settle accounts with them, and the consequences are much more dangerous than they need to take now. Of course, the most important thing is that Alan is obviously not here as visiting his home like the previous few times. Today he brought the glum to show that after the owner had 2 Vix artifacts, I also felt tricky and fearful, and now, as long as they hinder a little bit, after the owner has the 3rd one, they may really lead them to turn defeat into victory. The 3 metal golems started from 3 directions and moved outward to attack the unclosed alien door. The Death Eater curse crackled on them, colliding with sparks or corroding the green mist from the strong acid. Can't stop them, and the metal golem in the far left immediately fought back. After it got close for a certain distance, its sculpted plate helmet head was about the mouth, and a large fan-shaped spray was ejected from the gap. Strong acid venom spilled on those summons and the Death Eaters behind them. Caught off guard, these guys were sprayed head and face the demon of the abyss. They are very resistant to such attacks. Their demon skin is a product of adapting to this similar environment, but their summoners, those wizards, are not so lucky. They wailed and covered their cheeks that were immediately corroded. They had to give up casting spells and started pointing their wands at themselves to cleanse the venom and heal their wounds. Unfortunately, I lost my wand because my eyes were blinded, and I was unable to remove the acid in a short time and killed myself. After the strong acid corroded their skin and flesh, they entered the skull, and finally trembled irregularly that looked terrifying. Next, they turned their brains into a paste. The weapons in the hands of these golems kept slashing away at the demons summoned by these Death Eaters, and more Death Eaters backed away. Kang crashing, the stone brick on the wall burst open, revealing a big hole. Damn Rudolphs, wasted so much of our time. Not to mention the signs of collapse, there are no cracks. Bella roared sharply. Shut up. Voldemort didn't care about anger. He pushed Elxo Carlo in first. Idiot, move. Then followed the pace of Alexto, who was forced to open the road, and took Lucius and Bellatrix rushed in. On the side of the altar, Ellen watched indifferently as Voldemort hurriedly led the 3 Death Eaters into the secret room. After the golems opened their positions to give Ellen the casting space, he almost casually raised his hand to cast the spell, began to show its crushing strength. Whenever the Death Eaters or the summoned demons standing in front of him were simply and rudely knocked into the air, burned to ashes, or frozen into ice and shattered in place, the magical energy turned those eyeballs on the ground, The severed hands burst out and scattered everywhere. Principal Harris, please help us. Please don't do it. We were intimidated by mysterious people just now. Praise Ravenclaw. Alan let the few who ran out of the Death Eaters, and the wizards who had passed the verification of his dementia came to the safe place. He heard the call for help from the altar and frowned at the wizard hostages who were being sacrificed in blood. The victor's emblem on it also made him fall into a short-lived illusion, but he got rid of it almost instantly. From the thing in front of him, he was suspiciously aware of the power that had been radiated from the of Death or Luna, although not all the same. Gentlemen and ladies, please hold on again. Alan gently exhorted, and then one person cast multiple shadows to divide himself into three, one of which cooperated with the other three golems to attack and continue to open a hole in that room's secret room moved forward, and he and another clone teleported to the altar. Alan's body began to stop bleeding one by one for the wizards who had suffered severed hands and gouged eyes according to the severity of their injuries. Novel.com and the clone began to the hostages to ensure that they were on the altar and the unclosed alien door. The room can be passed smoothly. This made the Death Eaters who were confronting Alan breathe a sigh of relief. Since Alan Harris chose to take the lead in rescuing the wastes that are no longer useful, he left more time for the owner and allowed them. The pressure required is not so fatal. Alex noticed that Rudolph's next to Alan's eyes were full of disdain, and Snape also started to cast obstructive spells from a direct attack. He understood the thoughts of the man whose wife cheated and the old man before him. The intention of the bat, Yaxley also more optimistically guessed. If before Harris had not hit the door, the owner would have come out with the three hallows. The mysterious man and his three men who entered the treasure room where the artifact was located, their breathing involuntarily increased a little at this time. Their conjectures and efforts were not in vain. What the Dark Lord had hoped for was that dry heart. Just like the original situation of the prosthetic limb, it was being supported by almost exactly the same soft cushion, covered by a magic crystal cover carved with complex magic patterns, and placed quietly in the middle of this small dark room. Whether it was Voldemort's intact red eye, or the eye of Vecna, which seemed to be connected by thousands of red blood, it was fixed in this fist-sized, shriveled dark purple heart. This thing called Vecna's heart looks as if the blood in the heart has been emptied, and the heart is compressed, resting quietly on the soft cushion. And the first two Vecna's eyes and Vecna's the hand of now is the same as before it was placed on the human body. It didn't seem to have any ups and downs and vitality, and there was no trace of magic on it. HTTPS. Genius remembers this site address in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL, Chapter 1212. A heart with a strong desire to survive. Bea's expression was even more fanatical than his master himself. She looked at the back of the tall and hairless Dark Lord beside her, screaming in her heart, as long as the master puts on that heart, it is time to fight back. Lucius' breathing was also a little short. His lips pursed, and the finger bones holding the wand turned blue. Alecto half turned around, gritted his teeth fiercely and cursed Amicus. When the master takes us out, he can take revenge for you. You look at me and I will pay you back thousands of times. To Alan Harris. In the secret room, Voldemort used his magic wand to click on his Vecna prosthesis, and cast an extra protection spell for himself. And he was ready to open this style, and the magic pattern on it was exactly the same as the Vecna's hand. His magic crystal cover was similar to the prosthetic limbs he took before. The trap energy contained in the cover instantly entangled his arm, like countless black silkworms spreading upward on his arm, but quickly absorbed by this prosthesis. Voldemort cast a divination spell when he touched it, proving that the hood had spent 1,000 years here peacefully without being moved. This situation made Voldemort nod in satisfaction, and through him he used his pale palm to directly grab the withered heart, and the palm of the hand was turned, and the heart was placed in his palm. Outside, in addition to the screams of the monsters and demons who summoned them at the beginning, the wailing of those Death Eaters became louder and louder. Master, they don't seem to be able to stop it. Alexto, a sturdy little woman, yelled anxiously. The voice is approaching, the mobs can't stop Alan Harris. Lucius' pale cheeks were set with a pair of eyes. His expression hesitant, as if his voice was hoarse because of excessive anxiety. Trash, those Rudolphs didn't try their best. Bella shouted sharply, pulling out her wand and planning to rush out to defend the last line of defense. Stop, Bella. Voldemort glanced at his heart and then at the small Alxo Carlo. Alecto, you go and seal the door. Then he twisted his mouth without lips, grimly opened up and said, Lucius, Bella, stay here to serve your master. I will block him. Master, Alecto Carlo shouted hoarsely. Although she clearly understood that she was not Ellen's opponent, she also decided to stop him with power, with a trace of tension and fear. More, the power to avenge the tragic death of her brother supported her by pulling out her wand and rushing to the entrance of the cave, where she began to use black magic and unskilled polymorphism to create traps and obstacles in front of the door. Lucius and Bellatrix saw that Voldemort did not speak, but the situation was more urgent. They bowed their heads submissively and reminded, Master, help your masters change their hearts. Your masters need to cast spells to maintain their vitality in this process. Voldemort said softly, the command in his tone is beyond doubt. This is the glory I bestow on you, and bestow to witness your masters rise again. Glory. Lucius leaned forward, and looked sideways at Bella, who showed an expression of excitement that could not be added. Then, he looked at Voldemort's gaze, causing his snake face to twist, and his sight was on himself and his sister-in-law. Wandering between people, the sounds of fighting, explosions, collisions, wailing and shouting got closer, and Alecto still seemed to want to urge, but in the end he didn't dare to teach Voldemort to do something. But this did not prevent everyone in the room from being aware of this. Master, look. Lucius glanced at the dry Vecna's heart and said eagerly, Master, I will cut your original heart for you, and Bella will replace it for you. For reference, it seems that it will take a while before the artifact is fully functional. I can go over and help Alxo. Then Bella will stay here by the way to take care of you. Lucius increased the volume. Master, please lead us after completion. Complete a great counterattack and bring us back to our homeland. Hearing Lucius backing down, Bella nodded with satisfaction and looked at Voldemort more enthusiastically. She was able to personally put on the artifact for her most noble master and complete the most critical final step. She seemed to be shaking with excitement. Your loyalty will be rewarded. Voldemort squinted his eyes, turned his victor's hand, and placed the upper heart in front of Bella. Bella bent her knees. She was so excited that she almost wanted to kneel down. Her voice tightened with excitement. Master, this is Bella's great honor. Lucius drew out his wand and looked up at Voldemort questioningly again. Voldemort stretched out a slender and pale finger, pulled open his robe, revealing the position of his heart, and then, Vecna's hand on his body turned over to point to himself. Don't waste time. Lucius felt the position of the heartbeat of the Dark Lord's chest with one hand, and with the other hand raised his wand with a viper head attached to the handle of the stick, which was shaped like a cane grip wand. The energy of S emerged from the tip of the staff, and then, like manipulating a scalpel, carefully opened a hole in front of Voldemort Moon. The bone heads in the chest of the black demon are like alive themselves, with their legs open like a reptile, like a centipede, and their heart is directly exposed in the air, beating quickly. Voldemort's whole body was also shrouded in scarlet light, as if countless red rays gushing out from Vecna's hand. The life force previously absorbed and stored that had not been digested by it flowed around its host. During the whole heart exchange process, Voldemort must be very focused. He needs to maintain such a spellcasting state to maintain his life and prevent blood from gushing from the wound of the heart and aorta that is being cut by Lucius. Immediately afterwards, the heart full of vitality belonging to Voldemort himself was cut and extracted by Lucius with a spell. Under Lucius' control, it floated into the magic crystal box lid that was lifted before. In the middle, the freshly plucked heart seems to be as afraid of death as Voldemort's character. It is still pulsating in it with a strong desire to survive, spraying the residual blood in the ventricle everywhere. And Bella on the side hurriedly held the victor's heart, adjusted the general direction a little, and was ready to stuff her master and her father's chest into the chest. But suddenly, an explosion sounded outside the wall of this secret room. There are some broken bricks and lime falling. Guarding at the door, Alecto let out a piercing scream. She was splattered with blood and raised the wand in her hand high, sending out a green light, but some flames followed. The ceiling rushed into the secret room, and several curses followed, exploding the ceiling from being burned. Lucius swiftly used the iron armor curse to block Voldemort's front. The broken stones that almost hit the three of them were bounced away. Alecto, keep the door. Rudolph's, you idiot. Don't set the fire. And Alex, worry about your thunderbolt exploding. Carlo did not argue, and did not match the not-so-smart image given by the small and strong, and used the reprimand to push the blame. Do nothing. And Voldemort's terrifying cheeks became more and more hideous. The interruption just now almost made him fail to cast the spell, who was suffering and the life force was fading, but at this time he was speechless. But the spell that was trying his best to sustain life made him immaculate. To vent his anger, he just used Vecna's eyes, which seemed to have cracked the skin around his eyes and bulged in the eye sockets, staring fiercely at the interrupted and readjusting Victor's heart. Bella, what are you doing? Hold Bella firmly. The future of the Malfoy family is now in your hands. Lucius reprimanded at this critical moment. But Bella, who consciously failed her owner's trust, did not dare to refute Lucius' disrespectful behavior. She did not dare to neglect, holding up Vic's heart, acting carefully and gently, as if she was caring for the best in the world. Treasure, but he quickly put his heart into the hole in front of Voldemort's moon, put his hand into it, and began to try to make this dry heart contact the blood vessels of those arteries. It's done. Bella, take care of the master. Lucius saw this, with a relaxed expression on his face full of joy, and immediately clenched his wand as if rushing to the door, but in a hurry he forgot to put down the glass jar. They ran to the door together. Damn. It's all so close. Alecto, he'll go outside to draw the golem away. You quickly put on the super iron armor to seal the door. HTTPS. Genius remembers this site address in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 1213 Bloody Tears. Voldemort and Bella didn't care about Lucius' actions. He just nodded to Lucius at random as a response. But the actual attention was all focused on maintaining his life-saving spells and the Vecna's heart in his chest. Above, that shriveled Vecna's heart is the hope of victory and counterattack. However, compared with the previous visions that occurred after the installation of Vecna's eye and Vecna's hand, this time it was calm, as if the heart really didn't have any magic. Voldemort continued to release the vitality in Vecna's hands to maintain his life. Every second of this waiting was a torment, and he even tried to lower his head several times to see if something changed in silence. But as he leaned over for the last time, the Vic's heart in his chest suddenly fell from the hole and rolled to the ground. Bella, who was not prepared for feeling like Voldemort, still had a smile on her face, so she threw forward reflexively, caught the heart, and looked at the withered, silent heart. Panic accumulated in her heart, but it did not delay her attempt to put it back. Voldemort, who had realized that something was wrong, raised his head with a face of fear, and wanted to call his men to put their original heart back and use magic to heal them and resettle the plan. But there was no trace of Lucius in the place where he looked up. After a brief astonishment, Voldemort suddenly realized in horror, who was the traitor in his hands. He was the most in the past few years. One of the trusted men, Lucius Malfoy, betrayed him. When Voldemort's life and death were at stake, his reason regained the usual chaos. His thoughts flashed through everything clearly, and he understood that this was a trap from the beginning. All information about Vecna's artifact, whether direct or indirect, was provided by Lucius Malfoy. There is no doubt that the first two messages are true, but the most deadly Vecna's heart is a fake, and the planner behind this is undoubtedly the Alan Harris outside. He received Lucius, the traitor's report, knew the news that he was about to succeed, and then got stuck at this time and rushed over so accurately to put pressure on himself. The purpose is to let himself not have time to distinguish between true and false, like testing the eyes of Vecna. So I don't have time to use Alecto Carlo to change his heart first. For example, when Alan Harris said when he drove away Dumbledore, he had gone back to ancient times and met the founder. It was almost 1,000 years ago. In Voldemort's hairless head, he keenly swiftly passed these messages to the one before him. He roughly verified that the time-existing fake was matched, and he also understood that Lucius had already ran out with his original heart, and ran to find his new owner, Alan Harris. Alan Harris was counting on me thousands of years ago. Alan Harris was counting on me thousands of years ago. Alan Harris calculated me thousands of years ago. Voldemort's hairless scalp began to numb, and his brain kept yelling this voice to himself. Under the influence of the mental blow and the current life force passing through the wound, his tall body was shaking and unable to stand. Bellatrix hurriedly carried Voldemort with her body. She looked blankly at her pale face, like a broken doll, as if she would completely lose her life and weak breath at any time. Voldemort was like grabbing a life-saving straw at this time. Placing his gaze on the chest of the witch in front of him, he forced his prosthetic limbs to maintain the life-saving spell, and his own left hand began to reach Bellatrix's chest. That's where her heart is. But the daughter of the Black family, the daughter-in-law of the Lestrange family, and the mistress of the Dark Lord showed horror. Knowing the Dark Lord, she understood the Master's plan to use her heart to continue her life. But she did not intend to escape and just help. He stayed in place, quietly waiting for the fate to come. But suddenly, Bellatrix's resignation expression became confused. While supporting Voldemort, she moved her eyes back and forth between the black mark on her arm and her master's distorted face. Master, why did you notify me twice? Let me go to the United States and Bulgaria. Bellatrix Lestrange, who was supporting Voldemort, asked quietly. Master, is the door not guarded? Alecto Carlo asked loudly at the door. What? Voldemort asked strenuously in Bellatrix's arms. Outside the door, except that the altar was protected by the life force sacrificed by the victims, whether it was the statue or the room itself, or even two of the summoning demons and the three golems. They had already spread themselves in pieces. On the floor, in some places where monsters gathered before, it can even be said that the bottom plate was covered with a carpet of flesh and blood, and the devil carried the corrosive blood to make the whole room stinky. In contrast, after Alan focused mainly on treating the hostages, the Death Eaters didn't get much. However, the expressions that the Death Eaters felt that victory was in sight because of the delay for so long, they became apprehensive. They pressed their arms, like flies with no head and no brain, at a loss. Master has run. Has left? Exclamation mark. The action failed. The Master went to Bulgaria. Nonsense. The Master let us go to America. Feeling the call from both the United States and Bulgaria, these Death Eaters yelled, thinking that the owner was afraid that the action had failed. They became more and more panicked. Many people had directly started apparition and began to escape. In the corner of the room, a figure flashed past and began to rush towards the door of the secret room covered by the armored body. In the corner, there was a wizard with light golden long hair holding a glass cover trying to stop him. Rudolph S. Don't go in. Follow me. Alecto, let me in. Is Bella still inside? Exclamation mark. Rudolph shouted at Alecto Carlo, but found out that she started to make shields directly and cast flames to reconcile after she was dazed. Curse. Did the Master fail? Yaxley couldn't understand the situation at all. He looked at the secret room where the Master was in horror, and found that the door had been filled with super iron armor and could not see the state inside. So he started yelling at the blonde wizard beside him. Lucius, when did you come out? What happened to the Master? Why did you appear in two places at the same time? Master has failed, Lucius exclaimed anxiously. Run for your life. The final illusion was broken. After Lucius confirmed the speculation about the outcome of the action, The Death Eaters gasped. Snape glanced at the colleague and friend with a vague expression, and turned black. The fog dissipated in place. After Snape's actions, the remaining Death Eaters, including Yaxley, gave up and continued to fight, and immediately chose to follow their master, and left at random after choosing a direction they all understood. If Alan came down from the altar, they would not be able to go. You are reading www.uukanzu.com. Secret Room. Bellatrix heard the shouts outside the cave and her husband's questioning, saw the fire from the entrance of the cave, and felt the sound of fighting outside became smaller. She closed her eyes, but her voice was firm. Said, "Master, do it." Voldemort, who had already parted his attention and felt that his arm imprint was hot and summoned, did not seem to have heard him at all. Just now he felt that he had understood the other party's calculations. At this time, he felt that he really understood. I don't know when his Horcrux had actually been resurrected, and it was mostly Alan Harris' handwriting. His anger, fear and despair made him tremble. And Voldemort's intact red eye, because the capillaries in the eyeballs began to rupture due to this emotion and the long-term maintenance of high-strength spells. I hardly cried when I was a child and solved various problems on my own. The corners of Voldemort's eyes turned into tears because of the oozing blood. Then, Voldemort, who felt more and more suffocated and dull, heard the phrase "Master has failed" shouted by Lucius outside, and finally could no longer maintain his spell and wait, and suddenly turned to Bella. Fell aside. Bellatrix just felt light on her body and empty in her hands. The owner she half-wrapped and half-wrapped in her arms seemed to have no weight. She opened her eyes in horror. What she saw was that she looked like Biling. The owner, who was still weaker in physical condition, only shadow and steam were left, and the emptiness seemed to be blown away by the wind at any time. And the expression of this mist-like thing was extremely distorted and sad. And Vecna's hand and Vecna's eye had returned to their previous dry appearance without exuding any magical power, and they fell quietly not far from the heart. HTTPS. Genius remembers this site address in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 1214 left gently, just as he came gently at the time Bellatrix was at a loss. Voldemort's phantom slammed into her body after making some silent screams to no avail, and fell into her body. She shouted, "Master, don't resist. Let me enter your heart and mind." Voldemort's extremely annoyed voice finally passed to Bellatrix's heart, which calmed her a lot. Rudolph Lestrange at the entrance of the cave also broke in at this moment. He pushed down Alex Tocalo, who was still in a daze, to let her clear the way. And then he saw the front and back with joy, facing his wife standing in the room, but only a few seconds later, his expression changed to horror. Bella, behind Rudolph's wife Bellatrix's head, the black brown curly hair fell off a lot, revealing a pale scalp inside, and the scalp was on the back of the head. Suddenly a face appeared. The color of that face was as dead white as chalk. One red eye was emitting light, and the other eye was dry and cracked with a black hole above it. Under such a hideous and terrifying face, his two slender nostrils like snakes. "Bella, you idiot, pick up Vecna's hands and eyeballs. Take me away from here." A hissing sound came from the back of Bellatrix's head, and Voldemort's tone was impatient. It didn't sound at all. "It's like a human being." "Ah, yes, Master." "Forgive me." The Black Witch, who had reacted in a state of absent-mindedness, subconsciously responded without fully grasping it, and then squatted on the ground hurriedly and started to pick up Vecna's hand and Victor's eyes, but they just had to hold them in their arms before they got up in a hurry. The sound of a beast that appeared out of thin air seemed to explode in the hearts of everyone in the room. Bellatrix, who was crawling on the ground, saw a pair of pale male feet. He was wearing Greek-style leather sandals that were completely out of season in autumn and winter, and the sound of that sturdy voice was in the hands of the owner of these feet. The cobra-shaped cane leaned on the ground. The female Death Eater with a bald head raised her head. She only felt that the person in front of her looked like an aggressive ram. The bridge of the nose on the light skin was very straight, The lips were closed and the lines on the sides of the nose. It makes him look very stern and inaccessible. And the most frightening thing is the unforgettable big yellow eyes, just like the legendary basilisk, although not as dead as a basilisk. But Bellatrix was paralyzed in place. The wizards in and outside the room felt this faint coercion. This suppression made their backs tense, felt the blood flow squeezed. Their heads were a little dizzy, and the hairs all over their bodies stood up. The talents of prophecy are clamoring to warn them of this dangerous approach. Bellatrix wanted to hold the magic wand tightly, but found that she couldn't even control a finger, which also made her understand why her husband didn't respond again. Everyone in the room was lost. The ability to act autonomously was paralyzed and locked in place. The elderly man in front of him began to walk towards the doorway without anyone else. The long white hair under his bald head swayed slightly as he walked, but after walking a few steps outside the door, he suddenly stopped, and his crutches slammed on the ground with a stern sound. The chest that had not been undulating seemed to sigh. After a sigh of relief, he turned his head, and Rudolph's, who was looking at him, suddenly jumped in his heart. Then he saw that the other party raised the hand with the large silver ring and shook it in front of him, and he fell into a muddle. Alecto, who was pushed to the ground just now, still couldn't move. She watched Rudolph's in horror as if she had lost her will to stand up, and followed like a servant who looked like an old wizard, but had the inability to move, behind the frightening monster who speaks of power, and to her fortunately, the other party's attention does not seem to be on her at all, as if she is dust on the ground. Voldemort, behind Bellatrix's head, was the most sober of the few people present except the old man. But he had distorted his face and now he became more distorted. He seemed to be struggling to get away from himself. The mistress escaped from her body, but was trapped in her body. At the back of Bellatrix's head, a raised bag bulged, then retracted, and a round bag bulged in another place. It seemed that something was trying to rush out, but it was tightly blocked by the skin, and she couldn't break free, unable to break through her skin and rush out. After that, just like this old man dressed in grease, he left gently, just as he came gently. Before he left, he waved his sleeves and took away Rudolph's and Bellatrix and Voldemort behind her. Alecto regained her ability to move in an instant, and her gaze fell on the Vecna's heart that was left on the ground. Thinking of Alan Harris just outside the door, the fire of desire to avenge her brother was uncontrollable, igniting also, making her forget the fear, and her eyes were red, and then she went crazy. Pounced at Vecna's heart on the ground in the secret room. He knelt down on the ground. His black Death Eater-style magic robe was soaked with the blood that had just flowed to the ground from her master Voldemort. Alecto was unwilling to fail like this and ran away dingy, and gritted his teeth and cursed, "Damn it, blame Bella for being too slow." Either the master's heart was dug out and the victor's heart was placed for too much time, or it was the ghost of the old man just now that caused the master to fail. End. Finding the last life-saving reason for his revenge career, Alecto grabbed the shriveled Vecna's heart, which was also stained with the blood of the Dark Lord, and disappeared into the room. But compared to going to Bulgaria or colleagues in the United States on the road, she just let herself move to the ground of the temple, into the temporary barracks. Merlin bless. When the witch of the Carlo family finished speaking, she did not hesitate to dig her chest with the wand in her hand. She couldn't deform her ribs like Voldemort, but she could only break them arrogantly. Then use healing as before to repair. 30 seconds later, the heart that was ripped off by Alecto herself fell to the ground with the spray of blood. With the support of wanting revenge, she used the last of her strength to push Vecna's heart into her bloody chest, and then her whole body fell backwards, even though her movements were fast enough. The so-called divine tool remained silent. The witch of Carlos' family was lying in her own blood. Her cheeks seemed to be sunken due to excessive blood loss, and her eyes were full of fear. Her vitality was trying to escape from her grasp. She used the last bit of strength to stretch herself out. She tried to correct the position of the heart in her chest, but it hadn't been completed yet, and the last bit of life had completely left her body. After her hand fell on her chest weakly, she began to slowly become stiff, until she swallowed her last breath. The apprentice she believed in, who was actually her enemy, did not show any kindness to her. HTTPS. Genius remembers this site address in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL, Chapter 1215. Look at a few minutes ago, at the time when the Death Eaters had just received 2 Voldemort's summons to escape. Alan's clone is on the high platform, slowing down the transfer of the hostage wizards as sacrifices. After their wounds have been released from their spiritual control, they can stop the bleeding, although for the part that has been sacrificed, because this was caused by black magic rituals, it couldn't grow back on things like bone spirits. Your destiny will inevitably be ups and downs, and the pain will eventually pass. I am very sad and ashamed of what everyone is encountering now. I took Tom out of the UK, and he was able to act recklessly in Europe, but hesitated cool. I couldn't kill him completely because of the lack of cooperation from J and others, and because of some problems between the Ministry of Magic. I couldn't have the energy to protect everyone. I feel very sorry, Alan said in a low voice, looking at the hostages. The black hole is missing the eye socket and the broken arm, and the look in his eyes seems to contain endless sadness and self-blame. Behind this portal is Hogwarts floating city. For safety reasons, I did not let my people follow me. Come here in the first time. It seems like you don't need to do this now. But please don't worry, they are on the other side and will take good care of you and treat you. I promise you will be given due compensation. Let the innocent wizard suffer this kind of ordeal. Please don't blame yourself on Mr. Harris, you are our savior. Yes, my own German Ministry of Magic is simply a bunch of trash. They didn't rescue us like you, Mr. Harris. I swear these idiots may not even be sure of my disappearance. When the Death Eaters killed moles, I didn't say anything, because I was not someone who couldn't do magic. Then they were robbing pure blood and banks. I didn't say anything because I'm not a rich person. I didn't expect them to start deal with me. Fortunately, there is Principal Harris. For Ellen, who rescued their nightmare hell, the gratitude of these wizards is indescribable. Although this is not a place to express gratitude, they don't understand why Ellen can come directly to the door, but Ellen is there, as if giving these wizards an infinite sense of security. They were almost expressing their gratitude to Alan and their resentment towards the incompetence of their country's Ministry of Magic in all kinds of words they could think of. Mr. Malfoy, come here. Alan waved at the corner of the temple, and Lucius had to walk out of the shadow. He was holding the lid of the magic crystal box in which Voldemort had stopped a beating heart. It was the hostages who were still present who immediately recognized Lucius as one of the Death Eaters from his outfit, and many people were personally tortured by him. These wizards were immediately enveloped in huge anger and fear. They cursed directly at Lucius, and some even cursed him loudly. More wizards babbled loudly to remind Alan that the wizard who appeared in front of them was a terrifying dark wizard, evil eating to death. Only the temple was very noisy for a while, and Lucius was reprimanded by so many people, and he could not help but look a little flustered with his proud expression. Please calm down, everyone, if you trust me. Alan raised his voice. Although he did not continue to shout, many people still stared at Lucius angrily. The one you see in front of you, wizard, he is indeed a Death Eater. His name is Lucius Malfoy. He is the head of the Malfoy family, one of the 28 pure-blooded families in the UK. But he is not just a Death Eater. Alan paused. He still has the most important identity, that is, as my spy, he has been lurking around Voldemort with humiliation, and has provided me with a lot of important information. The wizards in the field were all astonished, looking at Lucius. He didn't expect Alan to have spies installed beside Voldemort. All the hateful behaviors he did to you are a last resort, all to achieve the more important purpose he has. But today's situation. Alan reached out and made an introduction gesture. It was because he realized that your situation was urgent. He risked being found and executed by the Dark Lord, and temporarily notified me of this, so that I could determine the location and come and save people. Hearing Alan's words clearly, the gratitude for him was flowing in his heart. But Lucius' anger and inconsistency remained on his face, and the expressions of the hostages suddenly became a little distorted and uncomfortable. Lucius' expression also seemed a little surprised. He did not expect that Alan would introduce him in public, nor did he expect that he would tell him in public. Because of this, his expression changed because of his guess. It's a bit exciting. Alan gave everyone a reaction time before continuing. You see that there is no heart in his glass cover. This Mr. Malfoy is very good. Just now he successfully made. Suddenly, a coercion radiated from the doorway, interrupting Alan's conversation, and also stunned the wizards into speechlessness, like an animal encountering a natural enemy. This suppression made the wizards not even dared to have the thought of resistance, but felt that the muscles all over his body were tight, the blood flow was squeezed, and my mind was a little dizzy. Everyone, go to the portal, let us talk about something later. Alan's voice was heard clearly in everyone's ears, and you reading www.uukanzu.com also made them clearer. Alan, who has already judged what is in the doorway from the familiar divine power, is different from when he met him in the 5th grade. The memory caused phantom pain in 4 places on his cheek, but the later growth made him straighten his body without fear, took out the staff in his pocket, and faced himself to the secret room. The other hostages were grateful to Alan and thought it was Voldemort who came out to be a demon again. They understood that this was not a battle they could help, and they had confidence in Alan's strength, so they obediently helped each other. He walked into the door of another world and left. Just after the last hostage slipped away, Alan. A singing voice sounded in Alan's ears. Luna, who appeared in front of Alan, had only one foot wearing plush slippers, and the other delicate white bare foot stepped on the ground covered in blood. Oh, were you looking at me? Alan breathed a sigh of relief because of Luna's arrival. Luna's light grey eyes lifted lightly. I have been watching since you sang Moon River and shit. Don't talk nonsense at this time. Hearing this sentence in this atmosphere still broke Alan's tense nerves. He looked at the doorway and Lucius, who had not escaped, with some embarrassment. Lucius, you don't need to accompany you to go back soon. He should be leaving soon. Luna freezes in the secret room, because him here, when we are together, he knows he has no chance of winning if he is just an incarnation. Inside the doorway, it was as if I heard what the mad girl said. The power of the of death came and went quickly, and within half a minute, the atmosphere of the entire ruin was immersed, and the smell on the ground normally filled everyone's nasal cavity. HTTPS. Genius remembers this site address in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 1216. They don't charge Gingy Arlong, knowing that the other party had already left. Alan breathed a sigh of relief. He summoned the 3-eyed shadow raven to fly into the cave to safely investigate the situation on his own. Why is this guy coming to the mortal world again at this time? There is no one inside. Alan frowned. Bella took Tom and they ran away? Or is it Hagbo? Just for Tom? Because of you and me. Luna's ethereal voice was a little strange in the darkened temple. Wait, later. Alan's gaze swept over Luna's teaching, who had stepped on the blood pool that had become cold due to the weather. He untied his pockets, rummaged in it, and took out one on the silk handkerchief. The pale and slender fingers lightly tapped the silk handkerchief, turning it into a plush slippers of the same style as the one Luna originally wore. Lift up. You put your shoes on first. You'd better not catch a cold now to avoid the need to take potions. Alan leaned down and cast for Luna to clean up her feet, and put slippers on her feet. He let the fluff from the back wrap her heel to prevent her from catching a cold. He was a little moved and understood that Luna was getting up too quickly. Master, Lucius just relieved from the pressure of the incarnation of the of death just now. He reminded Alan in embarrassment of his own existence. His heart was full of anxiety and regret and surprise. It seemed that he had heard something that he shouldn't listen to. News, such as the name Hellbow just now. If he understands correctly, or if there is a second such powerful Hellbow, What Alan said just now is because he is one of the most powerful and influential dark wizards known to have a snake-like voice in history. He was also the first wizard to successfully create a Horcrux, perhaps the first to invent its production method, and the despicable Hellbow, the ancient Greek wizard who was the first to breed a basilisk. Oh, Lucius. Alan turned to look at Lucius, and he immediately stopped thinking, Master, this is the heart of the Dark Lord. Please forgive me. I didn't know the life and death of the Dark Lord because I didn't give him a chance to get the heart again. Lucius did not dare to ask more questions about the doubts in his heart, and bowed slightly. He saluted, and then handed over Voldemort's heart cover respectfully. This time you did a good job. You have worked hard. Alan took Voldemort's heart from Lucius' hand and put it in his pocket. He knew clearly in his heart that the opponent was obviously too afraid to get the heart. Immediately ran out. Without daring to look back behind him, Lucius' face from the hole Alan could see clearly. Very Malfoy's face. Exactly the same as his ancestors and sons in similar situations. Lucius lowered his head but let his eyes go up and glanced at Luna quietly. He felt that this strange girl from the Lovegood family who was obviously pregnant but dared to appear in such a place was really weird. Her temperament and strength are very different from what she had previously grasped. She used to show up with Alan and it was not obvious, at the time. He thought it was just Alan's skillful and courageous little mistress. Just happy. Thanks for your hard work, Lucius. You don't need to follow Tom again after this time. When I go back, I will let the media report on your heroic deeds. I will kill Voldemort so much once I think it will be enough to win you one. The Merlin medal is the first class. Its green ribbon will match your dressing style very well. Alan stared at Lucius. He can now break through a Clumense's panic and fully know what the other party thinks. The house I left for Malfoy on the floating city. I think you and Narcissa should move over to live there. Don't run around in a short time, in other places. I think even if I give you Karkaroff's in Durmstrang that kind of defensive force, I am afraid that it may not be safe to face an angry Tom. Lucius, who had already organized the language and wanted to report to Alan, stood in a daze when he heard the words, his lips murmuring and unable to speak for a while. Lucius, your spy career is over. Throw away all the gloom and ills and go back and prepare for a bright new life. Alan's tone rose slightly, and he patted Lucius on the shoulder. Hogwarts welcomes a family with a long history like you to join. Extremely. Lucius' voice changed a little, and the fingers hidden under the magic robe seemed to tremble slightly without his own control. The amber golden half-length hair dangled from his shoulders, and he turned his head. Alan noticed his eyes were even a little sore. Just to maintain the elegance and dignity of the Malfoy family, he took out a green silk kerchief and covered his already tightly pressed mouth. After depressing for a while, Lucius let his voice return to normal. Master, a very strange thing happened to me just now. After the Dark Lord dug out his heart, my Death Eater mark was received. The summons of 2 Dark Kings from the United States and Bulgaria. But when I was puzzled, the issuer of the model was the mysterious people, both mysterious people. These 2 places are at the same time calling us. That's why the Death Eaters just fled. Oh, the 2 Toms don't seem so crazy. They're a lot more cautious than I thought. What is one in America? Alan raised his eyes and touched his bare chin. Horcrux magic is a bit interesting. When life is in danger rather than when it is truly dead, can Horcrux perceive the state of the deity in advance? This caused Lucius' pupils to dilate a bit. What Alan meant. Was this part of his calculation of the Dark Lord? Is this what Alan did? Just getting one has little effect on reason and spirit. The one you encountered in the first grade was mine, Luna said in a daze, her eyes clearly on that altar. Lucius, who was shocking Harris Cunning, heard that Luna had made a Horcrux before Alan's first grade, and his heart was even more strange and alert. You know that Alan didn't show any talent at that time. And this little girl was able to make Horcrux herself before she even enrolled in school. Then Lucius realized that today this girl was transformed from Hogwarts Phantom. Yes, and such a transnational long-distance accurate phantom shift is enough to explain the opponent's strength, not to mention that she just heard it with her own ears. She can still notice the crisis facing Alan in the floating city, which shows that she is divination. The ability to predict is very clever. In addition, I have made Horcruxes and remembered the information from the random conversation between the two people just now, but the power that appeared in the secret room even made myself paralyzed in the shadows cannot beat the two of them. This loving good girl is definitely not as simple as she thought. Lucius thought of it, and it even made him a little bit annoyed. As the cunning head of a pure blood clan, he knew that hearing these secret messages was not a good thing. At this time, a few flashes of his mind suddenly flashed. The joke that many people regarded as nonsense a year ago. Some people said that the crazy girl is Ravenclaw himself. Alan and Luna looked at Lucius, who was thinking, with a smile on their faces. Their eyes seemed to have completely stripped off the defensive coat worn by his brain. Since there are two Toms, Lucius, then you have to work harder. Do you want to go to the United States or Bulgaria? I have to use the forgetting curse on the poor hostages behind the scenes that I just heard. It's a bit dangerous. The Death Eaters know that you provided Victor's information to Tom a lot of. These new two strengths are not as strong as the other, but they are a lot smarter. Quay, Lucius swallowed. He reacted. His pale complexion suddenly became paler and even greenish, and he almost wanted to slap himself in annoyance. Novel.com. Fear and regret overwhelmed him layer by layer. What kind of mouth I had. If I hadn't talked about receiving the summons of the two Dark Lords, I would have been able to go back to reunite with Narcissa and Draco, and leave this nightmare early. What's wrong with such a place? Don't talk too much. He won't hurt himself like he does now and fall into the abyss of spies. He really believed it. Luna's voice became a little pleasing with pleasure. Draco thinks in this way. I just made a joke with you. Alan's tone was also a little brisk. Master, let me go to America. I have something to do there. Lucius was so upset that he didn't hear clearly, and he nodded in response to what he thought Alan had urged. Then icy cold stuck to Lucius' forehead, which made him feel irritated. Alan was holding a bottle of red and white packaging that looked like a melon, stuck it on his forehead. The small drops of water above indicate that it is still frozen. Master? Lucius asked, and Alan stuffed the bottle of drink into his hand. Sorry, Lucius, I was just joking with you. Alan smiled. Go back, since it's completely washed out this time. These things will have nothing to do with you in the future. Don't touch them unless you really want to go back to work as an undercover agent. You go back first and take a sip of this drink. It's my personal favorite drink. Don't wait for me. Luna and I are still here with something to deal with. If you buy it yourself, remember to buy this Godric color packaging. Although this makes me unhappy, I have to admit that it tastes better than my color packaging. Luna also said seriously. Also remember to go to the bank to exchange some mole money. They don't charge Jinjialong. HTTPS. Genius remembers this site address in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 1217. Astral projection. After Lucius, who had never drunk carbonated drinks, was furiously burped and left, there were only two little wizards who had just performed pranks in the temple. Then there is no one now. Alan looked at the high platform. This altar doesn't feel like a fake guy. Some powers that don't belong to wizards, but they don't belong to you and Hellbow, because it is true. Luna drew a circle around her with her hand. Except for this room, everything else was made by me. I wrapped it up. If you need it, you don't need to go around such a big circle. Don't worry about it. Besides, it seems that no one has died this time. Alan found a reason and nodded with certainty. The magical criminal is indeed not like that. Moles are not so easy to get so many, and it is not easy to deal with it by yourself. At this time, he looked worried. But what is the purpose of this sacrifice? Luna raised her hand softly with her eyes and pointed at the Vecna statue that had been blown to pieces in the battle just now. Alan asked in surprise, Vecna? Speaking of which, he is dead, isn't he? How can he still accept the sacrifice? It is not easy for her to truly disappear. It will only truly disappear when everything in the world is forgotten. Luna's voice was called weird by this darkened temple, but it is indeed dead. Its consciousness and memory have been transformed into rocks and islands by the star realm. In this form, they will be forced to float in the star realm like hibernation. Based on the study of the Nether Scrolls, Alan has some preliminary understanding of this place. The star realm is the space between the faces. It is everywhere, everywhere, and it is probably the most unique place. It is a complete spiritual world. The spiritual power constitutes all things and everything. It is also called the soul of ground. In the strict sense, it is not a specific space, so it is not appropriate to call it a plant. This is a matter of philosophy. Your spirit sees the distance here, feels the space, and then you take it for granted, think this is an independent world. But in fact it is not. It has no space. It is separated from space and plane. It is a void sandwiched between the so-called real existence. Some wizards and scholars believe that the star realm is just the superfluous after the world has picked up. Part of it is that they are ethers, while some of the silent people of the Department of Mysteries, through the study of the astrology, believe that they are the background programs of the entire world, similar to the operating system, and they are not specific substances but affect every world. Regardless of which argument is correct, in short, the astral world links all world planes together, whether it is a spell that summons the devil and demon, or the gate of another world. Even if the summon is the essence of a powerful teleportation spell, it is used as a transit point for creatures to enter it for a short time to achieve the purpose of fast travel. Although this does not make him feel like he is in the realm of stars. And like the principle of the House of Request, it is also through it to realize this kind of independent space beyond the original world. The existence of divine power is essentially the embodiment of thinking, such as concepts, opinions, and the most important things for ordinary gods, faith. Faith is its power. Unlike me now, once the true loses this power, they will return to the spiritual realm of the astral world where everything is thinking. They will float here quietly, becoming almost forgotten memories, becoming an empty shell that once possessed terrible power. So death is not in the sense of mortals. The end of life. Luna stroked her belly and said, "They used to be the great beings that ruled the world, but now they have fallen here." So, this sacrifice is related to how you become a true god? Alan asked softly. So that is to say, if this concept and belief are reactivated and there is faith, such as Vic, then it may return to the world. Sounds like it's not too bad. Maybe you cannot become this true god. Maybe you can become this true god. Maybe it can be nothing. Luna's expression changed back to a trance. This form is not very reliable, and Hybo is almost not Hybo, so I have to take a closer look at the real guy myself. Why are those gods who escaped from this world not affected? Relying on this altar to learn the secret from Vecna? After learning the information, Alan sorted out some context and looked at these severed eyeballs on the ground. Sometimes we think of the mind as an unstoppable weapon, sometimes it turns it's a curse that we can't escape. Yes, this kind of probing the truth of God, it seems to be a taboo thing for the of death, and things that have a big connection with the true will be sensed by him. So he came over without preparation. Luna Golden, the long curly hair dangled behind him, and then reached out to pull Alan's pocket. But it also made me unprepared. I originally planned to wait until you all left before coming over, so I didn't have time to take the bag. You should have it in the bag. With that said, Luna simply put her head and upper body into her pocket and searched for it. Soon she had a silver stirring rod used to stir some special medicinal materials in the potions class, and she chose it from Alan's gems. A Hufflepuff gem with 30 even cow pills printed on it is actually a kind of Io stone. Astral projection? Find it along the altar that is still in contact with the dead Vecna. Alan understood Luna's plan in a flash. I'll let someone come over to guard it, or I'll see you. Look, I haven't really been there. I have to see with my own eyes. We can't go both. You can fight the incarnation of death, but they can't fight. If they can fight, we don't have to guard. Luna shook her head. I have been there myself. Over there, where there is no gravity, there is no up and down and left and right. Except for occasional gravity where the position changes, almost all areas are in a non-gravity state. Changing positions there is very simple. You can move when you think about it, even if your left half of the brain that can be used can also move fast there. There is no air but no breathing and no need to eat. Luna held the potion stirrer and gestured behind her head, watching Alan's expression softly. Don't worry about me. There is the world of thinking. Your intelligence and perception will replace your strength and agility. That is the world of thinking, and it can be regarded as my home court. Without a defense, Alan asked for details altogether. About how long? It won't be too long, Luna responded. In fact, the star realm has no real time, just like it has no real space. It feels the passage of time in it, but in fact it is just a kind of the illusion. No matter how long you stay there, there is no aging or decay, because time does not really pass, Luna said vaguely. But once the astral traveler leaves the astral world, it is like a time converter back to normal. The result after too long in the past is similar. All the lost time will immediately entangle him. I stayed in it for 30 years. In it, I am still the same as I am now, but when I come back, I will be over 40 years old. Because other worlds, at least most of the world's time-lapse rules are normal and there is no way to escape. But the regenerative ability of creatures like trolls will not be triggered. Fortunately, healing magic is still useful. Luna touched Alan's cheek, so don't worry. The two of us are different in our pursuit of power, and we both need to continue to take steps. Seeing Luna patiently explain to herself, knowing that she wanted to feel at ease, Alan didn't ask but changed her words. I won't let anything break the silver wire. Fortunately, very few things can destroy this silver thread. Luna nodded and put the silver rod between her ears and clamped it, then turned her wrist. The red zircon was held by her on the slender white palm. Then, Luna's long hair was windless, and red light radiated from the red zircon. As if attracted by Luna's hair, the silver rod came to the back of her head entangled by her hair, and then the silver rod quickly elongated, gradually turning into a thin silver thread, connected to Luna's back, the most central position of the butterfly bone. It is also the first time Alan has seen the cast of astral projections with his own eyes. Although he can also use this spell, he has no chance to use it. It is more of an idiom used when the ancient powerful wizards start their journey to death. One is recorded in some travel biographies. Astral projection can release Luna's soul from the physical body, and then allow her to completely project an astral body on another plane. Then she projected her astral self to the astral, while the original physical body remained in the original world. When Luna was in the astral world, her astral body and her original physical body were always connected by a silver thread. If this silver wire is broken, both your astral form and flesh will be killed. In theory, she can travel through the astral world indefinitely, and her body will be in a state of suspended animation and wait here until she decides to return the soul to the body, or until it is terminated by other external factors such as the silver thread is cut or Luna's body is destroyed. Untitled.novel.com. Luna opened her arms and made a hug in the face of Alan in the posture. Alan quickly stretched out his arms and opened them, but he didn't let him touch the other party for the time being. Otherwise, if he touched him before the other party went in, his soul might be brought in together. I'm ready. Don't worry about the child, it will continue to be in my stomach over there, but it is considered to have been to the star realm in advance. Luna's belly soul floated lightly from her body. The ground flew out, and the originally warm body appeared to be in a state of suspended animation and powerless, began to fall forward and be embraced by Alan. Alan was a little bit shy at this time. Of course not because he was holding his old husband and wife, but because he had been thinking about the child and the female horse before, and ignored the fact that the child's soul would also be taken by the female horse. Embracing Luna's warm body, he gently embraced her. At this time, Luna in the soul state also had a silver thread behind her original body. She flew directly to the huge victor's mark on the high platform, and then suddenly opened an incorporeal form on it. The portal is similar to the gate of the alien world, but the edge is just a portal composed of mist. The scene of the star realm that flashed out temporarily. Alan noticed the infinite vastness of the void in front of him, and it seemed to continue to expand. It looked like a spider web with shiny dewdrops or a silver void, just like the silver light spots of the universe's starry sky, but in fact, they may be the same thing as the luminous large suspended objects near the portal, and they are randomly scattered in the sky. Luna's soul was sucked in an instant, and the portal shrank so much that nothing was visible, except for the thickness of the silver thread, which was stretched like a kite. It's tight. HTTPS. Genius remembers this site address in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 1218 will know in 3 years in the Silent Temple. The sensation mind cast in the range sensed that a creature was approaching, and Alan, who was holding Luna, noticed, and the sound of rustling snake crawling sounded. Alan followed the sound and looked at it. After a short while, he saw a giant snake about 12 feet long appearing at the entrance of the temple. It probingly put the huge tongue in, and then looked at the monsters all over the floor. The corpse of the sorcerer spit out the snake letter, and then retracted it into the nasal aid to analyze the smell. Then, its sense of smell and the snake letter that can feel the heat made it raise its head. Two eyesight is not good. Snake's eyes fixed their eyes on the high platform. Then the whole snake shrank and turned around and began to flee in the direction it came. Alan withdrew his gaze indifferently, seeing that Luna still seemed to be asleep, and was not disturbed, so he did not plan to go to Dory meet Nagini. He touched Luna's hand and found that it was a little bit iced, so he unfolded himself. The cloak behind him firmly wrapped Luna and herself. After a few minutes, a hiss sound rang, and Nagini's cold and hoarse voice floated in from the school. His wizard, Voldemort. Where is it? Go to see the of death. Alan was a little surprised that the other party would try to communicate, so he hissed in a snake-like voice. His tone was not impatient. I don't have the time and care. Go for my life. Inside the doorway came the sound of the snake scales rubbing against the bottom plate when Nagini wriggled his body. It was heard that it was fast. Alan retracted his gaze, but he heard Nagini's hissing sound coming from the doorway. Witcher, here ... Wait a minute ... please. Alan was alert now. He began to wave his hand and arrange some defensive magic around him, but he did not let the clone come out for the time being. He was just a little curious to find out what the snake was thinking. It obviously knew himself, but didn't take the opportunity to escape quickly. Instead, he kept talking to himself, and his tone seemed to be asking for himself. Only after a while, the rustle sounded again. Nagini's huge snake head appeared at the doorway, holding a basket in his mouth. He hesitated when entering the doorway, and finally the thick snake body twisted through the pile. The broken floor covered with thick dust bypassed the stained areas where blood had turned black and the stumps scattered on the ground. Alan shifted the head and eyes staring at the snake into the basket. Inside, a small baby girl with a blushing face, waving her little hands and feet, her big round eyes staring curiously at the twisted world in front of her. Nagini put the basket he held in his mouth on the floor of the room, then contracted his muscles and twisted back some distance, seeming to show that he was not hostile, and hissed: please raise her ... I can't do it too. Alan's gaze swept across the giant snake's body again, knowing that its shape does indeed take care of such a small baby. However, although his brain knows the authenticity after probing into its form, the way of thinking and memory is basically the same. It is too clear that a snake and not a person can understand. Alan was still a little surprised. Would you like to come here to see me just for this kid? Last time, you let it go. Bella. Nagini said the sentence intermittently, even if he communicated with Voldemort. He was more accustomed to listening rather than telling it. Try to express himself in short words. Meaning, the cold snake eyes fixed on Alan. The blood curse of the green grass family, you are cured. That kind of cure is to avoid it. to be precise. And it will only happen if you can turn back into a human form. Alan shook his head, and then asked with interest, I am Tom's enemy ... I think you know your own status and status. I know this clearly. But if you count this way, you weren't a Horcrux when the other two Toms were alive. No wonder you didn't swap. You raised a pale and slender hand in the cloak on his body, pointed at the baby blue on the ground, and beckoned to Nagini. You want me to adopt her? At least send her to me to hook, right? Hearing that, Nagini's snake tail couldn't help but slap the ground. It spit out the letter and stayed there for a while staring at Alan and the basket, and finally lowered its head and moved its head closer to the basket. I am a Horcrux ... You adopted her ... You agreed ... You don't have to teach her magic. After speaking, Nagini opened his mouth and grabbed the basket, then straightened his upper body, climbed higher and higher, and climbed up to the altar. The baby girl in the basket seemed to wake up from sleep and began to giggle when he saw the familiar snake. Oh, you can't use apparition to know that you can't escape. I think Voldemort's Horcrux is more than you. But I think I have a bottom line, so I think it's better to change myself. Oh, call Delphi. You want to trade yourself for Delphi to survive? Alan stared at her, using words to stimulate her understanding and explore more things. I have a little understanding of your previous deeds. Then you are not a cannibal girl ... But now the idea is a bit like the one I know. The giant snake didn't speak, but its swimming body was very slow compared to the previous speed. It was a bit like Voldemort's separated heart, but in the end it climbed higher and higher, climbed to the altar and placed the basket on Alan. Aside. Very well, let's solve Voldemort's Horcrux problem first. Alan put the staff higher than the others on one side, then stretched out his index finger and slowly approached Nagini's snake head. Remember what you promised. The wizard, Nagini roared, closed his eyes, motionless, waiting for death to come, and in the basket, Delphi, who was also a strong snake, heard the snake talking. She floated skillfully, rubbing against its cold, soft snake neck. Strange magical waves reverberated in the room, attracting traces of red and black mist from Nagini's forehead. Slowly, traces of order and evil auras gathered together, spinning in the air, and finally compressed. It became a strange, red and black gem, and it fell into Alan's palm, and the face of Voldemort, who was still in his 60s, flashed across it. Feeling the cold sensation on his forehead and his state, Nagini quickly opened his eyes, and Alan had already stuffed the gems into his pocket. Untitled.novel.com and continued to rebuild inside. I didn't promise everything about you ... because I must teach such a genius spell ... Can't waste this little guy's talent. Alan said as he took out a red gem from his pocket. He pointed at the snake head, signed, "Don't mess with your head later, you can watch her grow up." Then, the enslavement gem was pressed on Nagini's forehead, and the gem quickly activated and began to be embedded in Nagini's skull and began to take root in his brain. Nagini was stunned for a moment, and he automatically understood the enslaving effect of this gem. He realized that he should be angry when he was controlled, but it was not known whether it was because Delphi or escaped from the dead, or even the slave gem itself played a role. It finally chose to obey. Speaking of it, I'm very curious. What you are doing now is related to that credence. Hi! The big snake roared angrily, but the jewel flashed it to stop its attack. Okay, don't get excited. My head is dizzy ... You don't want to say it now, forget it. Anyway, I guess I will know in 2 or 3 years. Alan shrugged, and then focused on the floating baby body. Author's note: where is the Fantastic Beasts 3? Because of the postponement of the epidemic, it is expected that it will not be released until 2022. Then you will know the follow-up story. There will be no chaos to avoid the official death of the colleagues. In addition, Warner also expelled Depp, but Amber can still play Miller. It's a bit of a joke. I didn't think in my mind that there is no one who can replace Depp, suitable to play the middle-aged Grindelwald. Not paying attention to the giant snake, Alan took the baby in his hand, opened the cloak that was covering him and Luna to reveal a little gap, wrapped Delphi in his arms, and began to take the baby to practice how to take care of a child. HTTPS. Genius remembers this site address in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 1219. I gave birth as Voldemort's daughter. Perhaps she has become accustomed to the abnormally pale skin and powerful magic powers that have been eroded by negative energy. This child has made similar kindness and initiative to Alan when she faced her father. This made Alan, who did not really like children in the strict sense, seemed very happy. He began to think that he would be very popular with children, and he began to think that he would be a good and responsible father. So he became even more showy and started to learn how babies talk, and Delph started talking with each other strange noises. Nagini, with a gem on his forehead, was not used to this unscrupulous and seemingly stupid situation like Alan, so he secretly adjusted a lot of postures to try to make himself more comfortable. But in the end he gave up and entrenched himself next to the basket. He quietly observed Luna, who was leaning on Ellen's other side. Its eyes stayed for a long time between the inexplicable silver line behind Luna and the slightly raised abdomen. Nagini. Alan's sudden voice interrupted the serpent's thoughts. Nagini, did she have anything to eat in the camp above you? Take the basket and get some back. Hi. I am a snake ... not your dog. Although Nagini was still afraid of the wizard in front of him, when his self-esteem made it hear these words, it still made its snake face full of anger. Besides, in the Death Eater's place, it is generally used by other Death Eaters, including Bella, to serve it, rather than it serving others. I thought you would treat yourself as an adult. Alan emphasized with a flat mouth. I don't have milk in my pocket. Other drinks are not suitable for babies. Yogurt will make her diarrhea. Is it time to change the diaper? The giant snake stared at the snake's eyeballs. In the end, it didn't know if it gave up the argument or was forced by Alan's power. It began to wander out of the door with the basket in its mouth. By the way, how many crimes you have committed with Tom before? Since you think of yourself as a snake, I can't pursue it. But if you will be hungry, there will be a lot of beef and lamb in my pocket. Don't eat those on the ground. Besides, I won't be able to eat people anymore. I know the magical creatures raised by wizards. Occasionally there will be accidents that eat moles. Just like the dragon in the dragon farm and the 8-eyed giant spider raised by Hagrid. His voice improved a little. This is my bottom line ... Of course it is also the different style of Tom and I. He paused, and then looked at the giant snake with wide eyes and full face. You weren't a very elegant person. Lady, I heard that the bread eating action is very elegant ... Although from the memories of other Death Eaters, your food will be stripped ... But Nagini, poor Nagini ... How now I like to be swallowed up by Tom. You never thought about how hard you have in the process. Your mouth has these hairy feet that the uncle hasn't washed for a few days. And their lower body. Please forgive me for saying this in front of an older lady. But Nagini, you may not realize that when you swallow them whole into your stomach, you also take the things in their stomachs. Those in the intestines, the stuffing ... I have eaten it. The baby basket fell from the snake's mouth to the ground. The part of Nagini's snake head that belonged to a lady seemed to have been reactivated over a long period of time, because its snake face was briefly stunned. Later, he began to feel nausea and retching. And Alan did not pay attention to the uncomfortable and wilting giant snake on the ground. He lowered his head and returned the tired Delphi to the basket, holding Luna in one hand, and it gently patted Delphi's soft body with the other. The baby carrier gently swayed back and forth. Delphi fell silent and sucked his thumb. Then all of a sudden, a giant blue circle of dots on the platform suddenly appeared before the imprint. In this brilliant blue circle, the image of the star world appeared in front of Alan again, and the sky was shining silver. The cosmic starry sky of light spots is deep and charming, and those silver voids seem to inhale human souls. Still like a kite being pulled back, Luna's soul was pulled upside down and flew in. In an instant, the scenery of the star realm disappeared without a trace. Luna's soul was quickly pulled back to her body lightly, the red zircon turned into ashes, and the silver thread connecting her soul and body turned into a potion-stirring rod and rolled to the ground. Luna's eyelashes quivered slightly, her raised light grey eyes opened, and her dim gaze fell on the baby in the basket. Delphi placed her two small hands on both sides of her head. His face was flushed, and his fleshy lips were sleeping soundly in the basket. This made Luna's eyes protruding in a trance. She suddenly supported Alan's arm with her hand to support it, watching Alan rarely show a trace of panic. I gave birth? How long have I been there? Are the children so old? A few hours later, in the afternoon, Hogwarts Floating City Injury Treatment Center. Lucius Malfoy, who had taken off his Death Eater costume and dressed back to look like a peacock, was half behind Alan, and accompanied Alan out of the waiting hall from the treatment room, and rescued the hostages as sacrifices in the temple. At present, they are all placed inside and have been properly treated. For this reason, the hospital specially appointed some therapists to work overtime to treat these wizards with severed hands and gouged eyes. They have been carefully dressed up for the upcoming Halloween, because they are forced to work overtime temporarily and make them look even less happy. The entire floating city seems to be filled with the sweet smell of pumpkins, and it has begun to be haunted everywhere, even in the serious Hogwarts Magical Injury Hospital. Some undead and dark creatures haunt the corridors of the ward and the treatment house. Even the entrance of the treatment house was decorated with live bats. Some bats were controlled by magic to circle around the entrance of the treatment house. The huge pumpkin lantern that could hold 3 people was suspended in the air. Although Ritis book and some propaganda have allowed wizards to eliminate the fear of mysterious people, I did not expect anyone to play Tom. Thinking of the chaos in the ward just now, Alan couldn't help but laugh. Look, Susie. After leaving the room, the therapist had to prescribe some extra relief potions for these hostages. It's probably mud. I'm sorry, Master. I have developed a bad habit over there. I mean, a wizard from Mel. He may have not experienced the First War personally and felt the horror of Voldemort. Lucius, he gave himself an excuse for saying the wrong thing, but when he himself saw the therapist at the time, he shuddered in fear because he felt that his reasoning was wrong. Although he was familiar with the Dark Lord, he quickly recognized it. That one was played by a wizard, and the eyes and arms are still intact. Since Tom Lucius is mentioned, remember to sort out the evidence of alliances with those pure blood families that Tom asked you to contact before. Alan touched his smooth chin and ordered, by the way, his tone indifferent. Harris, the TV station will soon interview you about today's rescue operation. Lucius' pale expression was very entangled. He was stunned and said in a low voice, Master. But recently those pureblood families, some small families can't bear this kind of confrontation, some have given up, even the Bock family seems to have stopped quite a lot. If you act on them now, will you feel? So what? Alan waved his hand and interrupted Lucius. I'm not interested in any defensive counterattack tactics like some Mull football teams that play sloppily. They thought they had a way before, so they came to me. Trouble finding kin, after being slapped in the face. I can't do anything. Of course, I don't have any big moves, but I can do it now, so I should change their defense to C, right? The white-haired wizard sneered. So I don't understand. The so-called decency in wizard novels are always required to be a human being, or to forgive each other at the last minute. Even if it is to kill the adoptive father or something. The Jewish screenwriter still thinks that his plot is very philosophical and also tried to spread his advanced ideas to others. Master, I'll deal with this as soon as I go back. Although Lucius didn't understand what script Alan was thinking about later was a gadget, he knew Alan's thoughts and immediately declared his position. He understood very well that the consequences of this meant that the Malfoy family would have no choice but to follow Harris and become a member of the new rising power. Just betraying the Dark Lord to these families that have existed in the UK since ancient times is nothing. The big thing, many of them themselves do not support him, and those who support him more often regard this half-blood wizard as a spokesperson for their thoughts. But now, after submitting these materials for Harris to use as a reason for the attack. The Malfoy family represents that they have betrayed the old power and will no longer be accepted by the previous British pureblood families, and will no longer be regarded by them as having blood ties. Relatives of the relationship. UU reading www.uukanzu.com. By the way, Lucius, since you have come back and are no longer a Death Eater, then you naturally don't indulge in Tom's concept of inferiority anymore. I didn't stop you before to make you feel at ease, but you have to pay attention to the name in the future. Call me Ellen or Principal Harris. Ellen slid his fingers on the huge pumpkin lantern at the door, and glanced at Lucius, who was holding his hands in front of him. Of course, I'm not the same as Dumbledore. I don't have any prejudice against Slytherin College. I will naturally not be too much of a family that I didn't intend to kill. I know very well that it's true that I can deliver the most sincere thoughts. The Academy of your really good friends is not the Gryffindor who can't tolerate aliens, nor our selfish Ravenclaw, or even the Hufflepuffs who are kind to everyone, but you are the Snake Academy. So, Lucius. If you have any kindness towards good families like Crabbe or Parkinson. You can let go and convince them to surrender. Thank you for your magnanimity, Lord. Sorry. I mean Principal Harris. Lucius' voice was very excited. As long as they bid farewell to the past sincerely. Hogwarts welcomes any wizard to live in, and will not be hostile to British pureblood. Just like I will not discriminate against wizards of Mull origin. Alan nodded slightly. After that, your set things are seldom used at Hogwarts. The little lions we met just now came to accompany Neville Longbottom to see his parents who were abused and mad by you. But Grandman Neville and he can bring friends over looking at his parents. It seems that the pain in his heart has healed much better than before. Huh? Alan stopped talking. He suddenly raised his head, and a rustling voice came from high on the outer wall of the hospital. HTTPS. Genius remembers this site address in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 1220. Change back Harry Potter. Invincible. Find the latest chapter. In the exclamation of pedestrians on the road, a thick silver spider silk stuck to a column on the top of the treatment center, and a huge half-human half-spider-like thing quickly hung down in the direction of Alan. This appeared in the form of Animagus, presenting Punlo, who was spidered like a demon hunter spider. Alan. Punlo's female voice appeared more magnetically than usual in the way that Arrogax sounds. At this time, Lucius was so frightened that he had taken a few steps backwards by the sudden change, and the passing wizards couldn't help but stop and look at it in the distance. The 6 compound eyes on the top of Punlo's head scanned the surrounding crowd. Although the eyes of this insect-like structure did not have pupils, they could still detect that the wizards who were staring at them had to step back. Nello's face, wrapped in the carapace of the demon hunter, was somewhat proud, and raised the 14-foot-long arthropods in front of her at the onlookers. Compared to those fake costumes, you are indeed more suitable for Halloween. Alan's eyes stayed on Punlo's body for a moment and nodded. It's good. This made the female spider in front of her even more energetic and dangerous. She waved the demon claw that grew from her shoulder blades behind her. Master, I have chosen the person you want. Victor lifted the phantom spell and appeared behind Punlo, turning his curly hair into a flying snake with a snake. It seems waiting for the Halloween event. He is planning to dress up as Medusa. Also seen with Victor were 4 members of the Red Umbrella Department's Rapid Response Security Team, as well as 3 fully armed necromancers with full armor and weapons on their bodies, and they saluted Alan Chi. This is Mr. Lucius Malfoy, and I'm pleased for the safety of his family. Alan pointed to Lucius and said, it may be uneasy in a few days, Victor. If necessary, you can take care of it temporarily. And remember to go to Dr. Roskella to get some gallums for Malfoy's house. After the limelight, you can continue to let the gallums go back to their house. Yes, Master. The answer was neat and loud. The few necromantic knights could no longer hear the accent when they chanted such simple lines, which made Alan somewhat happy and satisfied. And Lucius was also very happy to hear this arrangement. Then, dear Lucius, It is safer for you to stay with Narcissa on the floating city during this time. Remember to bring a Viking with you when you go out. One of the three is for Draco. Prepared, he doesn't worry about safety at school, but if he wants to go out of school in peacetime, remember to tell him to bring people. Alan said to Lucius seriously, tomorrow Harris Davy and the Daily Prophet I will interview you to build momentum for the Malfoy family's name and our next move. The specific Fleur will contact you. As for today, it's Halloween. Those pureblood don't know what happened. Alan's tone became soft and considerate. So I think you and Narcissa can wait for Draco to take him around after the parade. It's been a long time to relax and reunite, right? You haven't taken a good turn in the floating city. You can feel it today. Wait for the parade. Speaking of Harris's house, there is also a dress-up event. At the end of the parade, there is a selection of which house is the most horrifying activity. Now there is still some time before the evening. Maybe you still have to dress up and participate in. Principal Harris. You really did it for me. You really thought it so thoughtful. After Lucius experienced the second Dark Lord's tenure in the fear of high-pressure rule, he faced Alan's style regardless of its origin. Sincerely still showing a bit of performance, his eye circles started to turn red. Pillow stared at Lucius with the spider eyes above the ears that had been wrapped by the exoskeleton, and his human eyes looked at Alan. Alan, you'd better hurry up, Miss Know-It-All. See if you haven't gone back to worry. Your outfit is almost crazy. Oh, it's early. I think it's too late. But, Lucius, you go back first. Alan waved to Lucius. Remember to let Draco and Pansy take my sister to each other. Home wants sugar. I will. Principal Harris. Lucius bowed slightly and gracefully saluted. The temperament of the ancient pureblood family replaced the previous influence caused by the madness and inattention of the Death Eaters. Please allow me to leave first. Lucius looked back at the guards and knights assigned to him, and made an invitation. Then, I will entrust you with my wealth and life. After that, Lucius saluted Ellen and Punlo again, and then took a step forward and started walking towards Malfoy's new mansion somewhat pretentiously, although he eagerly began to make relations with the guards around him. But his heart began to recall his father Abrix's analysis and advice to him before his death. It is meaningless. Alan is a charming, outstanding and powerful wizard, and most people who meet him think so. Is very smart and has the best magical talent. In the eyes of Lucius's father, he believes that Alan is essentially self-centered. In addition to being a radical elitist, he also has someone who is also genius in those genius Ravenclaws. Wisdom and ruthless personality. As a double agent, Lucius confirms his father's concern. He knows the dark side of Alan that is difficult for ordinary people to reach. He knows very well how secret and elaborate Alan can plan to achieve his goals. Cunning and cruel, thinking that as long as his long-term goal is reached, the murder of hundreds of innocent moles or wizards will become irrelevant. Alan's many actions revealed that he was indeed an extreme idealist, but unlike the first Dark Lord, he was more patient, but also more arrogant in nature. Alan looked down on the Dark Lord completely and regarded him as a powerful idiot, doesn't know what is important. And as a Malfoy who is known for his arrogance, he can learn from Alan's almost harsh dress-up style, and the clever, ambitious, arrogant, greedy and unscrupulous curiosity that he reveals from time to time. The details are clear about this. Unlike the Malfoy family who is used to showing arrogance like a peacock, Alan is more used to hiding them behind a mask of charming, gentle and friendly. When you have the value of being used and the meaning of following Alan, you can get some of his real attention and friendliness, but in fact, Lucius even feels that after comparing his heart, maybe Alan is more than a mysterious person. There is no one who really puts someone in my heart. And even so, Alan was still able to spot talented people and quickly established close ties with them. Abrixas and Lucius had noticed that Alan was very strong at an early stage. Reading www.uukanzu.com allows them to use their ability to manipulate human hearts. Just like Victor, that Clivat and Granger beside him at this time, Lucius thought, and the only thing that made him confused was the crazy girl. Wait for Lucius and his party to walk away. Punlo, Wait for me. I will go back to the hospital store and buy some hazelnut paste. Alan said to the spider girl, it won't be long. I plan to use it later on Halloween. Frighten the kids. You know, Helena is scared of it now. Hearing Ellen mentioning Helena, Penelow's eyes rolled. She looked back at her somewhat swollen spider's abdomen wrinkled, and her brows without eyebrows in this form shook her huge and sharp ones. Arthropods. In the blink of an eye, those long arthropods contracted. The circle of compound eyes on the top of the head disappeared, and Penelope, wearing an RH-94 uniform, turned back into a human form. Actually, I think it won't take long for you to dress up. Maybe we can let Miss know how to wait. The witch took a few steps forward, and took Alan's neck from behind Ellen, and put her head on the side of Ellen's shoulder. He gently blew into Ellen's ears. Ellen, I've never worn the therapist's clothes. Go to the treatment hospital and find an empty ward. Hearing this, Alan turned around suddenly. Penlow, wizard's healer is a very sacred profession. We shouldn't and can't. Alan shook his head solemnly and vetoed it. Then his gaze fell on the circle of Penelow's forehead. But maybe you can Coffee coughed dryly. Change back. Penelow's expression of disappointment after hearing the refusal became a little dazed. What? Her usual seductive voice seemed a little dumb and suspicious at this time. Spider, really? Chapter 1221? Say Tata Harry Potter, Invincible. Find the latest chapter. The permanent spell injury ward of Hogwarts Magical Injury Hospital. Mrs. Augusta Longbottom and Neville are surrounded by a group of noisy Gryffindor lions in front of a four-corner window draped in a soft sky blue silk quilt. The emblem representing Ravenclaw is hung on the wall in the middle of the room. Neville's father, Frank Longbottom, was sleeping soundly on the hospital bed. The big windows made the sunset fall on his shriveled and yellow cheeks and looked a little rosy, because he had just taken the potion before, so even this noise did not stop him. He woke up. The therapist Millimstraw was transferred to work here. Alice and Frank were used to her care, so we also turned over. Augusta sighed. Although the situation has not improved, the environment is at least more comfortable. It's close to Hogwarts and it's convenient for Neville to visit. She put on her long red gloves. Okay, kids, go enjoy the Halloween Eve activities. You should go back. The school is assembled. I have to go back and dress up the house again. And I noticed that Minerva was putting skeleton Quidditch hands on top of her new house. I asked Hagrid for a big pumpkin and used it as clothes. Neville did not dare to speak. When he was choosing a course before, Professor McGonagall wrote to explain why he asked Neville to take the curse class and satirized his grandmother for not taking this course. After passing the test, Grandma had a little bit of competition with her student friend. However, the current situation has made these Gryffindors much quieter than usual. They stood up in silence and were sent outside the ward by Mrs. Longbottom. In order to face his fear, Harry dressed himself as a Dementor, pushed the glasses on the bridge of his nose, turned around, moved the black shroud hidden on his head and wrote, leaving a solemn expression on his face, Mrs. Longbottom, they will get better. The magic world has made great progress recently. I believe therapists will find new ways soon. Thank you, Mr. Potter. Augusta stretched out a dry, eagle-claw-like hand to hold Harry, and said affectionately, anyway, it's lucky that Neville can make friends with you. Frank will like you very much when he wakes up. Neville will stop eating those spider webs. Although they are made of sugar, they are made by Merlin for the children. You are an adult. I just didn't see the grandma who ran into it. I didn't eat. Neville tried to defend, but the old lady walked cleanly, and she seemed to be focused on the Halloween house competition, which is more terrifying. Everyone had to wave goodbye to Mrs. Longbottom from a distance. Hey, I didn't expect to meet you guys here. Everyone turned their heads and found a little witch dressed as a scarecrow with a carved pumpkin on his head, waving at them. Ginny recognized the witch's face from the gap in the pumpkin, and then thought about where they were getting along, asking with doubts and concerns. Did you come to the injury hospital? Oh, don't worry, I'm just thinking about career choices after graduation. Hannah Abbott grabbed the straw from her body with some embarrassment. The nurse Madame Pomfrey and my Dean Sprout professor thinks that I have some talent in this area. Miss Pomfrey is getting older, and she hopes that I can take over her position. You know, Miss Hinesworth and sent by the umbrella is very good at medicine, but it seems Hannah seemed to change the subject because she shouldn't say bad things. So I decided to come and see the therapist's work frequently recently. Lack of care for the patient? Harry looked lingering. The last time I was treated by the female toad with a heartbreaking spell, she was treated with a large needle. Then I heard that the medicine can be taken orally. Speaking of which Miss Hinesworth is such a beauty. Ron sighed silly, and then was grabbed by Lavender. Idiot Ron. Hannah, I really support you to be the therapist at Hogwarts. Ginny and Ron had an awkward tone today to grab the pretender, and the tone was not friendly. That Hinesworth Miss Fenn likes to use hands with female students. Parvati said that her fingers were corroded last time when she was pickled with the juice of the mortar at Antenny and wanted to get some medicine. As a result, Madame Pomfrey was not there and she was forced to a full body examination. Miss Hinesworth cannot be alone in the school doctor's office. Hannah was not motivated. On the contrary, seemed to be frightened because he might become colleagues with Hinesworth in the future. I haven't decided yet. Ginny, Hannah said dryly. You know I like cooking myself. Mrs. Rosmeter seems to want to make 3 broomsticks into a chain store recently because of the number of stores opened. Meaning, I'm also considering asking my family to help me contract out the 3 old broomsticks in Hogsmeade. The witches chatted to the sky. The wizards were a little bit speechless, but they had no objection to this, because there will be a big parade during Halloween. So the little wizards today did not wear the luxurious and elegant ancient Magic Empire Winds wizard robe, but dressed up. This made the wizards feast their eyes. Lavender dressed up as a female werewolf, but besides her hair being made high and a wolf claw glove on her hand, she was more to show off her figure. Although Ginny did not expose her flesh like her brother and girlfriend, but she dressed herself as a female version of Godric Gryffindor. She took advantage of her red hair to play well with fake Granny. She looked very heroic of the Fender sword, and the red leggings under her dress clearly photographed Harry's soul-like hidden mentor. Even Hufflepuff Hannah, who was dressed as a scarecrow, was wearing a jumpsuit with suspenders that made the young wizards who were accustomed to the robes look more. Do you think the temperature in the hospital is a little hot? Ron felt his girlfriend's temperature, and his mouth became more dry. He touched his pocket, which was filled with pocket money because of the improvement of his family. I'll go back and buy you some drinks, as usual. Hannah, what do you like to drink? I'll treat you. Oh, thank you Ron. You are so considerate. I want some pumpkin juice for Halloween. Hannah quickly thanked. Ron waved his hand, held his head up but bowed slightly, and started walking quickly to the hospital shop. Ron, this guy has always liked to pretend to have a lot of money recently. Ginny's tone revealed her lack of respect for her brother. If he had met Malfoy with this appearance, maybe it can be done well. Before Ginny finished her words, she was interrupted by the creak of the ward door that was suddenly pushed open. Neville's mother, Alice, walked slowly in a hospital gown. She no longer had the round and happy face that she had when she was a younger and when she was in the Order of the Phoenix. She is now thin and haggard, and her eyes are particularly big, but withered and white. Her hair was neatly combed by the therapist and tied into a bun to make her look more energetic. After chasing it out, she was relieved to find that Neville was still there, but she did not speak or could not speak, but gestured to Neville timidly, holding something in her hand. Oh, I almost forgot the sugar paper, Mom. Neville took a deep breath and squeezed out a smile, stretched out her hand, and his mother threw a piece of super bubblegum wrapper to her, and then staggered but relaxed, walked back, humming a song. Neville's friend Frege wanted to pat Neville's shoulder to comfort him, but because he was a little confused as Darth Vader in the Mole movie, he turned around because he was photographed by Harry. The ghost-trodden robe tripped and pushed Hannah. Hannah with a pumpkin on her head slammed into Neville, who was dressed as a jack-o'-lantern, and backed a few steps because of the opponent's tonnage and pumpkin armor. "Well, I'm sorry, Neville. Did Flegra fall?" The kind-hearted Hufflepuff girl quickly apologized and lifted Flegra, who was stunned. Then she looked at the ward with some doubts. "This is..." Frege took down his Black Lord's helmet and took a few breaths, looked at Neville and saw that he had no objection, and then quietly told her about Neville's parents. "They are heroes," Hannah said softly, only feeling that her eye sockets were very sore. She patted Neville on the shoulder and comforted, "No matter if I will be the owner of the store in the future... I think I am. You can go to a therapist or go to university for further study first, and you may be able to help you a little bit later." On the other side, near the Hogwarts Magical Injury Treatment Center store, Ron was walking back with a bag of drinks in one hand. Suddenly his head was swept, and then he raised his head and saw those hanging in the corridor outside the ward. The spider web. The one who was most afraid of spiders, frightened and flicked aside, and then patted his forehead before remembering that this was just a Halloween decoration or made of sugar, so he tore off some of it and stuffed it in his mouth. Snapped. There was a thumping sound from a ward that hadn't been moving, and then some rustling sounds and men's panting came from inside. Ron was very uncomfortable with a voice similar to the eight-eyed giant spider. He looked at the ward with no one's name, and as he approached the theoretically unoccupied ward, there was a man in it. His gasping sound made him a little worried. "There are all kinds of strange patients in this hospital. In case any man who thinks he is a teapot gets lost and enters the wrong ward and is in danger. Maybe someone needs help. Maybe the ward will give me a bonus for this." Ron thought about this. He approached the ward and opened the small wooden window above the ward door to explore it. Then, Ron couldn't see much from it, because the huge view in this small window could tell at a glance that the spider's arthropod was trembling and it was terribly big. "Oh!" The youngest son of the Weasleys raised a sigh of relief and did not come up, as if he was hit by a petrification curse. He stiffly fell backwards, and the pumpkin juice was crushed on the moon part of the upper highness by him who had closed his breath because of the fright. Below, the orange liquid pooled all over the place. Chapter 1222. There are children. Harry Potter, Invincible. Find the latest chapter. Maybe it was the pair of devil claws behind your shoulder blades that hit the door and broke the curse? Ah, Punlo, wait. But just after her new voice burst out, Punlo went to pull the door, and because her tall figure was obviously difficult to change positions in this ward, she could only reverse the upper body part. To do this, Alan, who was hung in the house by spider silk, was hit several times. Punlo's anger disappeared as she opened the door. The Weasley guy was shocked and pulled his crotch. "Afraid of spiders, Ron?" "Punlo, you put me down first and solved the spider silk." Alan looked a little embarrassed. Punlo didn't speak. One of her spider feet closed the door again, and her hand, which was still in the form of a human, recasted the spell against the door. The tall upper body twisted with the spider's belly. He turned back in a somewhat awkward posture. "Let it go?" Her 8 eyes were taunting. "Mother spiders are used to eating their mates later." With that said, Punlo manipulated the spider silk to hit Alan's direction and transferred the upper and lower feet of his head and feet by the spider silk. Perhaps because of the inversion and the blood flowing backwards, the wizard's pale face became very pale, ruddy. Later, when there was a noise outside the door, the passing therapist found Ron, who was lying on the ground, and made a diagnosis with his colleagues that the boy who was in a comatose on the ground probably had his stomach damaged by eating pumpkin. The movement inside the door was not discovered by anyone outside the door because of Punlo's recasting. However, this scene was broken by the vague female voice suddenly calling for help from Alan's heart. "Alan, come on, save me." The tired Alan suddenly raised his head, caught Punlo in a panic and teleported to the temple in the commercial square of the floating city. The blue gauze of the temple that was blown by the wind was photographed with a blush on Punlo's face and Alan's body. The spider witch did not recover at all, and it took a while to find out through the eyes on the back of his head. The scene has changed. Alan also looked at the situation in amazement, and found that it was completely different from the death attack he had originally worried about. Luna was standing by the crib, holding a milk bottle in her hand, staring at Delphi, who was crying in the crib, while the giant snake Nagini pointed its tail at the baby's crotch. Unit. When Luna noticed Alan's return, Luna's gaze shifted to this side. The eyes that seemed surprised at first were even more surprised by the shapes of Punlo and Alan. Nagini was obviously also surprised, and the snake's eyes were full of shock. This giant snake, who can be regarded as a grandmother, felt that he had lived such an old age and had followed the Dark Lord for so long and had never seen such unthinkable things. This female snake even had some general sense of crisis of persecution delusion, and unconsciously moved herself away from Alan. Punlo spit, and pushed Alan away in front of him with a face full of shame. Unprepared, Alan, who was still wrapped in a cocoon, began to fall. But Punlo's eyes glanced roughly, and noticed that the only adult in the room was Luna wearing a nightgown. A silver spider silk shot out from the end of the Punlo spider's abdomen, entwining Alan, who had not yet landed. Yuzi pulled him back again, bent over and hugged Alan tightly with both hands and devil claws, and raised her brows at Luna as if showing off. Only after she became animagus, she was huge, holding Alan in her arms as if she was holding a doll. And then Punlo finally put her eyes on the real doll in the room and turned back while then the fake Alan doll was thrown to the ground again, and the shadow caused by the spider quickly drew across the ground. Click click. Punlo's huge body stopped in front of the crib. She looked at Delphi in the crib and angrily faced Luna, who was holding her belly, and let out a roar that was not made by a human vocal organ. You gave birth. Time converter. After giving birth to another one? The questioning voice of the mother spider frightened Delphi in the crib to instantly stop crying, and Alan quickly nodded the cocoon on his body with a slender finger, so he broke free from the cobweb. Punlo was furious and obeyed Alan's words in the usual way. You gave the crazy girl 2, no, 3. But none of them. Use the time converter. Luna's eyes lit up slightly, and then she shook her head disappointedly. It can only bring the whole person to the past, and in the past it had to stay for 10 months before giving birth. And I can't use it. Wait, Luna is not the point. Punlo, this is not my daughter in this crib. Alan was touched by Punlo's roar, and he was shocked by her inner guilty conscience. Next, he hurriedly said what had happened in the temple. His speech was so fast that Alan was not at all Voldemort's daughter. Punlo finally calmed down, but thinking of just now, she forced her tone to be as cold as always, trying to maintain the last decent. Then why did you send me and you directly? Alan was also wondering. He cast his gaze to Luna. Luna, did you just call for help? This kid ... will cry. Luna added, I haven't slept in the afternoon. Maggie is being used by your mother. Helena, a coward, sees her crotch and throws me down. Just run away. You won't be a mother if you just change a diaper. Punlo also understood, but knowing the reason for her shame, she ridiculed. Helena really fell on the blood mold stall and you are like a mother. It's not easy to grow this big. As he said, the giant spider slid over and began to use the spider's feet to finally cry for the original, but after seeing the spider, not only was he not afraid but showed a novel and playful look. Delphi cleaned up with a spell and changed his diaper. Wizard, hiss. The child has pulled the crotch. Your light blonde woman is not as suitable as this monster to be a mother. She untied the diaper and the ghost ran away. Your woman took a look and tied it back. Nagini straightened his head. The snake's face was full of unreliable dissatisfaction with these people in front of him. She insisted that Delphi was just hungry. Giving milk to the child. Not changing her diaper. I can't stop. The child keeps crying. Your woman is also annoying. Only then did Alan get things clear. He and Luna were interested in watching Delphi in the Vecna temple before, and decided to use her to practice the feeling of being a parent. Not as beautiful as they thought. After hearing Delphi's crotch, Alan and Luna looked at each other, and they were sure that each other had no interest in taking care of her. You were reading www.uukahsu.com. This also made the wizard's eyes a little sneaky. He stared at the spider who was changing the child's diaper, thinking of the appeal that the other party had been emphasizing recently, and tentatively asked, "Punlo, you are so fluent in action. You are really suitable for being a mother." After being praised, the giant spider looked good. She did not speak, but started to gently shake the crib with the spider's legs. This successfully brought the smile of the little girl back to her face. Delphi cooperated with waving her little hand and let herself hang from her head. The moving toy began to spin. Luna obviously understood Ellen's intentions, and she followed the conversation. "Ellen, your mother is right. Punlo is very suitable for taking care of people. More reliable than me." However, the tacit understanding between Alan and Luna immediately had a counterproductive effect here. Crazy girl. Don't think I don't know what you are hitting me on. Speaking of which, I am from your college. Punlo wrinkled his nose, and then persuaded in a cold tone, "Alan, even if you don't want to start with the baby, made a promise to this cannibal snake. I think you'd better not teach her any magic, better arrange for someone to monitor her. I just noticed her magic talent, but she is Voldemort's daughter." This sentence made me think that although the spider monster in front of me was a bit unrespectful at first impression, Nagini, who was still reliable, immediately bowed and made a hissing threat, which was the sensation ability brought by animal form. "Let her know that Punlo really planned that way," Luna said lightly. "Ellen, still naked, there are children." This sentence made Alan blush. He quickly took out a magic robe from his pocket and put it on. Punlo's coldness was also broken, and he wanted to argue but had no face to say it. And Nagini also turned the snake's head aside. Chapter 1223. Copyright Lagos Harry Potter, Invincible. Find the latest chapter. Delphi's not like Tom. It was born of ecstasy. A mother's love is not small. Although it is not for this child. After Alan put on the clothes, the person looked a lot more respectful. So in the outside world, in terms of emotional perception. This child should be like all other normal people. Alan approached the crib, then frowned to dissipate the smell of poo in the air, and then teased the little baby girl with his fingers to make her laugh. "Punlo, look, this kid is very cheerful and has a good personality. And because of her origin, we need to give her more care and let her feel that there are beautiful things around her. If we are pregnant with her now, treating her with hostility, won't we become Dumbledore? If we don't do it this way, we can really raise another Dark Lord." "I'm not suitable." Luna touched her belly lightly, and she seemed a little depressed thinking about the trouble that the baby in her belly would cause her. Punlo snorted coldly. She noticed Luna's movements, but apparently understood her intentions and lines as a provocation to her. "So don't put your ideas on me. I can teach. Patricia is strong and can teach Voldemort's daughter what love is." He rubbed his forehead, secretly planning to raise a candidate. He and Luna seemed to be incompetent, even if Punlo didn't consider her wishes. "It's not suitable for her personality." "Don't say Daisy doesn't want to take care of children, and she and Lun have no match yet. Maybe they will give them an excuse to give their mother an excuse that it was because of her delay. And mother herself is about to give birth. Don't worry, Nagini." Alan habitually noticed the anxiety of the giant snake, and habitually soothed it, although he didn't need to please Nagini, who had slavery gems on his head. There was a pause. "Maybe Albert and Fleur can. He has a lot more responsibility than me, and can also let them feel what it is like to be a parent in advance. Furong is the cleanest in the house, and she doesn't know how to do housework. Albert may be pretty good, but his work is busy enough. Punalo's 14-foot-long limbs with long legs bent. He squatted down and analyzed it in a serious tone. I see, there are not many suitable ones at home, since you want to establish the correct life values for this little thing. Maybe Tunks and Lupin are more suitable. But it seems that she is also pregnant. At this point, Punalo's eyes rolled. Maybe no one is more suitable than Hermione. Alan raised his eyebrows. Hermione? Except for class. She is busy protecting her umbrella. It doesn't fit. Although Voldemort is a mixed race, he advocates pedigree, and Hermione is not even trying to equalize the house elves. If one of us raises this child so that she will not hate muggles or discriminate against others, to fill her with a sense of justice, sympathy for the weak, and kind-hearted, to make her brave, not to avoid difficulties, and to be serious. Then, is there a Lady Know-It-All? Punalo interrupted Alan infrequently and talked to herself and talk. And there is no need to worry about her being irresponsible like a mad girl. She promised to take care of her better than everyone else. Of course, I have to say that we have to pay attention to the diet, otherwise Voldemort's daughter's weight is estimated will soon surpass her father. Under Luna's faint eyebrows, the raised eyes seemed to be able to see through Punalo's mind. She gave Punalo a thumbs up, which made Punalo tilt her head uncomfortably. Alan's hand touched his bare chin. Of course, he understood Punalo's intentions, but these principles still convinced him. On the eve of Halloween, on the night of the last day of October, the prosperous floating city seemed to be transformed into a ghost. Looking at it, countless large and small pumpkin lanterns were suspended in front of the shop door, and there were some skulls with candles in them. Floating in the air, gleaming green light. You can see Halloween ghost decorations hanging everywhere. Many shops have put festive gifts and decorations in their windows. Large and small floating boats have also been decorated as ghost ships. They surround the floating city high in the sky, flying, from time to time, various candies packed into small skulls, small pumpkins. Green little monster hands are sprinkled from the cabin. A fat wizard ate too much sizzling bee candy, and his whole person floated conspicuously in the air like an inflated balloon. A long rope was tied to his ankle, and his companion was held in his hand. Like flying kites usually wander around to wait for the effect to diminish, but on the contrary, it makes more people feel interesting when seeing the situation. There are many more wizards in the sky who are intoxicated and dizzy. Thousands of ghosts and ghosts seem to be walking on the streets of this city tonight. You can hear panic shouts, wanton laughter, and intermittent singing everywhere. This fanatical excitement is very contagious, spread across every street and every alley. Floating City's Halloween Night Street Parade is very grand and violent. Harris TV and the Daily Prophet have released the parade route recommendations and performance time and venue in advance, but almost every family who comes to play holding a map, even the first group of people who stayed in the ever-expanding new city, did not dare to say that they knew every place in the floating city. Everything is shrouded in a weird, mysterious and fanatical atmosphere, filled with eerie and strange elements of surprise. The costumes of the participants are full of weird horror and weird appearances. The procession is endless, and weird people are constantly joining. Not just the British. Many people came here to study or do business, and even in the magical world of Italy, which was suspended in the sky at this time, many people flew up. All walks of life have sent well-dressed representatives to the parade. The Ministry of Magic has specially selected some staff with outstanding figures as representatives. The Hogwarts headquarters has more lovely advantages than relying on age and the unorganized university department. It also reflects the creativity of young people, and the animagus who cooperates with them has been welcomed by most people. Even the newly emerging lamb factory has made a lot of noise, those Gillums being modified and dressed as a character in a popular science fiction movie. As long as you like watching TV and kids, no one will dislike it. After a gang of demons and ghosts parade, on this commercial plaza similar to the Quidditch Stadium structure in the southern part of the main venue tonight, Some wizards in Malama appeared neatly on the temporary stage of the venue. There are also huge screens similar to the World Cup stadium on the highest level around so that the audience can see the scene on the central stage of the square. And with this group of wizards dressed as mole soldiers stood still. Boom! Ow! After a low but deep drum beat that went through the audience, neat shouts followed in the air. Amidst the cheers of wizards for tonight's finale, the sky was illuminated by some blue flares, and floats made into long-haired ships appeared in the sky near the commercial square. These Viking wind warships with dragon heads carved on their bows and painted blue dye on their hulls began to descend at a much lower speed than usual floating boats to ensure that nearby audiences have time to have a clear view see them. Boom! Ow! The short and rhythmic drums from the long ship continued. The wizards wearing umbrellas dressed as Vikings stretched their arms horizontally, and after the drum beat, they raised their hands above their heads and patted them. They shouted ow! Boom! Ow! This rhythm seems to be gradually accelerating. It hits the ears of wizards, and the sound is getting louder and louder. Many onlookers watched the program report in their hands, and many of them spontaneously joined this called Viking War roar. During the ceremony, standing on both sides of the ship's side, these Viking warriors led the wizards in the audience screaming with powerful drums, and faster drum beats and roars rang through the night sky of the floating city. This kind of battle cry, which was only seen in the cold weapon age of moles thousands of years ago, evokes the primitive wildness of wizards who usually just wield small wooden sticks, and then explodes instantly. The shouts became more rapid, faster and louder, and when the wizards couldn't keep up with the rhythm, this Viking war roar turned into an overwhelming cheer. On the long ship, Viking pirate actors with bull-headed horns or Viking braids are painted with many mysterious symbols, intricate lines and eye-catching beasts showing Scandinavia. With the help of those necromantic knights who are truly ancient Vikings, their appearance is very fierce and elegant. Leaning on the mast behind the huge sail, the tall Lynch braided Emily's hair on both sides of her ears into small braids, all of which were gathered behind her hair, and the middle part was braided into a big braid. Then he, like his fellow villagers who were helping other wizards and actors, put his hands on the shoulders of the little witch, gently turned her around, mixed the stone bowl with a stone mill, and then used 3 fingers, dip it with this blue dye and draw down against Emily's forehead, painting her forehead to cheek with 3 blue marks. Then, the former Viking berserk leader and the current necromancer leader Lynch casually wiped his fingers with his braided beard, and looked at Emily's appearance roughly and satisfied. Ha ha ha, look at you, my Emily will soon become a legendary shield girl covered in blood and will go to war. Emily is not as active as she usually laughs and plays with Lynch. Novel.com. She did not respond to Lynch. She just stood there, breathing repeatedly with her chest and abdomen ups and downs, instead of holding a magic wand in her hand. The axe made her more nervous, and she regretted that she should learn from her father and Lun, and shouldn't participate in this kind of activity that required performance in front of so many people. The Wolf Mother's daughter, Laura Rosier, stood straight and upright behind Emily, her brown hair tied together in a pigtail form, and finally gathered into a long ponytail, hanging high and motionless behind her head. At this time, she pretended to be Emily's shield girl, gently wiped the big round shield in her hand, with an eager gesture. It can be seen that she is more addicted to it than Emily, and more little girl than usual. The youthful breath. Ha, take it easy, the sea salt-cured female warrior, from your hair braids, I can smell that you will conquer several kingdoms. Lynch took one side from the deck of the ship and was cursed. Without the weight of the buckler, let Emily pin it on the belt of her left arm. Although this rough and brawny man is an undead, his body will no longer have any endocrine effects on his emotions, but the expression on his face at this time carries some sadness and nostalgia. Tonight you will become a Lagoza. Austriading will watch you. Because of her height, Emily did not raise her head to notice Lynch's expression, but she managed to be amused to relax a little, turned the axe in her hand, pretending to be ferocious, bared her teeth and yelled a few words, and then felt satisfied. Looking up, Lagotha, who is she? The legendary female warrior in Viking history, the mother of Norway, the queen of Kaggot, Lynch said with a grin. Because she is so famous, no one in our village has any literacy and culture, so there are 10. The 3 women were given this name by their old man, and my mother called it this name. Then what's your daughter's name? Lagotha. Chapter 1224? Young people don't speak. Would I raise my horn to the Raven clan, the most outstanding friend and warrior. Albert, who was also dressed as a Viking, took the fat man who was also dressed as a Viking pirate and handed over the horn cup, and began to perform lines in front of the audience. Everyone held their respective horn cups, and the wizard cheered softly. They drank stubbornly to embolden them. Because of his outstanding physical appearance and his identity, Albert became the commander of this Viking. Although his character was relatively straightforward, he was well trained by the Orthodox spy for this kind of undifficult performance. And such an exotic dress made Furong, who was hosting off the scene, felt that her husband looked more wild and charming. It also made her make up her mind to wait for the show to end, but she can't let her husband take off the dress in advance. Instead, let him insist on going back to his bedroom. If no one wants to open the door, how to become the new owner of England? It's very simple. Rely on the axe in our hands. Albert walked to the bow of the dragon head. The axe in our hands can make him ... Let her. He walked, looking at the crew around him, even it. He pointed to the house elf Dobby, who was dressed as a warrior by Hermione, who used her authority to compete. Become a legend. The important thing is to pick up your axe. And then, he drew out his 2 axes with his left and right hands. His tone was not relaxed, but shouted, shining. They think we are savages. Don't let them down. The Viking ship stopped in the outer area of the stage area and made a landing. The wizards on the ship who were dressed as Viking warriors had already posed. There are some wizards around the stage, and the ones they lifted begin to perform illusions to perform stunts. Suddenly, there were countless swishes of flaming arrows piercing the air, overwhelming all the sounds in the square. At the bow, the Viking commander played by Albert looked up to the horizon, and the onlookers also discovered this vision. The sky was suddenly enveloped by a large flaming flame that resembled a firework, and Albert shouted, "Hold the shield!" All the Viking warriors behind Albert raised their bucklers, and the bright rockets in the sky shot onto the Viking warships, blazing hot flames, and the opposing Viking warriors fought. Together, the weapons collided ping-pong together, and it seemed very intense for a while. However, the offensive of the Viking warriors was obviously not smooth due to the defenders who had prepared them on the stage. The war fell into a stalemate for a while. Although the Viking warriors were brave, they had a large number of enemies. I can't see who the victorious Libro is leaning towards. At this time, there was a creaking and sharp cry, and all the ravens in the Ravenclaw temple flew out, and countless ravens hovered in the air to form a black tornado-like thing. The onlookers saw the light blonde-haired Albert suddenly stop the attack, and felt that the surprised wizards adjusted their panoramic telescopes to see clearly, and many Vikings in the venue seemed to be particularly shocked by seeing this. Things, staring blankly in one direction. The wizards followed his gaze and saw a cloak dressed in layers of raven tail feathers appeared under the mast. A man with a spear in his hand. Half of his cheeks were painted with blue dimensions. Jingran tattooed. The pupil of the eye shrank to the smallest pupil in the middle. A large white of the eye was exposed in the rest. With the conspicuous tattoo, he looked like he had only one eye. This is the role played by the Master of Hogwarts today, with 2 black birds standing on his shoulders. A 3-eyed raven made of magic but a lot of small size, and the black-head-out phoenix anchor was dressed up as a raven pet named Fugin and Uni representing thoughts and memories. and in the front. Two hellhounds with black bone spurs on their backs grabbed the board and roared at the wizards. This purgatory creature that is now used as a military dog by the Auror was also drawn to make up the number. Odin is watching us. Emily raised her axe and shouted, turned around and took Laura to attack the enemy. Those Viking warriors who had been unable to support the ailing spirit raised their spirits, and were injected with new power as if they were divinely assisted. Counterattack. The onlookers cheered excitedly, although the actors were not professional, due to the realism of illusion and this kind of stage play that was relatively new to wizards. It made them seem to have seen a real battlefield. Barbaric, dirty, rude. The UK is not like the UK anymore. Harris has introduced too much mudblood culture to us. Looking at the content on the huge TV screen in front of him, beside Herbert Bock's wheelchair, a few well-dressed wizards cursed. Ben Bosted's squawking chin also shook with his mouth. You little guys ... didn't understand the meaning behind this. Herbert Bock was sitting in a wheelchair, propped up a little with difficulty. His tone was a little arrogant. Alfred. Yes, master. The box housekeeper responded quickly. He was preparing drinks for his owner, but now he was forced to put down the proliferative tissues that grew on mortar rats. Instead of the energyless herb special explanation, Master Harris did not choose these savages for no reason. I don't have to say more about the relationship between the raven and the blue. They happen to be the representatives of these savages. And now in Hogwarts' floating city and the floating courtyards that go back and forth in their colonies, aren't they also doing angrily plundering resources of other countries? The light blondie-haired mole barbarians of ancient northern Europe occupied Britain, but now these light blondie-haired wizard barbarians ... obviously think they have occupied Britain. Mr. Borgenbock, who has neatly combed, greasy hair, said on his face. His expression was not as slick as when he was a shopkeeper, and he was holding a glass of whiskey in his hand. Masters, some Death Eaters working under the Dark Lord, this afternoon to their distant relatives, that is, the news of our Bock family. Alfred listened to the preparation work that he had started in order to speak. The Dark Lord was defeated again. And Harris defeated the Dark Lord without a head-on fight this time. What? Didn't even fight head-on? Incompetent. We gave them so much help during this difficult time. He just wasted our resources. This hybrid ability is not worthy of his ambition and appetite. This is not the first time he has been frustrated under Harris. The purebloods heard the bad news and felt that their investment was in a slump. The mental and realistic pressure brought by the confrontation with Harris for many days caused them to ignore the demeanor and begin to abuse them. But their expressions were a little desperate and panic. What the happened? Ben Herbert, who had been scolded before, stopped scolding. He grabbed Alfred's hand. I didn't understand whether he ran away without fighting because he was afraid of pulling or because what other reason. Where does the mysterious man go now? Will he continue to fight Harris? Lucius has not returned any news. Sorry. The situation seems to be more complicated than we thought. With the real situation and follow-up news, I will inform you one step closer. Now I can be sure. Alfred inadvertently pulled his hand back, suppressing interruption. He was impatient with the drink. They said ... It seems that the Dark Lord was hit by Harris' conspiracy and tricks ... But apart from the very beginning, there is no new news coming back now, including Mr. Malfoy. Yeah? If we used our strength early in the day, he would admit it. We could break the Harris in one fell swoop. Ben Boster was very upset about the current situation. You were reading www.uukanzu.com. Remembered a few years ago, Harris' family status and power were very upset that he did not start early. The Harris family is prepared for everything. Alan Harris, a young man who doesn't speak witchcraft. Borkin shook his head and said annoyed. Come to cheat. Come sneak attack. Mysterious man, a 17-year-old. The old wizards, and the old wizards who paralyzed us, who laid the foundation for the British magical world. Enough. I didn't ask you to come here today to let you see Harris' performance and evaluate them. Herbert raised his voice, to tell you this news. After the failure of the hybrid, they have all stopped recently. 1 point. Don't let Harris turn his attention back to you. Cough cough. Rat tail juice. What about rat tail juice? Because of the deep conversation, Herbert began to cough uncontrollably, and Alfred speeded up the configuration action. Please forgive my lord. Mortar rat juice will be ready soon. It will relieve your pain immediately. These mouse tail juices can alleviate it. Cough cough. The side effects of overconsumption have caused purple ear hairs to grow in my ears. The new revision and upgrade address of the mobile station, https. Data and bookmarks are synchronized with the computer station, and fresh reading without ads. Chapter 1225? Dress up after Harris's performance. The clouds in the floating city's commercial square seemed to be overturned by the cheers on the ground. All wizards can move freely on the floating city. The wizards wandered around in a peaceful atmosphere. Compared with Japan, it is a treacherous and terrifying, but more lively commercial street. Various businesses also took the opportunity to throw out various discounts and promotions, hoping to retain more customers and promote sales. And more wizards who have a residence in the floating city rushed home, ready to welcome those little wizards who trick or treat without candy, and let the other half take the children to ask for candy. In addition to this event, there will be a selection event for the best dress that will begin soon. Each residential area has a voting booth at the corner of the street, and finally a statistical judgment will be made. And Hermione was undoubtedly one of them. Once the street tour was over and she was not involved in the performance, she handed over the follow-up to some people in the umbrella, and hurried home, wanting to be the first one of her parents participate as much as possible during Halloween in the magic world. In addition, Hermione herself likes to win this kind of competition. In fact, the competition itself is her idea. However, compared with children, the Grangers at home did not have the anxiety of their daughters. They sat at home and watched the magical TV live broadcast of the shopping mall. Two necromantic knights stood one by one. The gate was acting as a guard, and Dobby was checking the blueprints outside the courtyard to check the room that would be dressed a little bit gloomily. As muggles, they can't use magic to help them in their previous outfits, and Hermione is more used to planning this kind of things and prefers to be in charge, so they don't even have to think about ideas. Waiting for Hermione and Dobby to finish the matter and assign some tasks to participate in the afternoon when Hermione was dressed up, the couple had lost their initial fear of wizards. Accompanied by necromantic knights and bodyguards, take a leisurely stroll to the neighbors' homes. At this time, the Grangers' living room was filled with the sweet smell of pumpkins. Underneath their feet was a dog that looked very similar to Jack Russell Hound, with a red slavery gem in the middle of its forehead and its ears hanging down. Two inverted triangles, shiny black nose, long and prominent nose and mouth, black lips, black, tawny, and white short hairs on the body, and the forked tail slapping the floor one after another, trying to ask the hostess some snacks to eat. Suddenly, the dog that had been sluggish stood up, pricked his ears and listened, then shook its forked tail, smashed out, and circled happily around Hermione, who had just returned home. "Emma, don't grab my clothes." Hermione grabbed the puppy by the neck, picked it up, and held it in her arms to have an affectionate "Mom, the person from Aunt Josephine." "Help us. Is the permit ready?" "We were suspected of breaking the law without cutting Emma's tail." "Don't worry, Hermione. Rupert has already sent the certificate." When he sent the certificate, he said that our family doesn't need to worry too much about the certificate. Mrs. Granger got up from the sofa, pulled out a book covered with the Ministry of Magic, the certificate of the badge, shook Hermione. "Emma is not as aggressive towards us as advertised." "That's because I asked Alan to put a gem on it." Hermione pursed her lips. She was a little ashamed of her own behavior of enslaving other creatures, because she herself has always opposed this behavior. "But for the safety of my parents, I have to do this again. Anyway, parents, you better move less with our new neighbors." "Hermione, Don't worry, I told you with your dad, it's fun for us to see our new neighbor playing with this kind of dog. We asked him about it. Mr. Grindelwald warned us that this kind of dog has no magic power. The people are not very friendly, and she also intimately suggested some breeds that we are suitable for. Mrs. Granger also pursed her mouth in disagreement. Hermione, your father and I understand that we know some of his rumors, but we taught you. We should also need to have our own judgment. Don't judge others blindly. Hermione, I think Gatler. Maybe it was actually some Dark Lord. Mr. Granger looked at his daughter. But at least not anymore. It's not whether he was polite and friendly to me and your mother. Question. Mr. Dumbledore and Alan don't trust him too? Otherwise, he won't be invited to be the vice president of the university, would they? Mr. Granger asked in return. Besides, Getula made sure that Alan had sent this gem. Instead, it is suggested that we raise another one to take the initiative to give us a small one. Maybe we should give these people who have missed things a chance to reform. Otherwise, it is likely to push him back to the dark side. Question mark. Seeing her parents' tone and demeanor, Hermione couldn't argue. She felt that her parents had undoubtedly been bewitched by the charm of her new neighbor Grindelwald. Of course there are Alan and Dumbledore, and coupled with the age of the other party, she also understands that the other party can't do anything else, and the attitude of her parents is estimated that she has no other thoughts besides her own identity. I don't feel much when I don't have much contact with Hermione. But they can see each other's houses in the same block as her. Besides, knowing that the other side has got a nest of swallowtail dogs to raise, which also led to my parents raising this one, the matter made Hermione a little unhappy. She felt that Grindelwald didn't seem to have any changes in her attitude towards moles because the swallowtail dog is a three-star dangerous magical animal, native to southeast England. Ministry, it is a great scavenger, from goblins to old tires, what it eats and what it encounters. And it is undoubtedly a creature cultivated by wizards, because it is extremely loyal to wizards, but it has a cruel attitude towards moles who don't have magical powers on them. Any wizard who wants to apply for keeping a dovetail dog must first complete a simple test in the Magical Creatures Management and Control Department to prove that he has the ability to control dovetail dogs in the mole settlement, and then he can receive a license from the Magical Creatures Management and Control Department. The owner of a swallowtail dog is legally obliged to use a painless cutting spell to remove its peculiar tail when the swallowtail dog grows to 6 to 8 weeks, so as to prevent the swallowtail dog from attracting the attention of moles. Licensed by the Department of Fantastic Beast Management and Control. Knowing that her daughter was worried about herself, after Mrs. Granger collected the certificate, she poured a glass of pumpkin juice for Hermione herself. Hermione, you should spend your mind on today's house game and Crookshanks and Cottons on the weight loss plan. After all, they don't look like Emma, no matter how much they eat, they don't seem to gain weight. Can you tell us about the arrangements? Good mother. After the children come in, Dad waits for the children to come in, and you pour out the bucket of black fog behind the door. I will arrange illusions for you so that they will not notice you. When the fog disperses, Mother, you just put out a cage of pygmy cattails. I rented it from the female owner of Wonder Zoo. The branch in Hogwarts is much better than hers in Diagon Alley. Oh, they are rolling around under the cover of thick fog anyway. It's easy to rub against those children. This furry feeling will be very scary at this time. Dobby, come here. Hermione waved to the outside of the courtyard. Dobby teleported to the owner. Then, when the kids are frightened by the pygmy cat, you need to secretly stuff the sugar into their basket before they escape. Can you think of the expression that they find some more candy in their basket? Oh, Master Hermione is a genius. This is terrible. Dobby will get the job done. Dobby also dressed up today. Hermione, who is particularly tolerant of house elves, didn't even give him permission to dictate his clothes. Design your own costume, Zoldorf. Maybe his new socks won't scare the wizard today. The new clothes covered in new clothes will definitely scare the other house elves. Speaking of sugar, Molly is much friendlier than me. She took the time to make some toffee finger cakes for the children and gave it to us and neighbors a lot in the afternoon. Mrs. Granger looked a little uncomfortable. Neither your dad nor I know how to make candies. I wonder if the wizard's children would like these dental candies used to reward obedient children when your dad was still a dentist. Don't worry about Mom, Dad. These sweets are definitely new enough for wizards. And I didn't add some wizard's furry mints in it. They happened to clean the children's teeth today. Hermione stayed away. Dressed up like Dobby, she drank a big mouthful of pumpkin juice, took out a napkin and gently pressed it on her mouth, then folded it in half, folded it, and threw it in the trash can. Then she always felt that the current situation seemed to be still something is almost done. Hermione, don't be too anxious. We've rehearsed a few times. Mr. Granger patted Hermione on the shoulder, hesitated and persuaded, but ... I don't know the extent of the wizard, but you will. I won't take it too seriously. After all, it's just facing some kids who want sugar. It doesn't matter, Dad. Some adult parents will also follow the children into the yard. We can put more goals on them. They will vote for us. Hermione didn't want to give up the game. She faced the door outside. The necromancer yelled, "Bjorn, Ivar, later I will help you also arrange an illusion to disguise you as armor, and then wait for them to flee in fright." Hermione turned to the necromancer guards again. "You guys are dressed as armored warriors and have armor at home. When they wake up from the illusion, let them have a few seconds to react, then come back to life and rush them from the house." Scared away, Hermione's fingers lit her arm, wondering if there were any holes. "Your mother and I went shopping for a long time this afternoon and found that although your wizards did a good job of special effects, they seem to have little specialization in the horror film industry," Mr. Granger said as if he felt a little disrespectful of people, and changed his words. "But Mr. Gettler and Mr. Dumbledore arranged the house very well, and they were very innovative. They built a cannibal restaurant in the yard. The theme is still based on the movie The Silent Lamb made by ordinary people. I watched it. It's also quite scary. I also invited our family to wait for a while and almost eat over here, and Gettler will cook for us personally." Hermione's face became ruddy when she heard Grindelwald invite them to eat the food he cooked by himself, and she was a little annoyed, because it reminded her of her previous cooking mistake that caused the old man to be admitted to the hospital. Then Miss Know-It-All's thoughts were put on the scary things I just heard about their home. You were reading www.uukanzu.com began to wonder what the room was about to make her win the game. Maybe we should add something for the game. Maybe I should grab a few Dementors and place them under the floor of the entrance, so that the breath on them can create some atmosphere for us. Hermione was a little undecided whether to put this. The thing was used on the child, and she turned her head to look at the necromancer. "By the way, Ivar, can your head be taken off? I mean temporarily take it off. Can you talk after it is taken off?" "Ah, my head?" Necromancer Ivar was a little confused by Hermione's question, and then his helmet was pulled off before he could react. A cold light flashed, and the necromancer's head fell. In Granger's house, he fell to the ground in exclamation. His head rolled on the ground, his face was angrily staring at the culprit who was putting away the axe and cursing. "Bjorn, what are you doing?" "Miss Granger, use his head as you like." "No problem." The other necromancer Bjorn said respectfully, putting away his axe, and then kicking his head on the ground with his foot. "Ivar is my fellow half-brother. This melon is notoriously boneless, and I can install it for him after using it up." The new revision and upgrade address of the mobile station, https, data and bookmarks are synchronized with the computer station, and fresh reading without ads. Chapter 1226. Route. In the rich men area of the house in the floating city, Draco and Pansy, with their 3 children, Emily, Gabriel and Laura, constantly visit their new neighbors to play the traditional trick-or-treat game. Emily is holding a basket that has been cursed without a trace in one hand. Because she is still taking Helena to participate, she wants to help the ghost who can't show her touch things in front of outsiders. She is very knowing that her niece will taste a few things at most, the rest will be hers. And although the new neighbors feel very nonsense about Emily's reason for taking candy for the ghost, there is no one will reject a cute little girl who is just a little greedy. Not to mention her last name is Harris. Although Gore and Crab at the back of the children's team turned 17 years old, they were already considered adults in the wizarding world, but they also followed them with a big basket. After the little girls were fighting for the sugar, they will take the opportunity to pass and take a few. In the end, it was the old Malfoys who were counted as caretakers behind the children. They were chatting with the guards to get closer to each other. After all, they felt that they would have to put their safety in the hands of these people. With his parents by his side, Draco felt excited and a little long-lost arrogance with his backing, and constantly ridiculed Pansy's rough and majestic surroundings about the inadequate layout of the surrounding houses. He didn't turn his head to look until he didn't hear Crab and Gore agree. And the two big guys were greedily staring at the open-air dining carts opened by new foreigner counts on both sides of the street who were going to make a fortune on Halloween. Their greedy faces made their faces look even more stupid than usual. To be honest, if the two of you remain so dull, you'll have to go back. Draco threatened somewhat. Oh, what's this time? Sorry, Draco. After Crab and Gore apologized happily and habitually, they happily pointed to a shop selling sweet pumpkin cakes for Draco, and Gore grinned silly from the side. Gregory and Vincent are hungry again. I'll get them a little. Draco shouted to his parents and Emily, and then complained to Pansy next to him. Pansy, maybe we should build a small house for these two people near the boathouse, and let these two idiots who can't find a job help us see the boat after graduation. Just make up your mind. I doubt any company will be arrogant enough to feed these two idiots. But I think it's better to stay away from our main house. Pansy learned some of the news from Lucius. Although worried about her father who hadn't been able to contact, the girl was very happy to hear Draco asking her opinion about Malfoy's new home. Draco raised his mouth and smiled crookedly, and then he took his wallet and walked to the side food stall. Although Lucius was worried about what he was about to do, he was also very happy to officially join Harris. He raised his head and said confidently, "Little Gore, if you make Draco more satisfied next ... I can consider putting your father got out of prison ... The situation is now suitable," and he clicked on Crab's fat shoulder with the wand in his hand. "If your father contacts you, immediately notify me. I can come back to accompany you ... This idiot ran too fast. This made the two big men who were about to follow Draco's footsteps overjoyed and thanked them. "Stop now, boys. Let's go back and talk about these things ... You go first," Narcissa whispered. Compared with the joyful children, Narcissa's mood was heavy and fearful. Lucius has clearly betrayed the Dark Lord, and the Dark Lord's revenge may not come when, even if she herself is not really joining the Death Eaters. But Narcissa, who also experienced the first war up close, faced with her son's smile, she felt uncontrollable fear of the Dark Lord's avenging methods, and she was worried all day long, even though she knew that Malfoy's new backer, Alan, had far more strength and power than the Dark Lord. But she didn't know to what extent will the other party be willing to do for Malfoy, who is actually of little use value. Not to mention that the last task the other party arranged for her husband is simply to tear the Malfoy family and those distant relatives in the UK apart. "Lucius, I still don't think we should come out. If they see you back now and walk so close to them, they will guess," Narcissa whispered nervously. She held tightly the arm of her husband who had been reunited for a long time. Her face was very pale. In the night, she seemed to be glowing white, with long golden hair draped behind her back. It made her look like a drowning man. "Bella also, I don't know what happened. Principal Harris entrusted his sister to us to take care of. This is a great trust. It is Malfoy's honor." Lucius patted his wife's hand, reassured. "She was fine. She will be fine. And so we need to accompany you more." Lucius pointed to the girls who were checking the basket of sweets happily not far away with his cane, "so that we can better intercede if possible." Narcissa nodded and squeezed a smile. We must use the forgetting curse on Bella ... or she won't betray. At this time, several figures, together with their parents, rushed towards Lucius and their opposite directions in a panic. Astoria. Dad, and I told you not to go there. I told you. Daphne ... I just wanted to thank ... Oh, it's you ... Happy Halloween. Malfoy's party noticed that this was the Greengrass family. At this time, the two sisters were floating their father Paul with their magic wands, and he seemed to have passed out. You are? Emily asked, and quickly put the sugar into the basket before raising her gaze again. You'd better not go to Granger's house. It's the Hermione Granger's house ... It's the Jack O'Filtrade's house in Gryffindor. Daphne was incoherent, her face twisted in horror to the Academy's well-known relationship with Hermione. The small group of close Emily issued a warning. My dad was shocked. Don't ask for sugar. Calm down, Daphne. Astoria's voice is gentle, but her expression is obviously a little lingering, but she is not as excited as her sister, and she can still notice the relationship between Emily and Hermione and her father. She's also a little embarrassed. Principal Harris cured my illness, so I think maybe we should say hello to Miss Granger ... But Miss Granger is a serious person ... She has something for Halloween some ... understand differently from ours. Seriously? The degree to which she treats this competition is estimated to be as serious as she treats exams. Daphne was still a little excited, but finally realized the relationship between the person in front of her and Granger. Emily, you still bring Gabriel well. It's better not to go there. Granger actually dug a well at the door just as his father fell in and faced a female ghost. He passed out. Daphne. Astoria raised some gentle voices. She felt a little ashamed of her father being fainted, so she leaned slightly and said, excuse me ... We have to send my father to the treatment hospital. Still falling into the coffin? The little French half-blood May exclaimed, and the small basket in her hand couldn't help falling. Need a female ghost to face up? Helena, who had been floating in the posture of a court lady, also floated a little higher with fright. But the Cowdy family didn't have the thought of answering their questions. The sisters hurriedly stepped up the levitation curse and transported their father away. Gabriel was indeed frightened by this posture. She looked at Emily pitifully, and Helena also let herself fall a little bit so that part of herself penetrated into the earth, and Emily stared. The female ghost's voice maintained a feminine voice, but with obvious panic. Emily, maybe we can go around to Mr. Grindelwald's house and go to the banquet first. This made Narcissa couldn't help but look at the former ghost of Ravenclaw and the current ghost of Hogwarts again, and she secretly wondered how close Rowena Ravenclaw was to Harris. The expected value was higher, which also made her agree with her husband's decision to join Harris. She also breathed a sigh of relief. The Greengrass family no longer and Harris, because of their daughter's blood curse being right, so naturally no longer be treated by those pure blood families, not to mention that Paul Greengrass has no use now to be scared and fainted without seeing them, which makes her more assured. Helena, shouldn't you lend her the female ghost in that well? The one taken from your female ghost choir is called Blair. I promise Hermione is not in the style of Kuzang's hometown. Kind of. Emily made her niece a little embarrassed, and touched Gabriel's head as if she were an adult. I will protect you, and Hermione won't really hurt your cuteness. Seeing Emily's comment, Laura also echoed, Miss Granger told us that we must go there. She said she would give us some sweets to protect our teeth. But when I heard the name Granger again, you were reading www.uukanzu.com's habit of being pure-blooded for many years made her not much hope that the children would go to the Mudblood Witch's house, and Lucius had also had an encounter with Granger's parents in the early years. Despite the unpleasantness, she worried that if Hermione's parents would do something even more unpleasant to the Malfoy family because of the unpleasantness and their relationship with Alan Harris, if it turns into that, there is no doubt that this is what the Malfoy family wants today. The purpose of pleasing Harris is actually hurting himself. Narcissa secretly pondered and sorted out the information. When a few witches were selected, she immediately thought of Lucius returning in the afternoon. She mentioned the Luna who made her husband feel a little unpredictable. Lovegood, Narcissa recalled the information she had learned from her son Draco. Knowing that this weird girl nicknamed Mad Girl seemed to be closer to Headmaster Harris, and it made her the Black Witch more unconscious. The burden is that although the Lovegood family is a bit weird, it is undoubtedly a member of the pure blood. So Narcissa organized some language, and whispered in a much gentler tone than Gal Crab, "Emily, should we go to your brother's friend Luna's house first? Mr. Lovegood, if even his house was built so interesting. Maybe we should turn around and take a look. Maybe his house will be decorated tonight and be more suitable for Gabriel and the others." The new revision and upgrade address of the mobile station, https. Data and bookmarks are synchronized with the computer station, and fresh reading without ads. Chapter 1227 Trick or Treat. There is no decoration at home, because Xenophilius thought he was boring to play at home alone, so he went to Miss Cravat's house to help them decorate the house without magic. Helena said sternly, but her eyes were already looking in the other direction. In order not to go to Hermione's house, she suppressed her dislike of Penlow. "Miss Cravat's house is here, I can lead the way." Lucius knows exactly what he thinks of his wife, and he does have such worries and preferences. But the influence of the Malfoy family, who are good at camping, has made him understand that profit is the most critical issue. We can all go. Time it should come in a hurry. Narcissa also knew about the family information of the female heir of Penlow Cravat. She was terrified when she thought that she would not only face a demon with a personality comparable to her sister, but the key was not her sister. It was even more annoying for the other party's bad name and the realization that he had to go to a Mole family tonight. "Miss Grey, thank you. She deserves to be the daughter of Miss Ravenclaw. She knows so many things," Narcissa said flatly with a smile on her face, but she looked a little uncomfortable than usual. "But maybe we should go to Miss Granger's house first, and then go to Mr. Grindelwald for the appointment after the visit." Emily took Narcissa's expression change into her squinted eyes. Then, with her long eyelashes trembling, she raised her head and glanced at Laura, and then she pulled her sugar basket and patted her hand on it. "Mayloop, I didn't let you steal my candy." Miss Granger and Miss Cravat are both one of the most important core members of Harris. Laura saw Emily's movements, and immediately began to attack. "Mrs. Malfoy, I think we should look at them." "Is more important than Mr. Grindelwald?" "Principal Harris doesn't like Hogwarts with somebody still doing bloodlines." Narcissa had no idea that her mind would be seen by such underage children, even less that the other party would directly pick it out in public. Narcissa's pale face, who did not know how to step down, was startled. She held it. Lucius' hands were cold and trembling. "Sorry, Miss Rosia." "Please don't get me wrong." Lucius shook his wife's hand tightly, and quickly defended. "Narcissa didn't mean that. She was actually just a little coward and afraid of things like haunted houses. In addition, Paul at Greenland's family seemed to be too timid and fainted just now, affected by this. So I hope to go to Mr. Grindelwald first. Laura, Mr. Malfoy is right. You are not familiar with their house. Don't talk nonsense. Hermione and Draco are already friends, haven't they?" Emily interrupted Lucius quietly. In defense, she criticized Laura with a serious expression. "You must pay attention to it. If your unfounded guesses are passed into my brother's ears but he believes it, isn't it because of your sentence? The friendship between our Harris family and Malfoy's family has collapsed." "Excuse me, miss, I'm too sensitive." Laura quickly apologized to Emily. Then she looked at the Lucius and his wife. "Excuse me, Mr. Malfoy." "Mrs. Malfoy. You know, although my pure blood mother killed my mole father, but half of my blood still belongs to moles, so I am too sensitive about this. Miss Rosia, this is our fault. We have misunderstood you. Please believe that we don't have this idea. We were indeed influenced by those stale thoughts and did some things that should not be done. But please believe we have corrected the bad habits of the past under the leadership of Principal Harris. Just like Draco, he is now. I often praise his mole friends and mole products to us. The Malfoys didn't dare to treat Emily as a cute little girl. They were very familiar with this set of things, and they simply accepted Emily's beating. Shall we say something happy? Emily held up her candy basket. Mrs. Malfoy, when Draco and the others come back, we will continue to take us to ask for candy. We can still get to Hermione's house. How many do you want? Maybe we can fill my basket with Gabriel. After a while, outside the Granger's house, which is no longer a French mansion, under the shining of the flickering and flickering ghost fire in the courtyard, you can faintly see several tall figures guarding here. In front of the darkly furnished house, on the steps in front of the door are stacked 2 rows of hideous jack-o'-lanterns that have been cursed to change their expressions. Their faces and sights will always focus on the visitors, and they also guide the way. But it seems that the situation of Lange's house, it has been spread among the little wizards who want sugar in a short time. Many adult wizards with children have already chosen to hold their children when passing this section of the road. Go around it on the opposite side. At this time, there is still a place in the entrance yard of Granger's house that is a little eye-catching. On the opposite bank of the road leading to the entrance door of the house, a warning sign is standing to remind people to walk around the stone road, otherwise falling into the well is at your own risk. The workmanship of this brand is completely devoid of other decorations. The group combined with the previous experience of the Greengrass family and estimated that it was temporarily added because of this matter. And I don't know if they have been given an additional continuous curse. After approaching Granger's house, the group could clearly feel a chill across their bodies. This chill penetrated the skin until their chests were cold and their breathing condensed. In his chest, it was cold to his heart. Emily, I'm afraid. What the is this? Where did it feel? How did Hermione get it out? Miss, look at the thick white mist coming out of the soil in the garden. Wouldn't Miss Granger bury the Dementors in the garden? The little witches were standing outside the courtyard with their baskets. Emily's expression at this time became really scared when she thought that Hermione was serious, and let alone them. It was not Gryffindor but Slytherin. The newly adult wizards, although they think they are not as timid as the Ravenclaws, but these little snakes are not good. Don't worry, let me take you into the yard and knock on the door this time. I can just chat with Granger and his wife to resolve past misunderstandings. Lucius took the initiative to relieve the ladies, but he was also affected by the atmosphere. Influenced, I couldn't help holding the cane in my hand. Draco, take Vincent and Gregory to protect the ladies. Pansy, stay at the door and help me take care of Sissy. This made the little witch and the little witches breathe a sigh of relief. Under the leadership of Lucius, they stepped into the gate of Granger's house. A strange cry from the yard came from an unknown creature, screaming and screaming. It sounded very permeating, like the smoke of dancing black snakes bursting from the door, boiling and rolling beside Lucius and them. Narcissa was very guilty. She watched Lucius take the children's pace at different speeds due to the strange special effects of the courtyard, and understood that her husband was trying to make up for the mistake she made earlier, so she decided not to be like ordinary parents anymore. That way, she guarded outside the courtyard gate, but took the group of obviously scared little witches in person. And she knew from her husband's words that after Lucius passed by, she would definitely be serious about offending the Granger family before. Apologize and pray for forgiveness. Pansy noticed Narcissa's expression, and she began to hold her half-heartedly in order to warm each other. She persuaded, Narcissa, Emily and Alan are very good to them, don't worry. Narcissa felt warmer and more comfortable, and she hugged Pansy, who would become her daughter-in-law in the future. Pansy, your father will be fine. You and Crabbe are different. Lucius will definitely intercede for him. Of Halloween, trick or treat. The little witches are not too energetic and trick or treat. You are reading www.uukanzu.com. Narcissa knocked over and found that the door was being opened. Then, a burst of black mist from inside the house enveloped the door. and the screams of frightened living people cut through the night sky. Draco, who didn't know what he had seen, ran ahead with a face of horror, and AI was behind him. Melee took Gabriel's Laura and ran out of the courtyard. The translucent body of the ghost Helena became more pearly white, and she also staggered as a ghost who could not step on the ground in an awkward angle posture, without the slightest adjustment of the skirt that might run out of risk to maintain the elegance of the past. They began to fly into the sky regardless. Gore and Crab ran into each other while they were escaping down the stairs, and Narcissa's husband Lucius Kane also flew into the yard, and he made a few his body tilted, and he fell softly on the carpet outside the door. Just when Narcissa pressed her mouth with her hands and thought she was about to scream out because of her worried attack, she watched with a dumbfounded look at that Hermione Granger also rushed out in a panic. She still had one in her hand. The speaker's head was thrown aside, and he squatted on the ground to check Lucius' condition. The new revision and upgrade address of the mobile station, https. Data and bookmarks are synchronized with the computer station, and fresh reading without ads. Chapter 1228. Hannibal in the new home of Grindelwald, the vice president of Hogwarts University. A group of parents and their little wizard stared blankly at the banquet that was being staged in the courtyard at this time, and forgot to pick up the moment near the door. There is a please pick up big pumpkin candy basket in another well-built place in the courtyard where ingredients are cooked and processed. All the necessary utensils for the kitchen are arranged neatly. A gorgeous lacquer-adorned long table is placed in the middle. On the table covered with white tablecloths, there are a few unique candles with metal brackets. All the utensils shine with expensive luster under the candlelight. German-style lamps and candles floating high in the air adorned the wine and vegetables on the long table with a hazy brilliance. If it weren't for the soil in the yard, there were several blackened corpses with mushrooms of different sizes on the eye sockets, body, and limbs. Compared with the strange decorations and decorations of the neighbors around, they were dressed up here. It's more like a thrilling open-air restaurant. The large pieces that grow on the body are like broad leaves, while the ones on the neck are as small as mottled fish scales. The color of these mushrooms is like the soil that supplies them with nutrients. The dark flesh color is faintly mixed with gray. These mushrooms very exuberant. Even if you know that this is just a dress, you should not be a real guy. But in the eyes of the onlookers, you only feel that the cold hairs on your body are standing up and your whole body is itchy. In accordance with the situation on the table, the feeling of nausea goes straight to your throat. In fact, there is already many people really vomited, but in addition to disgusting and fear, some other things in the field attracted them to continue watching. Because there are many invited people, the guests of this banquet are all leaving immediately. At this time, the wizard Grimson is waiting for the meal. He is sitting on the left side of the long table, except that he has been cracked. There was nothing abnormal outside the organs exposing the chest and abdomen. There are still two old subordinates from Grindelwald who are sitting in this row. They have had their legs cut off and are bleeding outwards, but they are eating a piece of roasted leg meat. One whose tongue has been cut is cutting the last a bit of stewed tongue. Xenophilius Lovegood took Penelope's parents and seemed to have just been seated, and he was arranging tableware for his two ugly and somewhat frightened mole friends. As the host of this banquet, Grindelwald was dressed very decently. His white shirt was very neat, with almost no wrinkles. The buttons were tied directly to the neckline, and he was cooking for his guests. Just like the musical note magic left by the Dark Lord that Alan and Luna learned about in Durmstrang, some musical scores are scattered in the yard. Classical music plays melodiously in the yard. Grindelwald just got stuck in rhythm and slammed a fresh lung onto the chopping board. The lungs were steaming, fresh and healthy from the color. With his slender hands folded, he pressed the lungs forcefully in accordance with the rhythm of the music, expelling the air remaining on the lung lobes and the impurities inhaled by people through rhythmic pressing. The air squeezed out of the lungs and made a popping sound. It was like foam being punctured after it floated up. The silver blade was glowing with cold light under the moonlight, and the blade cut into the squeezed lung without any hindrance, chopped into minced meat along with other offal, then put them into the stomach with side dishes such as onion and oatmeal. Grindelwald's squeezed and cut back is like a solitary mountain, silent, but it makes people feel cold and depressing, and the heart is throbbing. This is also the reason why the crowd of onlookers refused to leave in the panic and disgusting scene. Grindelwald also cooks. With deceptive power, very rhythmic, subtle curiosity and fear drive them to watch. Grindelwald puts the freshly processed stomach into the cooking pot. After casting a magic spell to cover everyone's eyes, he put a piece of the finished product that had been simmered for 3 hours on the plate and scooped a few spoons of mashed potatoes and vegetables, put it in front of Red-Nosed Grimson, then cut open the stomach wall with a knife so that the entrails inside came out. Scotland's famous dish haggis. It is more suitable for whiskey. Grindelwald put a glass of wine for the other party, and the gentleman stretched out his hand in an inviting gesture. Grimson, this is done well. It's not good for your liver to drink too much, but the lungs are healthy and very tender. I followed your advice and haven't smoked much, Red-Nosed Grimson said with excitement. His voice was higher than before. He raised his glass to greet Grindelwald. Under the influence of illusion, his ribs were like wings. Open it to both sides. The remaining organs inside are still trembling with his movements. Gelot. The last time I ate your food was more than 50 years ago. I was able to participate in your banquet again. It's an honor. It's a pity that Linda is gone, and she does pretty good French cuisine. Mrs. Harris' cooking skills are said to be good. Maybe as a member of Rosia she will have Linda's recipes. But you can drink such a small cup tonight. We will live for a few more years to enjoy these. With nostalgia on his face, Grindelwald pointed to him next to the pumpkin bucket at the door. Don't go so fast after eating. Take a purple velvet box in the hall. I was shopping with Dumbledore the other day. I saw a dumb wizard hat in the Tuefan garment shop. He promised the Weasleys to go to the new burrow for the holidays, so I think this new hat is also suitable for you. Bring it when you leave. After a brief greeting, ignoring Grimson, who was awkward with Grindelwald and Dumbledore and didn't know how to respond, Grindelwald changed back to the appearance of a chef, and he faced the newcomer Xenophilius. I'm very sorry, Xenophilius, and if I'm not mistaken, it is the Clavat couple. He bowed to the Clavat couple. You can still accept it while you are busy making new laws. My invitation. It's a great honor. Getula made it so attractive on your side. The house I made for Flip was just not terrifying. They didn't get many votes. Xenophilius pointed at the surrounding performers and a curious onlooker with the identity of the Dark Lord. He noticed Grindelwald's eyes and looked down at the Deathly Hallows on his chest. It is because of this necklace that caused me to go to Europe once and be beaten as your follower. Now, fortunately Pandora is great. That's really sorry. Only those who are familiar with them can be sure that it is not my mark. Grindelwald's gaze swept across the symbol on his gold chain that looked like a triangular eye. And then he paid attention. When the Clavat couple's eyes were on the mushrooms in the yard and the guests who were constantly spooning their brains from their skulls, what was even more strange was that his tongue was still forked. Oh, that's the front lobe of the brain. It doesn't matter if Abernethy loses it. In fact, the brain itself does not produce any pain, although I personally recommend him to eat the tongue. Grindelwald looked at the crowd around him. After hearing his commentary, he sucked in air conditioning. He smiled gently, then approached and half leaned behind the chairs of the Clavats, and then covered their eyes with both hands. Good-natured sir. Don't worry, ma'am, these are just some illusions. Just for the Halloween atmosphere today, they are cooperating with my performance. I won't really kill people to grow mushrooms. Maybe you've heard of the Silent Lamb movies. Now it fascinates me. Just like their music. Under Grindelwald's hands, the scene before the Clavat couple changed. After seeing through the illusion, they understood the real scene of the banquet at this moment. The horizontally in front of them was covered with mushrooms on the ground. The corpse is actually just a humanoid decay, and the wizard named Abernethy who is eating his brain is nothing more than putting a special plate on his head, and the human brain on it has become the original Parma-baked goat brain with cheese. Bach is considered the father of our Western music. But my daughter likes Beethoven better. That is indeed a good movie, and I have to admit that these costumes are really exquisite. Mr. Grindelwald. You really look like Hannibal. The Cruots pulled the corners of their mouths and politely responded with a smile. They were accustomed to wanting to merge into the so-called upper class, and they generally refused to invite such status wizards. Now, after seeing through the illusion, just because of the surrounding, the scenery was too realistic and some regrets disappeared. Whether it is Merlin the wizard or the god of Miles or even Miss Ravenclaw gives us the will, we not only want to create art, but also become art. Every life is a piece of music, and we are limited affairs. There is a unique arrangement. Grindelwald shrugged. Merlin and gods must also like killing. They are always there. And we made them just like these gods. The plausible menu used the copying spell to make them divide into 3 parts and came to them. 3 distinguished guests. Please see what you want to eat tonight. If it is not on the menu, order it as long as you have the ingredients. If I can do it again, there is no big problem. Please see first. But before that, speaking of Grindelwald, he retreated to his kitchen area, waved his magic wand, and in the oil filter basket next to the frying pan, the fish and chips automatically flew into the paper pockets to be packaged, and then he directed these pockets to let them it flew accurately to the hands of the onlookers around. You were reading www.udcahnshu.com. Grindelwald's approach made the wizards who were hungry watching the meat cheer. The British wizards didn't really understand him because they had never been to the UK during the raging time. Only then did they discover the first Black the Demon King is not as scary and difficult to reach as the rumours they originally heard. I can no longer allow the little wizards to stand and watch. This is not in line with my habit of being a human. This is a crime against the development of the magical world. So I will do something for everyone next. Warm your body. Grindelwald raised his index finger to his lips in front of the crowd, who burst into greater cheers and began to applaud, with a faint smile on his face, putting the index finger away from his mouth and pointing to the sky. But before the dinner starts. Please note, I don't have vegetarians here. Author's note. Middle-aged Hannibal Max Mikkelsen is expected to replace Johnny Depp as Grindelwald. Almost 2 years ago, he used the image of Hannibal to shape the book's first appearance in Grindelwald. Tucow is inappropriate, and now I think the author who made the prediction is full of confidence. In addition, the author of The Silent Lamb happens to be a Harris, named Thomas Harris. The new revision and upgrade address of the mobile station, https, data and bookmarks are synchronized with the computer station, and fresh reading without ads. Chapter 1229. Trial with 7 lives in Granger's room. The Grangers sat on the sofa to comfort their daughter. The mother stroked her daughter's hair and looked at her somewhat frustrated daughter and persuaded, "You can't be blamed, Hermione. This day is supposed to be horribly arranged. That Lucius used to be so arrogant and tough when we were troubled by us, and we didn't expect him to be so timid," Mr. Granger said as he was stared at by his wife, and changed his words. "Don't worry. His family don't blame us either. Emily contacted me with the mark. He has no big problems. But we have sent 2 in tonight." Hermione's head lowered, her hand pressed her forehead, and then said worriedly, "And Helena, she is no longer seen after she was frightened, and she doesn't know where to hide. That female ghost seems to have always been a lady, but her face seemed to be pale just now, and she flees quickly." Mr. Granger looked a little happy when he recalled the situation before. "Hermione, this doesn't mean you are today very successful late. That girl herself is a ghost, but you were scared of ghosts." Feeling embarrassed, Hermione changed the hand on her forehead to her face. What she is more worried now is that Helena told her Grandma Morgan Le Fay that she was bullied by herself. "Miss Granger, A voice came from the entrance floor. The head of the necromantic knight who was dropped by Hermione on the ground just now asked with an open mouth, "It seems that no one wants to come over for a long time. Can I? Put your head back." "Oh, sorry Evil." Hermione jumped up from the sofa, scratched her hair, and said annoyedly, "We cancelled this session. I won't do it again." "I can do it by myself," the decapitated head said, and directed his body to move, but because he was not used to this perspective, he stepped on a jack-o'-lantern. "Sorry." After lifting his head, he applied negative energy to the mark on the neck, and then healed as before. He shook his head and picked up the trampled pumpkin lantern. "Dobby, I will throw it out in the well first. Wait a minute, remember King Mile." Hermione, who had already gotten up, didn't sit back, but walked to the window anxiously. With her hands on the windowsill, leaning forward and looking out, she saw the little wizards outside the door walking by her door in panic. Go away. Some even go around to the other side of the street and come back. This even includes the ghosts of the academy. When Hermione saw Nick, who was almost headless, she seemed to be inattentive at first, and only found out when he was too close. This made his head just flew backwards immediately. A little piece of skin was left hanging around his neck. Lockhart, the ghost of Ravenclaw's new college, took Patricia and Nancy directly across the street, pretending to not see Granger's house. So it was pretending to be because Patricia was pointing to the room here, and Lockhart tried to knock her down but failed because of the spirit. He let Nancy quickly lead her daughter away in a low voice. "They must all know it." 2 adult wizards were shocked by me. The wizards' rumors were quick. Hermione hammered the windowsill with her fist in annoyance. Then she noticed her parents smile and said angrily, "At least let's give away the stock of toothy candies that Dad left over and the candies we don't eat." Hermione said, flicking her long brown curly hair back, raising her chin, and putting her hand in the candy basket. Grabbing a large handful of sugar, she hurried to the door. Not yet at the door. She stretched out her hand to the little wizards passing by the door. "Who wants sugar?" "They are all famous brands. There are all kinds of flavors." Worried about being scared, the illusion has stopped. But the little wizards saw Hermione as if they had seen something terrifying, and screamed and ran away. Foley, who had supported Harris because of Sirius's relationship last semester, stared at Hermione vigilantly at her innocent. "The daughter who wants to come over drank it. Don't go. They have so many traps with the Harris family." "No, I'm not." Hermione wanted to explain, but the other party had already left with her daughter. But the sound of horses' hooves made Hermione turn her head, and found that the horseman in armor had dressed himself up as Hogwarts. The daughter of Sis student came over. He has black hair and black body, and looks much rougher than Fionne's. Her daughter is holding a candy basket in her arm, and she is holding a fish and potato in her hand. A paper bag. I feed her old horseman father from time to time. After receiving the goddess enlightenment disguised by Luna, the horsemen have recently actively tried to integrate into the Wizarding Society, and Bane, who had been a little hostile to the wizards before, has firmly become a member of the Guard of the Hogwarts Forbidden Forest. Take the initiative to take her daughter to start a toe-legged festival. Bane. Good evening. Is this your daughter? Hermione quickly reached out and handed the candy to the little pony in Gryffindor's old-school uniform. Child, would you like some candy? Thank you. The horseman girl raised her basket very happily. As a little pony who had been living in the Forbidden Forest and led a tribal life, she sincerely liked the change in modern civilized life. The attitude of the wizards and horses here is not as bad as her father had always instilled in her. The candies in her candy basket can prove this, and now she can easily buy beautiful in addition to the mirror, you can wear all kinds of beautiful clothes. Although if they need to spend a sum of money called money by the wizards, her father's salary is enough to cope with all this. Ms. Granger? Bane only noticed the witch and her identity in front of him, which made his belly undulate violently, dripping with sweat, and this brave horseman suddenly changed. I was a little embarrassed, and his voice trembled. Sorry, I'm not familiar with the terrain of the city yet. When she heard the name Granger, the little horse girl was shocked. Her paper bag fell to the ground, crying and stretching out her arms to shout to her father next to her, "Dad, she caught me. I don't want to die." Bane immediately pulled his daughter behind him, half bowed and spread his arms as if to stop Hermione, and held her in his arms, with a trembling voice. "Miss Granger, my little pony is too young. No, she can't participate in your trial yet." "I'm sorry, I just wanted to." Hermione realized that the other party was frightened by herself, and her guilt felt a little at a loss, but she realized that the other party's lines were wrong. "Wait, Bane, what you said about trial and death. This what's the matter? My daughter's little witch friend came to warn us." Bane sank, and the veins on his forelegs violently. "Say, Miss Granger, you set up a trial in your house tonight. She told us here 7 wizards have already lost their lives." Hermione was stunned by the exaggerated rumors. She gestured to try to explain. Don't talk nonsense. I just scared people out. How could it be killed?" But Hermione's gestures misunderstood the horse fathers and daughters, making them even more frightened. "Sorry, Miss Granger, we still need to rush back to the tribe to see the stars." When Bane was speaking, he let his forelegs that had been charged for a long time flicked, pulled his daughter and started running back in the direction he was coming from. "Dad, my fries are still on the ground." "No, go back to Mr. Grindelwald and ask for another bag. You remember to pick more raspberries in return." Knowing that she was being praised by strange horror rumors that she didn't know was spreading, Hermione looked at the horseman father and daughter who were running fast with stern expressions, and finally picked up the paper bag they had fallen into. The French fries and fried fish exude a fragrance that means they are fried to the right degree. You are reading www.uucanonzoo.com. Hermione's gaze was attracted by the lively situation on the new neighbor's side. The brightly lit house was not the same as the horrible houses on the street. It seemed to be an ordinary family home, but separated the screams, exclamation, applause and cheers that have sounded for a while make it look strange and terrible and calm, but it constantly attracts wizards and their children to squeeze into the crowd, and they continue to carry paper bags and show satisfaction. The facial wizard walked out of the crowd. The only thing in common is that the wizards have avoided Granger's house as much as possible. If it weren't for the wizards' attitude towards their house on weekdays, they were very friendly, even with some kindness. Granger just walked out of the house. The couple even wondered if this was another discrimination. Mum and Dad. It seems that no one would dare to come over tonight. Hermione shook her head and turned to approach her parents, pretending to be calm, and said, Let's go to the new neighbors for a dinner and let us open our eyes to the end. What did he do to make these wizards love and fear? But as soon as Hermione had finished speaking, a door to another world began to appear in a corner of the courtyard. The new revision and upgrade address of the mobile station, https, data and bookmarks are synchronized with the computer station, and fresh reading without ads. Chapter 1230 Foster Mother and Foster Father. As soon as the door to another world was completed, Alan emerged from the inside. The white-haired man was very conspicuous in the night. But then he walked a few steps forward and raised his hand to beckon, and he hadn't said anything good. The principal of Hogwarts suddenly fell into the well that had been abandoned by the Grangers. In an instant, Alan's screams came from the well. Hermione had never heard Alan's screams before, and she was shocked to rush towards the well. But it was even more creepy, mixed with the panic screams, and the crisp laughter of the little baby came. And in such a dim night, it became more and more frightening. Mrs. Granger let out an exclamation. Hermione was shocked, and the mother and daughter ran over to see the situation. Her trap had pitted Alan. Apparently Alan teleported directly to the yard without seeing him stand up. The warning sign raised, and then another black shadow ejected from the door of the alien world. Waffle. Emma, the swallowtail dog, has already jumped out of the living room very fiercely, blocking Hermione and the others, facing the person who has completely strung out from the door of the alien world, showing his body erected in the night. Giant snake. This loyal dog is arched, wrinkled nose, snarled, and growled. And now Nagini, the giant snake who was already in a cluster by the well, was also terrified. She didn't want Delphi to be raised by mole families, but she didn't have the right to choose, and she didn't expect it at all. Yes, Alan, who was walking in front of her, just walked out holding Delphi, and fell into a trap as soon as he met each other. More importantly, he, who could easily defeat the Dark Lord, would send out such a miserable situation's cry. Almost instantly, Nagini, who had been with the Dark Wizard and Death Eaters for too long, concluded that someone had betrayed Alan in front of him. This was a conspiracy, so its front body shrank back, and the snake's letter spit out a click. Just sound, ready to attack. Snake. Oh my god. There is a snake. Mrs. Granger took Mr. Granger's arm tightly and started to move back. It seemed that he might fall at any time. Mr. Granger was also frightened and cold by the sudden situation. Hermione drew out her magic wand in an instant, and a huge magical barrier enveloped the Granger family, including Emma, but Nagini was kept outside. Hermione had recognized that the giant snake in front of her was the pet next to the mysterious man, but it was now brought by Alan, which made her very puzzled, but noticed that there was a connection with their creator. The necromancer didn't move. Instead she looked embarrassed, so she didn't immediately attack it. A large amount of black gas rose from the wellhead trap, and as the black gas rolled and rose, a black figure quickly emerged. Alan looked very stiff at this time, rising from the well like a string puppet, and instantly fell to the ground quietly without making a sound. The black energy around him dissipated, revealing her face was paler than usual, but her cheeks and ear tips were much rosier than usual. The wizard noticed Nagini's movements and glanced at her. The giant snake hissed in dissatisfaction, but the enslavement ruby red light on its forehead flashed, and its body softened like a water pipe from the sun. It's just that Mrs. Granger's gaze could not be taken away from the giant snake. Seeing the forked snake letter and the cold snake eyes, she only felt that her whole body was standing upright, her palms were sweating, and she could not relax. Just like the difference between the eyes of wild murdered tigers and captive tigers, Nagini and those animagus, who became Slytherin students, gave people a sense of deterrence that was not on the same level. Emma was also held in Hermione's arms and calmed down after being soothed, but the loyal dog's eyes still couldn't help but stare at the giant snake. Sorry, Mrs. Granger and Mr. Granger, you may not know it, but Hermione should know. The thing I fear most is this kind of stuff. The wizard held something in one hand, and was uncomfortable with the other. Rubbing his nose, and finally judging the truth and being more frank, it seemed less embarrassing. I just didn't have a little defense. The female ghost didn't have any worries. Blair just appeared in my eyes. It gave me surprise. It makes me feel uncomfortable. I almost fainted the 3 wizards today, Hermione said angrily. She withdrew the defensive spells, which made the Grangers completely relieved seeing her daughter's friends show them to them. On the weak side, this made them feel very happy, thinking that Alan really regarded them as his own. Ellen, did you fall? Mrs. Granger said with concern. And what you hold in your arms is. Don't worry. I'm fine. I'm so sorry for letting you see such an indecent side of me. Alan thanked him in an embarrassing manner, and then pointed to the giant snake. This giant snake is called Nagini. Please don't be afraid. It will not cause us harm. This child is. After hearing the name of the giant snake confirm the identity of the other party, Hermione could not wait to chase after Ellen and interrupted Ellen. Nagini is the pet and horcrux of the mysterious man. Ellen, how did you get it to your side? This child. Your mother has already given birth? The child is already this old. Wouldn't you use the time converter again? Let's go back to the house first. Mr. Granger had the courage to walk around the giant snake, and helped Alan pat the almost non-existent dust on his body, but his eyes looked suspiciously at Alan's silver hair and baby girl's silver blue hair. Thinking of the reports about Ellen's scandals in some tabloids that seemed to be hostile to Harris, Mr. Granger frowned when he looked at the smiling kid. Thinking of Ellen's hair and Ravenclaw, Lulu, Some doubt whether the other party is Ellen's illegitimate child. After entering the room unseated, Alan, who had already seen the speculations and worries in everyone's minds, quickly picked up some parts about Voldemort and told them about what happened in the temple during the day. His existence served as proof, so that everyone quickly put aside those worries in their hearts. Poor little girl. Hermione awkwardly stretched out her finger to tease the tender milk doll in the package. She was cautious for fear of hurting the child with the usual inattentiveness. It's not too pitiful, at least Nagini loves her, but the giant snake can't raise her by himself, and is willing to risk his life for this child. So I think I should give it a chance. After all, Hermione. Maybe after reading the information, she was actually very kind when she was still human. Alan patted the baby in her arms lightly, and made the smiling little baby girl laugh. Anyway, I can't refuse Nij's request. I can't leave a little baby girl in that place. So I brought her back. So, Ellen, did you take this little girl to our house? Do you want us to adopt her? Mr. Granger was a little bit shy about his bad guess about Ellen just now, but now he has guessed a little bit about him. The purpose of this. Yes, I understand this is a presumptuous request. This child's father, Tom, grew up in an orphanage. He lacked care in the process of growing up, and no teacher really cared about him after he entered Hogwarts. So I think that although this little girl is not a product of eccentricity, she is not suitable for growing up in an orphanage with half of Tom's blood. Alan made her look and tone appear sincere. Although there are many people in my family or I know, they are either not suitable, or I am not at ease with each other. The wizard paused. After that, I thought of you. Mr. Granger, Mrs. G. Apart from the daughter you educated, I have learned what is outstanding and responsible. More importantly, Tom, a half-blood wizard, is a firm pure-blooded supremacist. I think this kind of wrong concept should not be taken by her, the daughter of. So there is no doubt that in Floating City, only you can make this little girl named Delphi develop a correct outlook on life as she grows up and let her understand that moles also have their own field. Her achievements made her no longer hate moles. Alan, doing it right. Hermione was very pleased to hear Alan's political correctness, which was considered to have spared her. This allowed her to take the child immediately. But we don't have to bother my mom and dad. I will be her adoptive mother. I will teach her what is the right thing and let her treat other people well. Mr. Granger sat up straight, and exchanged glances with his wife in a somewhat embarrassed manner. They felt that their daughter had not married yet and had raised a little baby girl at such a young age. Although it was logically reasonable, but logically the two couples were reluctant. That couldn't be better. If you can do this, then I'm relieved about the future of this child. Alan glanced at the Grangers, then cleared his throat. Since you have become her foster mother, you are reading www.uukanzu.com. Although I can't personally take care of her life recently because of too many trivial matters, then let me be her adoptive father, and I will teach her magic when she becomes an adult. You still don't know, this child's the gift of magic may be higher than Tom. But Hermione, your umbrella work is also very busy. Usually, just leave it to Dobby. This child just needs to grow up in a loving family. Don't be affected by those who can. I'm exhausted with the trivial tasks left to others. Ellen, Hermione, it's okay. My husband and I happen to be in Floating City and have nothing to do. It's boring. Let us take this kid. We will treat her as a granddaughter. Mrs. Granger was in when talking. Mr. Granger also nodded again and again after hearing their daughter said to be an adoptive mother and Alan said to be an adoptive father. Some of their little worries disappeared. Instead, they thought it was indeed a good thing, with the company of grandparents. Although Duffy has her own misfortune, it seems that she is undoubtedly but extremely lucky now. Alan made some moving gestures. He glanced at the giant snake. As for Najib, this giant snake has a deep bond with the baby. He also noticed that the Granger's expressions had changed his mind. Although her current personality is not suitable for getting along with ordinary people, please leave it for her. Something She will come to see the children often. I will guarantee that she will not hurt anyone in the future. The new revision and upgrade address of the mobile station, https. Data and bookmarks are synchronized with the computer station, and fresh reading without ads. Chapter 1231 www.baiku.biz. In the TV of Hogwarts Auditorium after the Holy Feast, our newspaper's special correspondent Rita Skeeter reported that as the patriarch of the Malfoy family, one of the 28 pure-blooded nobles in the UK, Lucius Malfoy has been working hard to maintain the family's reputation and status. A wizard is willing to lurch next to the mysterious people, for 10 years as a day, let him drive, just to provide the most accurate information about the mysterious people and Death Eaters to the British Ministry of Magic. Recently, in order to save the wizards who were looted by the Death Eaters, he had to postpone his original hidden mission, quickly informed the headmaster Alan Harris of Hogwarts, and successfully rescued the hostages. But he personally exposed his identity. Lucius Malfoy has paid a huge price for the peace of our British magical world, enduring humiliation, just to eliminate the mysterious people and Death Eaters. Currently the Ministry of Magic is applying for Mr. Lucius Malfoy for a first-class Merlin Medal in recognition of his salvation so many deeds of life. You all know, Draco Malfoy took his seat, before going to get breakfast, reached into the pocket of his robe, took out a folded newspaper, and proudly flaunted, "The Daily Prophet reported on my father's deeds." The first edition is his photo and profile. Besides, the entire article. To be continued to the third, sixth and seventh editions is all about my father. Believe it or not, many little wizards expressed their admiration for Lucius Malfoy at this time. Some even left their seats and came over to clink glasses with Draco. Regardless of their previous relationship, they were very excited. Draco of Glory bumped into it. "Draco, I heard yesterday that your father was scared to be hospitalized by Granger's dressing test. How is the situation now?" Bryce Zarbini leaned closer to Draco and asked in a low voice, "Zarbini, how many times do I want to tell you? It's not like that." Seeing the smiles on the faces of the wizards around, Malfoy only felt that they seemed to be mocking. An adult pure-blood wizard was caught by Emil. The wizard-made Halloween costumes scared to faint. "This is not a decent thing," he said sharply. He was not scared by the Grangers, he just got rid of the mysterious person, mentally fatigued. And there is nothing serious for him now, and he successfully escaped from the mysterious man's poisonous hands. Zarbini, it has been reported in the newspapers that so many lives can be saved from the mysterious man. How much effort will it take? Many Slytherins surrounded Draco, and they retorted Zarbini. Zarbini was a little surprised. He himself was just joking with his best friends and cared about it by the way, but he didn't expect to be refuted collectively by these usually unfamiliar wizards. As a pureblood, he has smelled something from Lucius as a traitor and successfully returned. He rolled his eyes in disdain. These people are probably just worried that Lucius Malfoy will rip in front of Harris and supply their family to the Ministry of Magic. Draco was already surrounded by Slytherins who wanted to please him. Emily leaned over to Pansy and asked in a low voice, "Pansy, father still has no news?" "No, he doesn't know where he's going." Pansy sighed sadly. "Mr. Malfoy doesn't know. He also informs him when he asks me to contact my father, that he will intercede for my father. Use him to intercede?" Emily wrinkled her nose. She snorted disdainfully. "Pansy, if your father contacts you, bring him to me." Pansy didn't agree, but nodded gratefully. Emily's speech in front of Alan was much better than her future father-in-law. The gathering on Slytherin's side also attracted the attention of other college wizards. Seeing Draco Malfoy start to look triumphant with his chin raised again, Ron took out something like a newspaper clipping. His arm he elbows Harry next to him. Harry spread it out and was cut from the Witcher Daily controlled by the Pureblood family. This newspaper often reported on the Ministry of Magic and Harris from a seemingly fair but degrading perspective. And I turned up the old account. and began to question the authenticity of Lucius's behavior. Almost clearly pointed out that when the mysterious man first collapsed, Lucius used the Imperious Curse as an excuse. The punishment for the established fact that he is a Death Eater begins, summarizing the various so-called deeds of the Malfoy family over the years. In this way, he criticizes the implausibility of suggesting that he is a spy of the Ministry of Magic who is lurking next to mysterious people, trying to imply that he is a cunning and venomous snake who is profiteering. At least he switched to Ellen this time, right? Harry returned the newspaper clippings to Ron. Look at the Slytherin long table. But Malfoy will use him again. It's been a long time since I've looked at my nostrils. Their surname reveals the virtues of this family. Ron collected the newspaper clippings. He glanced at Draco as a peacock with disdain, then turned his face and muttered to Harry, "It is from their ancestors. Came from France with the Mole Commander." The surname of Malfoy in French seems to be dishonest and unfaithful in his bones. Therefore, in order to avoid danger and betray the mysterious person, Lucius Malfoy swayed from side to side like a wall. Their family tradition. I hope they can last longer this time, Harry muttered, swallowing the sandwich. I said, it will be Penelope's class for a while. This time we have to go with your seniors. Are you sure you can't eat faster? Ginny handed a cup of breakfast tea to Harry, who was choking, while Ron turned his head and made fun of Lavender, who was chatting with his girlfriends in the distance. He stretched out his leg and kicked Ron. Ron, otherwise, besides being famous for being diarrhea in public, you also be famous for being late. You know it's pumpkin juice. The therapist later apologized to me. Ginny, Ron yelled angrily, and then asked whether anyone heard it. The freckles on his cheeks appeared under the cover of the flushed cheeks. It's not so prominent anymore. You promised me not to say it at school. But you have to admit that it does look like. Ron, I thought you had eaten too much pumpkin and had a bad stomach. Harry couldn't help but teasing his friend at this time. I don't know what you thought of as spider. It's not like a spider. Novel.com. That's spider legs. Ron was unwilling to argue in a low voice. I guess any therapist is the same as Hermione, who is too serious. You know. He was afraid that others would find that he was too serious about his dress and frighten me to take responsibility, so he framed me for pulling my crotch. What, Ron? You said you pulled your crotch in fright by Hermione? Ron, did you pull your crotch again? Huh? Why should I say it again? He seems to have pulled it before. I heard that Hermione's house scared 13 people to death this Halloween. Ron's whispered rebuttal made many Gryffindors heard clearly. He flushed at this time, and he was futilely arguing that it was just pumpkin juice and so on, and it even annoyed him. His girlfriend Lavender, who was sitting in pumpkin juice, obviously didn't hear what he was talking about this time. He obviously misunderstood that Ron pulled it in the Granger's yard without her knowledge. She didn't dislike Ron, but she was scared to death when she started to argue that others went to Granger's house, and her boyfriend was just so brave that she was scared. The new revision and upgrade address of the mobile station, https, data and bookmarks are synchronized with the computer station, and fresh reading without ads. Chapter 1232. Price increase after breakfast. When the Cubs rushed to the duel, the professor and assistant hadn't arrived yet, which made Ron, who was still afraid of Ginny's statement, breathed a sigh of relief. Noting that there was no one standing next to Hermione, Ginny took Harry and walked over. Lavender squinted and pouted, holding Ron's arm tightly, and pulling him to the other side. Congratulations, Hermione, you won the most terrifying house award by an overwhelming advantage, and you are a well-deserved champion. Ginny approached Hermione with a smile on her face. Dad, after hearing those rumors, or we will come over, but I just voted for you. Thank you so much. Hermione hugged her arms and turned around, looking surprised. Speaking of which, they are all spreading that your house scared more than 30 wizards to death on Halloween night. Ginny was very satisfied seeing Hermione's frizzy expression. Of course I know this is a rumor. See, after minutes relaxed, Ginny asks in a low voice deliberately, but you have to tell me quietly, how much are you scared to death? Has the price increased by more than 30? Hermione shook her shaggy hair. I didn't scare any of them to death. I was scared to death by 2. Later, it was inexplicably rumored to be 7 dead. It's getting more and more now. Her tone was very aggrieved. Even many people in Gryffindor are scared. As if I would eat people. Obviously Grindelwald's house eaten people. So it's partly true to be scared. Harry said in surprise. What have you made your house into? Next year one won't even sculpt a pumpkin lantern. Hermione pursed her lips. The professor is here. The sound of the motorcycle sounded like a pinch. Penlow drove into the duel arena, flicking to a halt in the middle of the field, with one long leg supported on the ground. The class suddenly became quiet, and the wizards gathered in a line like a reflex, stood up straight, with the back of their hands behind them. Several assistants also hurried to the duel site and stood behind Penlow. Very well, it seems that you have improved somewhat. Penlow took a long leg and stepped off the motorcycle, and his voice spread throughout the duel field. Today continue the confrontation reaction training. I have observed that you have recently been on campus. In the duel, I really met some dark wizard. I suspect that you will not survive for 3 seconds. Your response speed for casting the spell is too slow, standing there stupidly like a fixed target, expecting the enemy to wait for you to use the defensive spell. Will they attack you later? There is also the accuracy of the spell. Someone doesn't aim at some shield, waiting to be bounced to death by someone using the iron armor curse. The wizards were skillfully and fatefully divided into 2 groups, and spontaneously began to conduct confrontation training. Although they did not dare to make any doubts or complaints, most of their faces showed painful expressions. This kind of confrontation training, one side attack, and the other party cannot use magic spells to defend and can only rely on the body. Once hit by a spell, although the power of the spell has been reduced through Alan's special wand and the ancient magic class robe, it still makes people feel the pain of the spell to some extent, and because of the reduced power, the practice of the spell will continue until the end of the course. That is, if you are not flexible, like Neville, this pain will continue from class to his dismissal. And if you want to get through this lesson by cheating, by letting your collaborators release water, once they are discovered, what awaits them will be more tragic training and punishment. But today the students didn't feel the pain much. A figure that was hard to see in school during this semester suddenly appeared beside the duel. Penlow's indifferent expression changed, and she walked quickly. He went up and raised his lips. Why are you here? I have to teach them. Sorry, Professor Cravat. I have to delay your class for a little, the headmaster of Hogwarts said apologetically. I need Draco Penlow for something. Alan's gaze probed among the crowd who didn't dare to stop because the professor didn't call to stop. He quickly saw Draco fighting against Zabini. Judging from the situation and actions, it seemed that Malfoy's heir was the most recent. Well practiced, he met Draco's eyes, and then waved at the little ferret. After receiving a call from the school's senior management, Draco and Zabini believed that this was in line with the discipline rules, and they dared to stop the confrontation. Alan raised his hand and gestured to Malfoy to make him wait, then looked at the curse-teaching professor. Penlow, tell the doctor or the fat guy to come over to take the place of the lesson. I have some things that you need to deal with. Want to see me transform again? Penlow's expression was a little tangled. On the one hand, he was a little pleased that the other party did not dislike his animagus form, but on the other hand, he felt that the other party seemed to like more than her human form recently and was a bit awkward. Cough. Of course not. Alan was choked on his saliva by the other party's misunderstanding. He coughed so hard that he squatted his face to show the upbringing he should show. Official business. Hearing that it was official, Penlow put away his tweak in an instant, turned around and shouted at the students, you can stop now. Wait for your assistant Church to take my place in class. This change has also attracted more students to start looking at Alan's direction justifiably, but the recent classroom discipline has prevented students from daring to speak at random without shouting in this class. Oh, don't worry about your professors and classmates. I just need their help to deal with some things. Alan tilted his head and smiled kindly. Also, fortunately, I recently tried to switch to an ancient spell that you can cast. It will soon succeed. With it, it is estimated that your professor will hope to increase the speed of your defensive spells rather than dodge by physical strength. This caused the little wizards to shift their attention from Malfoy, and the excitement on their faces was beyond words. Alan has not personally taught them magic for a long time since he became the principal, and the spells he passed down as a professor have proved useful in their mutual duel, and now he promises to let them, going back to the mode that prefers to cast defenses instead of relying on the body to avoid like a mole. This is great for many wizards who are relatively fat and inflexible and have large target areas. The principal taught the 3 students out of the duel, and stopped in front of the circular pillar. Draco, your father Lucius, because he provided some very important evidence for the Ministry of Magic that the pure-blooded collusion with Voldemort as an act of extermination and revenge. Just now, he was met by some pure-blooded families in the hospital. The conspiracy to assassinate the moral bottom line, my dad got stabbed! Malfoy's face was instantly pale and interrupted Alan. He thought that Alan had interrupted the classroom teaching to find himself, and he was already aware of being a purer blood. After his father did something, ominous and fearful thoughts arose from Malfoy's heart. Today, someone in your father's ward was anonymous in the name of an ordinary landscape plant. You were reading www.uukanzu.com sent a disguised poisonous tentacle, and some easily volatile but paralyzing venom was sprinkled in the flower bones. Want to use this method to hang poison Lucius? Alan explained only half of the time, and Malfoy pulled his sleeve. Draco, you should learn to calm down. I can tell you things faster. Alan soothed. Victor, as a professional, can easily see through this plant, except for Lucius again. There is nothing more than fright. But you call me out. The air of Malfoy's throat seemed to be clogged, and the more organized he couldn't understand what he wanted to say. There are umbrellas and the armed forces of the Ministry of Magic to guard your father. I am actually not worried, but their assassination against your father was unsuccessful. It is very likely that they will turn their heads and put the target on you and use you to threaten him. Alan met Draco's calm eyes. So I think putting your whole family together for the time being will make you all feel at ease with each other. Hogwarts is the safest place in the world, Draco said confidently. Ellen, help me protect my parents. Actually, they have already launched some actions against you, but they were all discovered as soon as they entered the city. But this is endless like a fly. Although safety I can guarantee, but it is not good if they affect other students. Alan was not stingy with his loyalty. He patted Draco on the shoulder lightly. Speaking of which, I have never invited anyone to our new home. It happened that this time your family met for this kind of thing. Just come to the new home on Huxin Island for a few days. Don't worry, the information provided by your father is very valuable. HTTPS. Genius remembers this site address in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL, Chapter 1233? Terrorist journey. When Draco, who was elated because he felt treated specially, got into the alien door opened for him and went to Harris' house, Alan turned his head and said to Punlo, let us take it seriously in recent days. Your duties? Or do you want to be lazy and let the people below go? Of course I will go. Punlo licked the corner of his mouth unconsciously and made a slashing motion. But Lucius information. Ellen, anyway, those pure-blood families don't have a few clean ones, so it's better to just put the whole family has been arrested. And you may not have heard of it. Some Italian wizards and refugees are making some inexplicable protests. Alan was surprised. Italian? What are they protesting? Protesting that our tomato sauce is not delicious? Or is there no one making pasta? The brains of that group of wizard refugees were brainwashed by the local mole beliefs. They couldn't understand the appearance of the undead walking around on the street. They thought it was a blasphemy against the mole gods. In other words, they wanted us to stop creating and purify immortality. biological labor. Punlo looked a little annoyed and entangled. You know, there are many wizards from other places with their own beliefs. We have detected some refugees who have revealed that we can establish, in addition to worship on the floating city, the shrine of their own outside the mad girl, who they believe in at home, and refuse to believe in Luna. I can't control it, but if my floating city can't accommodate a second temple, you can disclose it to their leader. I won't be like some moles. The country is obedient to refugees. Alan seemed less gentle when he heard the question of faith. Every time you talk about a mad girl, you always care about it. Punlo looked at Alan's annoyed expression with jealousy. That's why I suggest you catch it all. Punlo, as law enforcers, we have to speak the rules ourselves to convince ordinary people. Alan shook his head in denial, and then began to use another world door, and catching all of them will make ordinary people panic. People think that it's not going to end well if you go against us. Well, although the facts are true, you can't let it show up, and you only catch a few of the leaders in the family, and the other children are the parents who want to rescue them. The relatives of the refugees lose more reason. As for the refugees, I have found out that they are taking the lead and supporting them. I clearly tell the refugees my philosophy. If they are not satisfied, they can leave and not live in the floating city. I respect their customs and beliefs, but their customs and beliefs must not affect the lives of others in the floating city. Otherwise, okay. Punlo shrugged and responded with disappointment. Noting Punlo's emotions, Alan sighed. Well, he'll give you an idea. We can't do it without evidence, that is, we can let ourselves have definite evidence. Bring a few magical law enforcement, the people in the company, go to check their business, search their house. The assassination of Tom and Lucius gave us this reason. In this case, we have done a little too much and ordinary people will not feel disgusted. We are doing things. Remember not to overdo it. After speaking, Alan got into the portal. Punlo jumped and chased after him. Alan, let me kiss you. In the afternoon, in Diagon Alley, once the largest wizarding business street in the UK, there are only old shops with feelings or unique tastes such as the Broken Cauldron bars, which are somewhat popular. Generally, shops that do not have personal crafts part bonuses pay their attention. Transferred to the increasingly prosperous floating city of Hogwarts, the former lively Diagon Alley was a lonely and decadent scene. Wearing an elegant dark green wizard robe, the patriarch of the Foley family hurriedly got out of the horror tour of the famous wizard tour company at number 59 Diagon Alley and passed through the cobblestone streets. Hector Foley turned the gem ring in his hand a little nervously. He was just on a trip with his family about whether to rent the Transylvanian vampire castle or take a cruise through the Bermuda Triangle. After receiving the consultation, Not and Pobbin came to visit him in the bar in Knockdown Lane. Foley knew what the other party wanted to do. These people were already anxious after learning that Malfoy was Harry's spy, but since the last time at Hogwarts, Sirius traded favors for the Foley family to support Harris. Foley the family has always been in a relatively neutral position. Now Harris has basically considered a stable chance to win, let alone participating in them against Harris. It is not a good idea to meet with them, which is why he wants to take his family to travel under this situation. He wants to stay away from this right and wrong place. But no matter how close the relatives are, Foley still plans to see them and persuade them when they are called. Soon, Foley was not far from the Partridge Crucible shop on the north side of Diagon Alley and turned into Knockout Alley, another magical business district in London except Diagon Alley. The two sides are all shops selling black magic artifacts. In the dark doorway, two rags who seemed to have female hag blood on him saw him, and shrank his body into the shadows. There was an unkind smile. Foley didn't know these low-level monsters in the wizarding world, but obviously everyone who asked for life here knew him. As soon as I entered the bistro where the sign of my shop was written Siren's Bar, I saw old Not and Pobbin sitting on the sofa in the corner of Foley Bar. It was not more luxurious than it looked from outside Knockdown Alley. There is enough distance between each seat, and there are also luxurious barriers so that the sound inside cannot be transmitted. and the sound outside can be transmitted normal if actual consumer group of this bar is mostly just turning. The businessmen and customers in the back alleys like to spend and listen to music while talking about doing business that does not require too much privacy. A few sirens harpy squatting on the perch above the small stage, playing the flute for the only guests in the bar. Now they did not sing, because for many people, what they hear at such a close distance, it will become a deadly song that cannot be resisted. Mr. Foley asked the waitresses with some feathers on their heads to have the harpy descent in the shop and put up a sign of closed, and closed the door with a slap, as if not knowing. They generally asked, "How come you two have time to come to me today? It's rude just to be outside and there is no plan to keep you waiting." "I just came to visit my cousin." "Why? People who listened to you said that you just went on a horror trip. Do you want to travel?" Annette Popin squeezed a smile, as if she was really coming for a relative. "I have this plan, you know. Recently, the mysterious man was broken up again and it should be safer to go out. But I didn't know the comparison before. After learning about the mole world recently, I felt that our horror journey was really nothing. Our Wizards Travel Company is not responsible for any accidental death or injury. Even if it was eaten by the living dead during their Living Dead face-to-face tour." Foley complained. He was defeated at Voldemort. Duan increased his tone, then looked at the old man who looked like a shriveled praying mantis. "Old not, your body looks really tough, and the skills of Street Mungo's therapists look pretty good. The Knot family has been ruined a long time ago, but after the life and death of my son who became a Death Eater is unknown, and my grandson was fooled against Harris and expelled from Hogwarts, so that the Knot family could never go there to study. Even if you become a ghost, you have to come out of the nursing home to do activities." The mantis-face old man spoke a lot more directly. "Little Hector, we are all relatives, and there is no need to be polite. You have always invited us to you. Letter rejection. I understand that you don't want to take a family risk. Even if the UK no longer has a foothold for our 28th clan. I understand www.mentalnovel.com, but I think you heard about Malfoy's cunning peacocks. What happened? They betrayed once again. The Black family used their favor for the Hogwarts change of principle. Now our families hope that you are at this time. Don't ask you and those neutral branches to support us, but for the sake of being relatives. The Holy 28 race can no longer be extinct. You heard that Alan Harris defeated the mysterious man. Even if he used the conspiracy for the first time, he shouldn't be against them. Foley sighed. He looked at the side with a nervous expression. "Pobbin, your pharmacy business was squeezed out, so you changed your business to get to this point in order to get some money." "Alas, cousin, Lucius was assassinated. I promise it doesn't matter to me. But what he has. Harris won't miss this opportunity." Pobbin's trembling voice indicated that her heart was obviously more scared than she was just now. "Up. I don't have much weight." "You must have found other people, right? Who are they?" Fu used his hand to press his head, and the family friendship of several generations made him wonder in his heart how to keep their family. He didn't want to offend Harris, who he didn't want to provoke. At least he couldn't be too conspicuous. Finally, it was how to squeeze enough benefits from these families on the wrong team. "I don't need a manufacturing workshop, cousin. For your niece Melinda's sake, please help us intercede." Bobbin was very simple. "I also know that the unwilling ones have parties, but I dare not participate in these things. I don't know the location and time. But if Kang Dang." At this moment, the bar had hung the closed door and was suddenly pushed open. https. Genius remembers this site address in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 1234? Sven Point seeing the wizard who came in the lead and the men behind him clearly. Not's face was pale, and after a scream, Pobbin began to tremble on the sofa. And Hector Foley only felt that his feet were weak and his face turned pale. It was not only that Harris had caught him in talks with the purebloods against them, but he had discovered that Harris could come to the door before. Because of the information provided by the two female hags he had just met, they were standing outside the door, holding a small rustling money bag in their hands. and squeezing an ugly smile at the Ministry of Magic. Len Harris, the director of the Magic Law Enforcement Department, strode towards this corner, and the hitters in the uniforms of the Ministry of Magic behind him each held a firebolt and pushed away aggressively, trying to ask questions. Her harpy hostess blocked the bar and fanned the people in the bar. This group of highly trained elite strikers is different from the relatively independent Uras who are also affiliated to the Magic Law Enforcement Department of the Ministry of Magic. They are the armed forces directly under the orders of the Law Enforcement Department. The original functions of these strikers were more like police or soldiers in the magical world than the Uras like agents, or the current patrolling Uras. They were originally trained to conduct dark magic crime investigations and arrest or detain dark wizards and witches. They are often assigned to the front line of fighting crime. Before the reform and development of the Ura, this industry was still relatively popular among wizards. Although it also needed training internships, it did not require the 3-year training period of the old Uras, and because of the need to fight, even interns have a basic salary of 700 gold gallons a month. The Ministry of Magic will also equip them with flying broomsticks and have beds in this department at the St. Mungo Hospital for magical injuries. Only now their functions have been replaced by the Uras. Although they have not been outlawed because of the Law Enforcement Department, the reorganized Uras have absorbed the elite strikers and only maintained a small scale, and basically not going out to perform tasks is only responsible for tasks or patrols within the Ministry of Magic. However, when Lun came out this time, he brought these armed forces that belonged to him, but this was a good opportunity for these suffocated wizards. Everyone was cheered up and looked pressing. As the owner, Mr. Foley stood up immediately. He pretended not to notice the general atmosphere, and made himself smile and greeted, "Director Harris, what wind brought you here? I recently got from the England Quidditch national team. I took over a batch of retired mascots. Their performance is very good. Listen." Lun's words were gentle and polite. "Mr. Foley, I was bothering you today. Sit down. Please, Sir Ope, help me serve these directors and them." Foley relaxed a little because of Lun's tone. He glanced at the old Knot and Bobbin who were on the sidelines. Satisfied with his daring to speak, he greeted a familiar striker behind Lun. "Ah, Mr. Pasgood, you haven't been here for a long time to drink. Watch you dress up. So you are done. Is the news of the change of identity from memory cancellator hitter true? Let your beautiful waiter not need to pour us wine. I will bring my colleagues over to drink from get off work." Arnold Pasgood patted Mr. Foley on the shoulder enthusiastically, and then looked at the silent one. The two guests who came to the bar first said, "Today we have official duties." Lun pulled a chair away and sat directly opposite them without speaking. Knowing that he could not hide, Probin smiled reluctantly. "Director Harris, I don't know where the Ministry of Magic needs our help." Old Knot was a little flustered just like Bobbin, but Knot maintained his posture and forced himself to lean on the sofa. "Director Harris, I'm getting older and I've been in the sanatorium of St. Mungo's Hospital before. Yesterday I just came to the bar to have a drink today when I was discharged from the hospital. This may be the last few times in my life to come to the bar. I don't know if Director Harris brought so many people here for ... Isn't he here for me?" Len's gaze swept across old Knot's body, as if to say something very trivial in the tone of his daily chat. The Magic Law Enforcement Division received a tip from Mr. Foley saying that he had caught 2 funding Death Eaters. A member of the wizarding family in his bar is doing some dangerous contraband transactions. Probin was shocked and stared at Mr. Foley in fear. Knot held her hand and shook his head at her, baring her teeth like a hyena. "Director Harris, there are so many people here. I haven't seen any who is trading in contraband." "Director Harris ... Don't be kidding you." Mr. Foley was stunned. Then he tried to make a ha-ha with the smile on his face. "Director Harris, here are all good citizens who abide by laws and regulations." The Batter-Elastigom Boyle, who was standing behind Lon, glanced at his boss, then drew the notepad from his pocket, and began to record with a pen while reciting clearly, Hector F. Mr. Lee believes that wizards who use contraband to make money to fund mysterious people are good citizens who abide by the law. Director Harris Foley, who was sitting on his side beside Lunn, turned whiter. His hands under the sleeves of the magic robe were tightly clenched. The Foleys have nothing to do with the mysterious people. For the sake of Sirius, please don't make me difficult. Lunn slowly took out a sealed crystal bottle from the pocket of the magic robe, and threw it on the table casually, a bottle of poisonous sac gas on the leopard's neck. How about it? Knott's face became cold, and he put his hands in his pockets in a harsh tone. I'm looking for lawyers and media reporters to expose your framed behavior. Harris, are you trying to plan to spoil? Foley took out some of the Patron's aura because of his distant cousin. What kind of evidence are you? I say you are useless. I said this is useful for me. Len's eyes met with Foley, and then he stood up with a snap. Soon, and then came up with all petrification spells, and then another weapon to kill you. Mr. Foley and Knott were all unprepared to go out. Annette Popin was scared to cry. Lunn smiled and took back the wand and stopped hitting. At this time, Foley's arms slapped against his sides. His legs were stiff, and he was reading www.uukatsu.com. His upper and lower gums were locked together, and he couldn't speak, only his eyes were turning. Old Knott was getting older, and the movement of throwing his wand out after being hit by the disarming curse caused his muscles to strain up. Then, in Mr. Foley's furious eyes, Lunn picked up the bottle of cystic leopard gas he had brought on the table, stuffed it directly into the pocket of Foley's magic robe, and immediately released the curse. I wrote the report before I came. Lunn's eyes didn't blink, and his words were mild. Azkaban is now back to normal, just short of the first batch of guests. Smuggling contraband is enough for you to stay there for a long time. Mr. Foley, it seems that I have to wait for you to come out of Azkaban before I can bring my colleagues over for a drink. Arnold Pisgood still had that warm and hearty smile. After a short pause, sorry. The smile on Mr. Foley's face became distorted and bitter. He glanced at the other two people whose faces were grey and then looked at the waitress who dared not move because of the blower. Celope. The mixed-race waitress made a bird cry. On the stage in the distance, the siren harpies who were originally charming and graceful were playing the flute. Their faces changed in an instant. These were beautiful women's heads. The monster with its body, bird's wings and bronze bird's claws instantly regained its wildness in ancient times, and began to instigate the wings to fly at high speed towards Old Knott and Probin. The sound of monsters knocking down glasses and bottles and screams of witches sounded in the bar. Little Hector, this is because of Sirius. So that you can draw a clear relationship with people who shouldn't be mixed up. Lunn helped his glasses. Be gentle. What the report says is that the Foley family only caught 2 criminals. HTTPS. Genius remembers this site address in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL, chapter 1235? Troll-armpit except for Lunn himself with the striker. The armders of the Ministry of Magic had already been dispatched without notifying their nominal office director. Except for the colleagues who have the task of guarding and escorting, even those who were on vacation were temporarily cancelled and divided into several groups. Except for some elite armderers who will apparat to various places in the UK with the list of arrests by their group. In addition to the different targets that are planned and implemented by the corresponding means, more people will temporarily maintain the stability of the British wizarding community in the periphery. At Slug and Giggs Pharmacy in Diagon Alley, Avery, wearing a malachite green magic robe and carrying a pack of Humazine insecticide, turned around to greet his son not to wander home. When he turned around, he was surprised to find the Eras were surrounded, and then they heard the other party's identity and wanted to arrest him. The hesitant questioning just blurted out. The Era didn't care about his age being knocked to the ground cleanly. The young wizard in the shop was hearing the movement coming over to check, and he saw that his old father was knocked down. He was so angry that he threw away a magic mink that he had used to kill the goblin in the garden and took out his wand. He fought back, but was also knocked back before the one was pulled out. In the bathroom of an ancestral house not far from Wiltshire and Malfoy Manor, a pure-blooded wizard was in front of the bathroom shaving his beard with a magic wand in front of the mirror, and then he saw the error in the reflection of the mirror when they broke in. They turned their heads and uttered a scolding. The wife in the kitchen ran over just to see the scene of her husband being knocked down. She screamed and saw the error look over and hurriedly covered her lips and watched. The error took the wizard away. At Wheat's Hard Publishing bookstore windows usually display spell books the size of floor tiles with golden embellishments, but now in addition to the book The Magical Quidditch, they are also full of their own published books. Those publications that are under the banner of freedom of speech or are veiled or naked. Anti-Ministry of Magic and Anti-Harris. The former Daily Prophet reporter who had been against Harris and now the editor-in-chief of this publishing house, Mr. Wiswild, saw the influx of errors in his mind, and he immediately resigned. Putting down the pen, he stood up and asked the other employees not to move. He raised his hands cooperatively and let the errors tie him. However, this group of errors did not act like other groups, as long as the detainees cooperated. In addition to taking Wiswild away, they checked for a few hours and took away many manuscripts, leaving the entire publishing house in chaos. And when these rude law enforcers left the publishing house, the leading error raised his wand, and his colleagues in the other group acted in unison on this point. Marked a dark demon with times on the door of this publishing house. Mark, to show that the store is currently suspected of being in contact with the Death Eaters and remind the wizards to pay attention. Soon, the big move of the Ministry of Magic caused a sensation in the wizarding world that day. Regarding the error's sudden act of arresting many people and leaving warning signs in front of the house on charges of being linked to the Death Eaters, the British pureblood families knew that this was inevitable after the Malfoy incident. The purebreds who have no actual counter-defense methods can only give actions and self-protection actions they can think of. They use the strength and influence that the family has accumulated in the UK for many years, and use all the available ways such as public opinion and contacts. In an attempt to distort this series of actions by the Ministry of Magic, the Harris family took the opportunity to retaliate. They also listed the declining income accounts of the family business, tax payment certificates, and some families also listed their own ancestors' contributions to the magic world. He wanted to win the sympathy of the people and imply that he was a victim of political struggle. These words appeared pale in the face of the evidence provided by Lucius Malfoy in an interview, and the assassination of Lucius made the pureblood try to use the Malfoy family's reputation to prove that his words were not credible. Empty. However, because the number of arrests is not too small for the wizarding world, this has indeed caused a lot of people's panic and sympathy, especially some of the families that had previously stood in the neutral position, seeing their distant relatives who have blood ties one by one caught, making them afraid that Harris would take the opportunity to burn them on them to further control the British magical world, and began to publish some actions against this large-scale white terror of the camera, and secretly supported some sympathetic pureblood families. Protest activity. But relatively, the floating city, which is also a member of the British magical world, has previously introduced immigrants from all over the world on a large scale. They will undoubtedly believe more in Harris, who accepts them and provides them with good living and working conditions. Moreover, for many of the immigrants themselves, the refugees who were in exile because of the burning, killing and plundering of these Death Eaters, let alone the bitter hatred of those wizards and mysterious people who had their loved ones killed. I saw this about pureblood families. After the Death Eaters were funded, their long-term repressed anger and humiliation reached its peak, not to mention that even the mysterious people themselves were of British origin, and the aborigines of the British magical world were more or less inevitable because of their long life. Unlike the industries of these pureblood families, immigrants don't care how much these pureblood families have contributed to the UK. The errors, nominally to warn the public that these houses and shops suspected of being connected to the Dark Lord Death Eaters, have become channels of venting their anger. For a while, the shops of these pureblood families were stolen. Occasionally, Even the ordinary wizards working in it have been abused and even attacked. In addition to the reasons for revenge, many of them can be regarded as showing the despicable side of human nature. Locals do better jobs and enjoy better treatment, and they have to do some jobs that even need to serve moles to make ends meet, and some sneaky people think that if this can defeat the traditional forces, sinking the forces of may provide them with more and better jobs. So they also protested vigorously, protesting against the pure blood who had supported the Dark Lord, protesting against the protests of sympathizing with the pure blood. On the other hand, the patrol errors under the Era Office Director Scrimgeour have been trying to prevent this illegal behavior. However, in the law enforcement department, ordinary people need to have the right to know and are temporarily not allowed to wipe off the mark and need to wait for trial. As a result, this kind of prevention becomes duplication of work. Everyone understands that this is Harris taking the opportunity to clean up the British magical world, but everyone also understands that some purer blood families have played with fire this time and tried to use terrorists to restrain Harris from crossing the line. The White Wizard Dumbledore, who was regarded as the last straw for help, could not end up protesting like the pure-blooded hopes placed on him. What's more, Dumbledore himself was unhappy with the purebloods because of Grindelwald's affairs and owed Harris favor. Of course, this is more important because the Ministry of Magic now nominally holds the righteousness. Political struggle is very disgusting, but as a white wizard who almost regarded the fight against the Dark Lord as his last career in the second half of his life, the purebloods who have funded the Dark Lord have really done a lot of fire, and it is considered to have touched his bottom line. On TV or in the paper media, officials of the Ministry of Magic will spare no effort to promote the legitimacy of their behavior and the dangers of the Dark Lord, and no one of the few pure-blooded officials dare to talk nonsense at this time. The reason why the Ministry of Magic did not carry out internal cleansing was only due to fear of influence and evidence. On the second day after the arrest, the Minister of Magic Owen had to comfort the protesters. The Ministry of Magic has always been committed to combating Death Eaters, and has invested a lot of manpower and material resources for this. However, we did not expect that there are so many of us in Britain who support the frenzied Voldemort for our own benefit. This has led to many families in other countries, embarrassed and displaced. So many wizards have lost their relatives, lovers, children. We can't just watch the suffering of these countries, and we can't deny that we should be responsible for Voldemort's ravages in European countries. Now, Mr. Malfoy has handed over the evidence to the Ministry of Magic. After his assassination, we will protect him and his family. The Ministry of Magic will examine these crimes. Those who are true will always conduct the due trial and will never be appeased because of their status. In fact, I am even more distressed that during this review process our ministry even found out more about illegal trade in contraband. Again, I assure you that this review will not end in the short term, and the Ministry of Magic will. A sudden sense of anxiety caused Owen to stop talking. "Get out of here!" Some people shouted in horror from the factory not far away. Several well-trained armourers saw that the situation was strange and rushed over .mtlnovel.com, but they were not as fast as the necromantic knights. Owen has been protected by their masters by the shielded Viking knights in the circle, and the protesting crowd will not look around blankly when something happens. In an instant, a dazzling magic light erupted from the factory. With a loud bang, it was as if a drumstick was beating the heads of people present as big drums. Many people later discovered that their ears could not hear anything for the time being, only a buzzing sound. Owen, who was surrounded by the Death Knight, just pulled out his wand and prepared to cast some large-scale defensive spells to help others, but he rushed over with a foul-smelling shock wave. The force of the collision was resisted by the necromancer's shield on the ground, but the strong stench resembling the wet armpits of a troll easily put the Minister of Magic to the ground. For a short time or something, Owen was so smoked that he couldn't think at all, fell on the ground in a daze, feeling that he was indeed open his eyes. The hot feeling made him see nothing, and the explosion made him temporarily unable to hear anything. Owen felt that someone was dragging him toward the center of the shield. the touch of the moon and heels of His Highness being dragged on the ground and the cold feeling under the armpits came from him. Only then did Owen make sure that the necromancer was indeed pulling him by the armpit. He heard some vomiting and snatched coughing as he started to recover. The windows of the surrounding streets also began to sway due to the explosion. Some slimy brown with ugly speckled substances fell on the streets like raindrops, and some even stuck directly to the lens, looking like strips of variation. The slugs, they exude a stronger smell between the toes of the giant monsters or under the armpits, and the scope of being smoked and starting to vomit begins to expand. HTTPS. Genius remembers this site address in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 1236 Conspiracy Theory. As night fell, a small village in Northamptonshire, England. There are quiet thatched and stone cottages, green rural fields, and traditional pubs. In people's memory, Northamptonshire is located in the centre of England. It is an ideal place to relax, recuperate and experience traditional rural life in England. From farms to luxury houses, canal punts and hotels, it is only an hour's drive from London, and it is connected with Shakespeare's Stratford-upon-Avon, Oxford and Cambridge college cities, and William the Conqueror. The magnificent Warwick Castle, built by the river in 1068, is within easy reach. Going all the way to the end of the village, in a three-storey building with no luxury or decentness, some family leaders in the sacred 28th tribe of England gathered here without regard for the decent and style of the past. Servant and some bodyguard wizards were left downstairs as a warning. Most wizards gathered in a relatively spacious room on the second floor. In the middle was a small table, a few small stools and a cabinet. Boast was in the middle, and other wizards gathered around them. Due to the long negotiation time, some simply sat on the blankets. This mull stuff is too bad. The teapot can't fly to refill automatically. It feels hot to the touch. A goatee witch grumbled, if it weren't for the fear of attracting attention ... that mull would dare to charge us so much money. Merlin, the descendants of the 28 pureblood family have fallen to their present appearance. These dirty mulls, and perhaps bed bugs. A witch next to him wrapped her body tightly in a cloak, fearing the room. The dirty blanket inside stuck to her skin. Who did this? Let's say, which idiot bombed the alchemy factory? This is why we have to run to the Mole World party now, Bost shouted. Sklinker said that the Ministry of Magic has no plans. Just like a few days ago, we have put the next target of capture on us. Those mudbloods that have been smoked to death by the smell of giant monsters make no one in the magical world sympathize with us. We've discussed it a long time ago. The most important role of the Harris family is not Irving, but the principal. Why do you set the goal on Irving? The most important thing is why the most important thing is to use the method of fried eggs in the research department. Except for us, the Minister of Magic is crazy because of the smell of monsters that can't be dispelled. He didn't even get any blood. The goatee complained. My editor-in-chief Wiswald was also arrested. But we all know Lucius. There won't be any evidence that he and Voldemort are connected. Harris is no longer going to talk about the rules, and we don't have to be safe at these moles gatherings. I can say that I can hide away from relatives abroad and live for a while. Speaking of Lucius, which idiot thought to assassinate Lucius with a potted plant? Did you treat those errors as non-existent? Never thought that even if he died, he might come back if he becomes a ghost! Boginbox hands repeatedly played with a pendant on his neck. My people have already arrived at the hospital. They are well prepared to ensure that even Lucius' soul will not be left behind. He was distressed. They complained. As a result, they approached and realized that someone had triggered their alert. Lucius is now protected to the point of no leakage. After that, we can't even know where the person is. His son and wife were taken away together! Burst's fat chin trembled, his guilty squinted eyes wandered over the wizards on the field, and he sternly reprimanded, the most important thing is the useless explosion. Who did it? This is what caused the magic. The direct factor in the expansion of the Ministry's actions, who will sympathize with us now. Even the witch who had just complained did not dare to move again, for fear of being misunderstood as a stupid idiot in their mouth. Bokborkin, who was observing secretly, saw Burst's unnatural expression in his eyes, and he knew that the potted plant was sent by this stupid without the strange thing in his hand to strengthen the mind. But given the identity of the other party, he didn't intend to expose him face to face. But what surprised him was that no wizard had fluctuated in his heart about the bombing attack, and a conspiracy theory appeared in his mind. How many people died in this explosion? Herbert Bock, who had been sitting in the shadows, was pushed closer to the small table by the butler Alfred. His arms slumped on his legs, and he passed the lamp on the small table. In one photo, his old and shriveled cheeks were as terrible as a zombie. The news currently released by the Ministry of Magic. More than a dozen workshop employees were killed at the moment of the explosion. Several old guys in the protest crowd were suffocated without breathing. That wrapped himself tightly, said the witch in a low voice. Is it possible ... is that Harris is directing and acting? Want to use this as an excuse to search and arrest us? Butler Alfred saw his master glance at him, and the master-slave relationship for many years made him immediately understand. After understanding the other party's meaning, he said the guess that flooded his mind. In order to show some truthfulness, we minister also got this strange smell that is difficult to dissipate. As soon as this conspiracy theory was exposed, the mole room immediately became agitated. The wizard still ignored the education and began to yell at them. Those who were used to living a comfortable and slow-paced life were disturbed by these troubles. They felt that they had suffered more pain and hardship these days than before. More in a lifetime. Herbert nodded the table, and Alfred immediately raised his voice. Everyone, please be quiet. Looking at it this way, Harris thought ... we probably understand. Herbert frowned and said, but what do you think now? Our opinions should be unified. After a brief period of calm, the goatee wizard broke the stagnation. I plan to transfer assets quickly, go abroad to hide for a few years, and wait until the domestic wind ceases to come back ... or not come back at all. I think Mr. Burst is ours. My French cousin told me that his daughter Millicent had a pretty good time in Booth Barton. Selwyn, I think it would be nice to get this treacherous viper to Martinique. As long as you are not sick, you can sell it at a good price, at least a few hundred copper nats. The witch, he scolded disdainfully, Mr. Burst, it is for you that made Millicent and his descendants unable to continue studying at Hogwarts. Untitled.novel.com. Are you embarrassed to tell him about this? Do you want to be shameless up? The goatee wizards of the Selwyn family blushed and immediately retorted. For a while, there was a lot of discussion in this simple mole house, and they were noisy who could not reach an agreement. Our family has been operating in the UK for so long, how can we just give up and give up? Harris just arrested some wizards for whom they have conclusive evidence, and not the whole family is involved. Only a few people can be sacrificed in a special period, and the family can at least keep it. Anyway, Harris can't do anything to us if we don't break the law. Selwyn wanted to run because someone was directly under the mixed race. My son was caught in the Ministry of Magic, whether he is pure-blooded or not. The British native family, whoever can rescue him, our family will follow in their steps. In the meeting room under the umbrella, several eras gathered in the meeting room, led by Albert and Punlo. In front of them in the middle of the long table, and a skull-head water pipe was placed on it. Then Victor from the umbrella team walked in. Report, we have determined the gathering place in Northamptonshire. Victor calmly lifted the water pipe, took a breath, and projected the terrain where the pure blood gathered. They are here. It's a mole house. So we delayed for a while. My people thought they would meet at the Selwyn's fox hunting. Okay. Hard work. Father is very annoyed. He specifically explained that we will never let away any wizard who tried to escape. Albert dressed in a uniform, standing upright. Victor, your people go first. First arrange the anti-phantom shifting barrier around ... The action will start with your completion as the signal. HTTPS. Genius remembers this site address in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 1237 CQB Albert, the number of pure blood gathered in the mole house and their bodyguards and servants is quite large, and maybe someone will come later. The fat man was a little worried. Only with us people go into encircle and suppress ... Of course, I am worried that we will fail, but there are too few people, and it is inevitable that someone will be able to escape ... If they have a flying broomstick. The wolf mother glanced at her team members. We can't mobilize the error in the ministry, let alone others. The error's actions at the Ministry of Magic are difficult to hide from the old lion Scrimgeour. Once he finds out, he will tell those pure blood who support him. You know, there are some people who we don't have any evidence to accuse them of. Father and Lun meant to catch them first and at least put the testimony into a chain of evidence. Albert's hands were on the long table. He speaking of the face as cold as wax. I don't like it and don't approve of it, but they are already trying to create an explosion to attack my father. In order to avoid more people being killed innocently, we have to face the sinister enemy. Also do some less glorious actions. Umbrella can use more people. How much is it? Punlo, who was sitting on the side holding his arms and legs folded, said coldly, and wouldn't it be better if Scrimgeour is here? It just happened together. Then we gave him a reason for his death on duty, saying that he was killed by the pure-blooded resistance inside. Albert, you go to be the office director. No, although Scrimgeour likes to fight against us, he is essentially different from those pure-blooded families who are connected to Voldemort. He is a Gooderer and has always been to fight the Dark Wizard. Albert hurriedly dissuaded the murderous Punlo. As I told you before, we can't let Alan and Umbrella members come over and do it for us. Umbrellas are not law enforcers, and Alan does not have the right to enforce the law strictly speaking. The purpose of the second action is to confirm their criminal behavior, so that you can't give others the word of truth. Although you and your team rarely come to the ministry, at least you still have a name on the era and put on H-94 uniforms. No one can deny that you are a regular army. Report. The door was knocked, and then it was opened. Unera strode in, and then saluted Albert. Sir, we have compared that building by seducing the moles living around the internal structure of a mole house. Immediately, the era picked up the hookah on the table and revealed a diagram of the internal structure of the house in the air. Boys, we weren't practicing CQB skills and tactics some time ago. This house happened to be used to test it out to see if it is useful for our wizards. Albert took a look at this one that was often rented out to with the numerous structures in the rooms of the visitors' houses. They waved their fists to encourage the wizards, adjust their equipment and group them according to the previous practice. Others have already begun to practice this. Punlo looked surprised. Granger got it for you. Huh? It's not Hermione. It was obtained by Longi. Didn't he always protect the Mole Prime Minister while the mysterious man was still there? From what they call the British Special Air Service Corps. Albert explained. Don't you know? I remember that Longian said that he also gave you a copy of the Red Umbrella. During training, some skills like how to enter and cooperate are also common to us wizards in theory. Most ordinary wizards have different personal magic powers. Not much. Relying on these can improve a lot of combat power. If this time is easy to use, the Mole Prime Minister can provide us with more references. I've been in school for too long recently. The Red Umbrella can't be trained behind your ears. The students are learning too much now. This set of things is probably good enough for college courses. Punlo nodded thoughtfully and then nodded. He shouted to his team members, Wolf Mother, when we go back, we will study and develop a teaching plan so that our people can also practice. Now, look at the map. Don't worry about Albert's people, and put us together. Plan your offensive route. Harris Castle on the island of Hogwarts Black Lake. Morgan Le Fay sat on the sofa in the living room, lazily opening a letter, and Narcissa, who sat beside her, expertly directed a small blanket to cover her, and made her a cup of black tea. Thank you. Morgan Le Fay leaned against the sofa and thanked her without raising her head. She held the letter, took a sip of tea after a quick glance, and sighed comfortably, before she recovered her words and said to Narcissa gently, Narcissa, it's really rude. Obviously you are a guest and I should entertain you, but I trouble you to do this. Morgan Le Fay, my mother, Drula, is also surnamed Rosier. The relationship between our two families should be divided. Narcissa cursed her mouth politely. Of course she saw it. The other party was enjoying her own care, just pretending to pretend to say in fact, she had just taken care of Bea's entire pregnancy. These things were too skillful for her and not a burden at all. Cousin and Uncle Black died too early. Morgan Le Fay caressed his belly from the top of the ear, a little bit awkwardly at the person who actually disliked her and married into the Black family. His cousin regretted a sentence, and then switched off the topic with a faint smile. It's funny to say that it's different from Rosier's blood on you and me. This Mr. Macmillan has counted his ancestors for 3 generations and wants to prove himself. The relationship between Rosier and Rosier has come to intercede with some people. Hee. Narcissa couldn't help but smile and showed a little arrogant expression that she had hidden before. She looks ugly and unrelated, but this scornful expression makes her nose feel like a pile of dung. This intricate relationship. Actually, it's better to say that his son Ernie Macmillan and our children are classmates closer. They angered Owen this time ... so that he can't go home now. Morgan Le Fay's voice was also a little bit resentful. She glanced at John, who was playing wizard chess with Lucius not far away. Barcelona, how is Albert? Madam, they haven't started yet. Owen's staff carefully glanced at Owen's wife, and did not dare to say anything himself. Came to Harris Manor as a liaison officer during the day because of Morgan Le Fay himself disliked Irving's smell of giant weirdness that had been almost eliminated and prevented him from going home. John, how do you think I should recover this letter? Morgan Le Fay tapped the letter aside with his magic wand and let it fly to John Barser. John pretended to stroke his carefully trimmed short curly hair and glanced at Lucius, who was playing wizard chess with him, and looked up at Morgan Le Fay. McLenovel.com. After seeing the other side nodding, he was afraid that his voice would be shocked. Morgan Le Fay had the baby in his belly, and said softly, "It depends on what you mean by Mrs. Harris. But according to the Ministry of Magic, part of the Avery family's property has been transferred to Macmillan yesterday." Lucius, who was playing chess with Owen, changed a bit in his straight sitting posture, and his cold grey blue eyes flashed. Harris talked about the internal information in front of him, obviously hoping to let himself know that they did not treat his family as outsiders. John, this is the British style, to help relatives and take the opportunity to expand their own conflict. Lucius participated in the conversation and asked her queen chess piece to pull out the chair under Her Highness Moon and wave it, and smash John's knight. When I was in the First War, they also extorted a large amount of wealth from the Malfoy family, so that I used the reason of being under the Imperious Curse and escaped punishment. If we calculate according to Macmillan, then we have to let everyone go. John, you and Owen make up your mind. Morgan Le Fay took another sip of black tea and frowned. However, John looks up the genealogy, if it matters. We didn't fight too hard at the beginning. We didn't need to be too thorough. Knowing what Morgan Le Fay meant, John Barso unfolded the parchment, and after a quick glance, he smiled. The problems of the people involved in the Macmillan letter are really not big. As long as you don't continue to follow the Bock family, there will be no big problems. Reply, let him warn me. Morgan Le Fay was too lazy to bother, then turned to look at Narcissa. Sissy, what shall we have for dinner tonight? https Genius remembers this site address in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 1238. Daughter-in-law, I made roasted swans and boiled peacocks, and I will make an apple made of pork later. Draco is helping me watch the fire. Narcissa was very happy to hear Morgan Le Fay call her nickname an apple made of pork. Morgan Le Fay asked questioningly, chop the pork, add egg whites to form meatballs, cook them first, then bake them, then use egg yolks or saffron to simulate the golden yellow surface of oranges, or use flour and vanilla juice to shape the green shell, and then brush a layer of hazel leaf juice to add the egg yolk. Became a shinyapple. Narcissa thought about the other son's preferences and previous misunderstandings. Narcissa explained further without any trace. Oh, Morgana. You must know that Iramelon's crazy fascination with spices, pepper, almonds, cumin, saffron. Juicy citrus, bright lemon, fragrant orange blossom, are all the ingredients that British chefs pursue each other, and the spices are worthy of mulls. In an era that was more expensive than gold, ancient British mulls had a higher pursuit of food culture than modern mulls. At that time, mull food was exquisite and delicious, but also a kind of show-off. The most popular spice at that time it is saffron. One is because it is expensive, and the other is because of beauty. You only need to twist a handful to dye a pot of golden light. Speaking of which, my ancestors, like many wizards, used phantoms to transport these spices. A lot of money. Speaking of those who question Alan's current practice, I think it's nothing more than a blind history of magic. Alan just restored the ancient practice to benefit us wizards. Lucius pretended to be inadvertent. He used his temporary mischievous information as a recollection to prove his attitude towards mulls, you know. The Malfoy family had been teaching closely to the Mull royal family before the secrecy law came into effect. Sissy did it. These dishes are 3 of the ancient recipes integrated by the royal family more than 500 years ago. If you are interested in Morgan Le Fay, I will ask Sissy to copy it for you, although it is not too much tasty things, but because of the ages it is estimated that besides our house, it is estimated that only the library in the Longleat Castle of the Marquis of Bath may still have one in the library according to family records. There are some dishes, Morgan Le Fay, I guess you won't like it too much, because later the food of the banquet itself is not important. The royal banquet is just a tool for showing off and entertainment. Narcissa was a little afraid to raise expectations too high. Instead, he was disappointed and added, for example, the chef will roast the peacock and insert the feathers one by one to restore it to its original appearance, cut the pastry pie and a bird with flapping wings will fly out. It is huge. There may be a dwarf acrobat hiding in the pudding. Oh, the recipe of the ancient Mull royal family. Morgan Le Fay came to be interested. Is it thick? The method sounds complicated. It's not too thick. This recipe is only 80 pages thin. It is clearly divided into 3 parts. It gives a detailed description of the dining situation of the Mull aristocrats in the British society. The first part is the previous grand banquets. The recipe includes the dishes of the Mull King Henry V at the coronation ceremony. The second part is the seasonal dishes calendar, which is what season to eat. The third part lists the specific cooking ingredients list. Narcissa is very satisfied with the present. The situation was similar to what she had discussed with her husband. She quickly emphasized the concept of mull. The book also contains comments from Mull aristocrats on their favorite dishes, such as Henry I, the youngest son of the Mull King Conqueror William. Just say that he loves eels crazy, every time he has to die. In fact, he did eat himself to death because of lamprey. Then she sighed. But unfortunately, because of this book, the cookbook does not mention the amount of ingredients and how to use it. It makes cooking these ancient dishes very difficult. So I don't learn much. And I don't know why modern British mulls seem to fall in love with potatoes. And many of the dishes are too coarse. Too rough. The eating habits have changed to simple, idyllic cooking methods. I just know this very well. The British experienced a severe famine in 17,941,795. Then we have implemented the secrecy law and the wizards can't help them with our food. So this shortage elevated the status of potatoes. At that time, 1 acre of potatoes could feed people, equivalent to 3 acres of wheat. Under the cruel reality, potatoes have a firm foothold in the UK and will remain in the shadows for hundreds of years. John Barser just finished writing his reply. He carried it. At the beginning, I smiled and looked at Narcissa as if she had seen her intentions clearly. Then she continued to speak for a while. The Industrial Revolution brought the British cuisine to the dark, and the fresh vegetables at that time transportation from a far place of origin. Carriages are slow and inefficient, and people eat vegetables that are not fresh. Corruption can easily cause food poisoning. The International Wizarding Secrecy Act looks like this. It's not a good thing for both parties. Morgan Le Fay, as a pureblood, actually, she doesn't know much about the world of moles. She sighed when she heard the unfamiliar word famine. Otherwise, I guess her grid will help them grow pumpkins to feed everyone. Of course, these are not enough to make people give up cooking. What really made British moles give up exquisite cuisine was the two mole world wars. As an island country, as an unmagical person who cannot move fast, a large part of them want relying on imported ingredients. Before the war, 3/4 of Britain's wheat had to be shipped from Canada. However, the food supply line was cut off during the war, and there was even a shortage of potatoes for a while. John relied on true knowledge to remember. Speaking of the knowledge of moles, in human history, war is probably the most powerful weapon to change eating habits. Although the living standards of British moles have improved again, theoretically they should also pursue better food, but they can't go back. They have forgotten the recipes passed down by word of mouth 100 or even 1,000 years ago. The spice blossoming, and the imagination and the impressive delicacies were lost in the war. Fortunately, Narcissa still has a recipe. We can restore the legacy given to us by our predecessors, and now we have reconnected with the moles. Morgan Le Fay nodded and pointed to the portrait of the family inadvertently. I think Helga will also be interested. She thinks she can restore it well, and she can cook it for Merlin. A wave of invisibly showing off by Elan's mother and Hufflepuff are best friends. Untitled.novel.com. The Malfoy couple, who Merlin is Elan's apprentice, can't help but for a while. The couple stared at this. There are oil paintings hung everywhere in Harris's new house on Lake Island. They are arranged to facilitate the walk of the portrait of Hogwarts founder Helga Altdorf. It is just a portrait. It makes Ma, who is keen on glory and antiques. The Fu couple were very enthusiastic, and their hearts realized once again that Harris had been shocked again. After a short while, Narcissa coughed, cleared her throat and let her voice, with Miss Hufflepuff, she will definitely recover well. But at this time, Morgan Le Fay put one hand on the other. Sissy remembers to make an extra pork apple later, one of my ... a daughter-in-law. Seems to be interested in hearing our conversation. Tell me that she wants to eat too. Morgan Le Fay said unnaturally, thanks for your hard work ... but notice that her portion is the same as what I eat ... Taboo. Someone likes to eat. For those of us who like cooking, it's not a hard work or a blessing. I'll go to the kitchen to prepare. She heard it. Narcissa readily agreed, and then looked a little blankly. After looking around, she realized that she didn't understand how the daughter-in-law in the other party heard their conversation. The new revision and upgrade address of the mobile station, https, data and bookmarks are synchronized with the computer station, and fresh reading without ads. Chapter 1239. Killing the black figure fell like a ghost in the sun not far in front of the mole house where the pure blood gathered. The exterior of this desolate mole house has been partially covered by vegetation due to long negligence. The crooked trees in front of the house are twisted, flying fiercely in the night like a few grey-black giant pythons. The red paint on the walls has dimmed due to the passage of time, and looks dark red in the sun like old blood mixed with jet black, and it looks very strange when combined with the shadows reflected by the surrounding trees in the window lattice. Albert used a few gestures to give the order to check the equipment for the last time. The others obediently checked the dung egg healing potion on their belts and the like. They did not use the phantom in this capture operation. Curse. Because this time I entered on behalf of the regular department of the Ministry of Magic. Just make sure not to let the target escape before the raid. With a flying broom, Punlo and his team didn't talk too much. They all looked down at the silent shoe covers that were temporarily installed on the soles of dragon leather boots as they practiced CQB tactics with the front door and the backyard. For the other two groups, they were actually more powerful. They were arranged by Albert to enter from the roof above the house, and they needed to ensure that no one in the house could escape by flying. This accessory can help the Punlo team effectively let them stay on the roof to hide their footsteps before other teams start to act. Although the silent curse works better, It is often arranged in advance by these wizards on the roof of the house. The anti-curse trap is removed, and this kind of physical device can effectively avoid this. After the errors gave feedback, Albert waved down the palm of the arm that raised the L-shaped arm. The groups that had already been divided quickly put on his raven beak mask and began to move towards moving forward at his starting point. Penlo took his own elites except Victor and started flying towards the sky on a broomstick. They would make an anti-U-shaped trajectory and land directly on the roof, and the people below started. After the action, the assault was attacked from top to bottom from the roof. The Long Eye, who was temporarily away from the Prime Minister, was not directly involved in the front line of the battle. He lived on the top of the church tower in the village not far from this house, occupied this commanding height with a wide view, and coldly monitored the scene, environment, and keep in touch with Commander Albert at any time, so that when necessary, he will immediately lead his team to provide fire support and on-site monitoring, and take action to limit the target's movement space according to the situation. In the Mole House, there were a large number of pureblood families attending this time, and due to the tension after the previous bombing attacks, the patriarchs had to be careful to bring together the people they thought were enough to be assured of the gathering. The Mole House that has not been casted without the Traceless Curse is a bit crowded under the influence of the number of guards and the servants who took to the show. In fact, the guards of each house pay more attention to the outside world, putting effort on guarding the other side's guards. Merlin knew if any of these purebloods had borrowed this party, and incidentally took their distant relatives as gifts to try to make peace with Harris. However, as a professional guard trained in a large family, when most teammates focus on their peers, they have not given up on external surveillance. Each family has tacitly separated some people for this under the circumstances. They monitored the outdoors, and suddenly, the guards in charge of these, no matter who it was, turned their eyes to the front. Geraldorf the indoors did not spend time to arrange and redecorate the non-marking curse, but they were not ambiguous on safety issues. Multiple protective spells such as closed earplugs and safeguarding are arranged throughout the yard, and now they are being touched and lifted, and the magic power has triggered ripples of magic power. This shows that the Mole expulsion spell they arranged has not expired, and the intruder is not a Mole. Alert! There are intruders. A Scarface shouted loudly. This caused the guards to pull out their wands and leaned close to the window to investigate, with a nasty smile on their faces, but when they saw the incoming person, they immediately bounced back to avoid the window. An error is coming to search. The minions of the Ministry of Magic have grasped the movement of me waiting to this point. There must be spies. Harris planted spies in the mysterious people. The servants began to shout when they heard the news. The Mole House was like boiling water being thrown into stones, and the professional guards trained by the family had been surprised from the beginning. The Scarface pulled the bow tie on his brown uniform and snarled a few words. The wizards scattered in the room, and Scarface, wearing the same robes with the logo of the Bock family, began to perform apparition, ready to go upstairs to notify escorting their master to leave. But like the guards of other families who tried to do so, they were shocked to find that they seemed to be imprisoned, unable to apparat at all. Damn, they have arranged an anti-phantom shift again. It's nothing more than a useful method. It will take some time to unlock our defenses and use a backup plan. Not to panic. The guards had obviously predicted this situation in the previous simulation training. The Box family took out his flying broomstick from the non-marking retractable pocket and sat up and flew upstairs. The Bursts guard had to rush upstairs with his legs, but also took out his pocket watch, teacup, woolen hats and other messy things, while starting to check the pocket watch, which is the closest door key to the set start time. He did not declare for this party, but illegally used Mento's curse to make a lot of door keys to make sure every once in a while there is a back way to escape. However, in order to show their strength to each other, the number of servants brought was also a lot, and this Mole staircase was instantly crowded. And hearing the noise of rushing, shouting and shouting from outside, the door of the meeting room upstairs was also opened, and the pure blood inside came out to check the situation. and let the one with the word concave on this staircase. The half-empty corridor soon filled with people. As soon as the Selwyn family guard jumped upstairs, he surrounded him. Just the word "Sir is here" made him unconsciously grabbed his goatee with his hand in a panic. And what was even more unexpected to everyone in the room was that the backward person just rushed to it not long upstairs. Boom, 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 hiss. There was a heavy knock on the door and the sound of the guards gasping, and the era had already unlocked the defense quickly beyond the guards' imagination. Then there was a crackle and then another clatter. The big wooden door was split in two wood and it was cracked open. The previous knock on the door seemed to be a false but necessary etiquette, because it even gave people a normal opening time. None of them were left, and what the eras used was not the subtle unlocking curse that only made the door lock open automatically, but the ancient and more crude and direct sesame door opening curse. Albert stood at the forefront and strode in. You were reading www.uukanzu.com. Albert raised his head with a beak mask, looked at the gaze behind the raven glasses, and stared coldly on the wizards upstairs. Swept over. Although the guards actually couldn't see Albert's eyes, no one dared to look at him for a while. Victor and a deputy followed him into a small triangle formation. The era who entered subsequently not much, but also fanned out. The pure blood upstairs and the guards and servants who gathered upstairs almost crowded the three fences. Under the light, the magic wands in their hands seemed to be braving the cold light. Although they were condescending in large numbers, the building the eras underneath stood proudly. Waiting for the era office of the Ministry of Magic to arm the era, here to catch the suspect. Albert has temporarily pulled the mask down and hung it around his neck. The expression on his face is that those who have known him are from the unseen look, like a nice sculpture and iron casting is only a machine that executes the will of the Ministry of Magic, without any personal feelings. From now on, everyone will throw their wands on the ground with their heads in their hands and squat in place. No matter you is it pure blood or a guard or a servant. The era will kill those who resist. The new revision and upgrade address of the mobile station, https, data and bookmarks are synchronized with the computer station, and fresh reading without ads. Chapter 1240. From the inside out, hearing the horror of being arrested and the anger at the opponent's ignorance of his identity, the goatee wizard pushed away the guards and went to the guardrail on the second floor and shouted angrily, "I am the Patriarch of Selwyn. The Ministry of Magic has no such rules." A ray of light shot from downstairs hit Selwyn. The magic light of his own bodice robe flashed and seemed to block part of the spell, but the remaining power still made his body soften directly from the guardrail. He fell down and fell on the steps of the stairs below. His head slammed on the bevel of the steps, making a sour rattling sound, and then his limbs twisted and rolled from the stairs to the floor downstairs motionless. The noisy scene fell silent for a while. Albert frowned and looked at the goatee who had no breath on the ground, and did not explain that the original idea of his spell was to stun him and fly back. This pure blood was replaced by fear of death. Because Albert also read the nether scrolls, his magic became different from the normal spells, so letting this robe fail to bounce off the spells as usual just offset part of the power, but caused its own owner to fall forward and knock his head to death. Those who resist don't care about their status. No need to show mercy. Albert commanded loudly. In such a poor number of people, he was not worried about his own safety, but his men needed him to turn this accident into vigor to ensure safety. Yes, the Uras responded in unison. Their fierce aura instantly vented, and the sound seemed to overturn the roof. Harris killed Selwyn. They came to kill us. Come and save me. The witch who wrapped her body tightly in a cloak screamed, and then reacted and put on a hood, lest she would be AI. Bert noticed and fled towards the conference room. This shout is like a starting gun, making the wizards take action. Albert took Vidocq and his team members behind him and started rushing towards the stairs, as if the three of them were about to encircle and suppress dozens of people present. Our average. Stop them first. Caractacus takes his master back to the room first. Realizing that a struggle is inevitable, Alfred has been alert to make Caractacus, who is usually called Mr. Borkinbok, pushed his old master back again, and then the butler wizard also tore off his original meticulous spout eye. Everyone, there is no need to be afraid, they are small in number, let your guards block them together. Everyone uses the door key. Bok will provide shelter for everyone in places beyond the control of the UK. In peacetime, one thing is different for a long time. When life and death are at stake, Bok's butler's words are more of an order than deliberations. For a very short time, the purebloods will leave a part of their guards to intercept them, and they will bring them with them. A few elite began to rush to the room in the corridor. These guards and servants also cast spells after accepting the orders of their masters to counterattack and intercept. A freckled-faced guarding wizard with brown short curly hair showed a little green glow on the tip of his wand, which made the wizard who was guarding his son's safety creepy. He quickly pressed his son's shoulder and yelled, "Don't use the unforgivable curse." The consequences of stunning an Auror and killing an Auror are very different. Look around. The guards who had received the order were indeed very loyal to wield their wands for their families. The spell flew towards the Aurors from all angles of the room, and the scorching flames and the remaining power condensed the floor. The freezing of frost, the strong acid that will quickly corrode when it drops on the steel handrail. But they did not have the courage to use the unforgivable curse. In fact, the power of the guards using these spells is not small, but as long as they are not continuously hit, there is basically no fatal risk besides making people lose combat effectiveness. But different from the idealized thinking of the guards, their opponents are not their usual hostile family guards or some gangsters doing illegal business. Behind their opponents is the magic government. Although the Aurors did not use them after just warning they can actually use the unforgivable curse, but they also didn't keep much hands. Compared with the wizards and ordinary servants of the pureblood family, these guards who actually have no power and power outside the family, unfortunately because the ability to resist and the danger are defined by the Aurors as a priority elimination target. Albert and the three of them have already rushed to the stairs with their wands. Albert and their team have their own division of labor. The worst member of the three is responsible for the defense and anti-curse protection team, and Victor is casting a wide range of spells and control around the ground. Albert has an assault knife. His target is the captain of the guard who seems to be commanding the drowning curse. There are currently some wizards who have been caught by Albert's drowning curse kneeling on the ground and coughing desperately, unable to speak, and can no longer accurately wave the magic wand to save themselves. There is no doubt that if no one helps them clear the fluid filled with their lungs, they will eventually drown. Following in the footsteps of his commander-in-chief, the Aurors behind Albert were not afraid. They also became a combat group almost uniformly. Some monsters roared suddenly around him, and the pungent sulfur smell filled the room almost. The hellhound, now the iconic companion animal of the British era, was summoned. As soon as these orderly monsters came out, they cooperated well with their owners, and began to roar and jump upstairs. These trained hyenas spread out tacitly with two sharp black horns from it. The big mouth pricked out of his cheek. The Auror started to cast lightning-based spells. Even if they can't do anything for a while, the professionally trained guards, but the paralyzing effect brought by them can create many opportunities for the hellhounds who are now rushing forward. At this time, the unstoppable Albert team was already using a curse to cut off the head of a hapless guy from the upper part of the person. They had completely climbed the stairs and occupied them by the colleagues behind them and the hellhounds as police dogs. Entrance location. This was a signal that made the guards who were loyal to the family anxious. Some dark magics, which were different from the previous ones with huge light and shadow effects but more powerful, began to shoot from their wands. A few vicious guards did not rely on the invisibility cloak. Instead, he cast a more difficult phantom spell, hiding his figure, so that the Aurors could not accurately shoot their spells on them, while quickly passing through the wizards. Although these guards cultivated by various families may not be as powerful as the Death Eaters, the tactics of order allow them, who are dominant at the moment, to exert greater strength. but it is a pity that their opponents are not ordinary people. The armorers who have received more professional training in this area are obviously trained to face this situation. Although it was impossible to confirm the whereabouts of these invisible wizards for a while, the arrows immediately changed their attack mode. Some arrows changed from a single target to cast a wide range of magic such as flames, covering the guards and servants. Some arrows put their hands in their pockets, ready to take out the alchemy bomb used in this situation. The die attached to it can make these invisible people show their bodies. Albert, who is a sharp knife, is obviously faster. He first pulled up his mask with his left hand, and then waved his fingers to the stairs behind him with 5 fingers. The arrows who had rushed up came together in a tacit understanding, slowed down, and a gleam of dust was sprayed from the wand in Albert's right hand. Immediately counting from the tip of his staff, a fan-shaped area on the 2nd floor turned into a magnificent shining golden mist, constantly shining with bright and dark rays, and the strong light was as dazzling as a needle. Victor, who has been in charge of supporting Albert, as the arrow trained by Albert himself, adopted the same method as his instructors. Victor's speed of casting the Shining Dust Curse was only slightly slower than Albert. And as a few members of the Umbrella team who participated in the CQB training, he tacitly cast in the direction that Albert was not responsible. Let the wizards who are shrouded in wailing and blindfolded, but even if they close their eyes, the flash dust that has been contaminated by the eyeballs continues to play a role. The bright light flashes under their eyelids, making them invisible at all. Only the well-trained wizards who have been paying attention to Albert's body will use the Iron Armor Curse or Strong Wind to blow the dust away from the eyes, and then avoid the risk of blindness. However, the dust everywhere has made the guards who used the Phantom spell in the cast area show their figures. Even if the legs are stained with some dust, the outline of the legs is enough for the arrow. We know where they are. The arrow behind the Hellhound also rushed up and quickly expanded the occupied area. The Albert trio did not look back. After they were patted by a colleague, they continued to attack the corridor that had already piled up. And as the other armorers went up to the 2nd floor, their spells were not as fierce as the Albert team, but they were more vicious in conjunction with the Hellhounds with effective rhythm and correct spell selection. In the chaos, focusing on blocking the curse will neglect the Hellhounds who are lowered or even lying on the ground, and putting too much energy on the Hellhound. Even if there is a wizard who successfully kills these purgatory creatures, he was hit by the arrow's curse and fell to the ground. But the next scene made them more willing to be hit by the arrow's curse. Even if they were ordered to kill, the armorer did not deliberately kill without using the unforgivable curse. You are reading www.uukanzu.com. In addition to a few hapless guys who were hit to the point or died from a second injury like the previous Selwyn, even the guy who was hit by the Albert drowning curse was lying on the ground and coughing in vain trying to get his lungs. The liquid is drained. The horror scene was caused by the wizard who had been bitten and torn by the Hellhound's throat. Except for a short at the beginning, only some of the organs exposed from his throat exhaled air. And as Hellhounds who like to observe the order, they also show their evil side. They understand the meaning of killing, but they will not be as sympathetic as their owner. This Hellhound continues to bite while the opponent is still alive. His neck stopped tearing, and then a flame from its mouth sprayed from the wound in his throat from the outside to the inside. The organs in this poor bug's body were burned instantly, and the smell of burning fat and grease almost overwhelmed the sulfur smell on these Hellhounds. The victim got the flames in his nostrils and the smoke in his ears, plus he was short-lived. The trembling showed that he was suffering from being ignited from the inside out. However, it was calm in an instant, and the flames had burned from the inside of his body to the outside. The new revision and upgrade address of the mobile station, https. Data and bookmarks are synchronized with the computer station. Fresh reading without ads. Chapter 1241. Cocoon. This tragic way of death that can't even wailing makes the purebloods who have been observing the battle frightened and dare not watch it again. The battle was in such a situation All the purebloods realized that it was not good. Although the Eras were not dominant in numbers, it was obvious that these guards could not stop them in the end. They don't care about the dead, and they don't care who is dead. Can't wait any longer, someone said with a sharp throat, angrily. Hold me, when I get abroad, I will reward you with an extra 10,000 gold gallons. Boss's small eyes went round because of panic, and sweat was unstoppable on his forehead, shouting to his guards. Seeing such a miserable way of death with their own eyes made the purebloods no longer able to wait calmly, and afterwards, the armorer who broke in from the back door had come to the stairs almost without hindrance and began to prepare to go upstairs. Cannot maintain the last straw of calm and decent flying broomstick. Amidst the chaotic sound of curses violently shattering in wailing calls, the tightly wrapped witch used a flying curse to the flying broomstick from one of her guards, and then pointed to it. The floor-to-ceiling window at the end of the room occupies almost the size of the entire wall. Through the window, you can clearly see the wind blowing trees outside. The witch clenched the flying broomstick in her hand, rolled over, followed behind the bodyguard, and flew toward a shattered French window. She seemed to breathe the smell of freedom. The wind blew off her hood, and her long golden curly hair flew in the wind. The guards of her house quickly moved closer. There was no additional reaction to the one who was taken away, and he would sit on the broom with his colleagues and leave. Can't wait any longer, otherwise you will definitely get caught. Yeah, we can't wait for the key to activate. Go, follow her. There were also a few purebloods who saw her behavior, and in a hurry, they asked the guards to bring them broomsticks, and followed the witch like a headless fly, looking for an opportunity to find a chance to escape in the same way. Even many of them never touched broomsticks after first grade at Hogwarts. Wait, no, those Eras can't think of it. Amidst the chaos, the box housekeeper reminded loudly. Although there were fighting and wailing all around, his voice succeeded in slowing down several wizards. Did not return and just intend to see the results of the Forerunner first. However, more purebloods who were frightened by the previous battle continued to move forward as if they hadn't heard it. They still took a fluke idea and imitated the witch's actions, but set the target on the window in the opposite direction. They planned wait for others to rush to the other side to attract attention and then slip away in the opposite direction. The pure-blooded witch had just smashed the French window in front of him with a magic wand. Suddenly, the scenery outside the window disappeared. It was replaced by a white spider web that was woven and densely packed, but the witch in high-speed flight was not a Quidditch before player. She couldn't stop screaming and crashing into the web. And the pilots who tried to fly out from other directions also encountered this kind of trap. They were firmly stuck on it. No matter how hard they broke free, they could only make more body parts stuck on it. Feeling the vibration of the cobweb, a clicking sound came quickly. A thick silver-white cobweb flew from the roof to the victim, who fell into the cobweb first. Layer by layer, she became a cocoon. The witch who wrapped herself tightly. Now she was wrapped tighter. An exclamation came from the other direction. Penlow's pet demon hunter crawled in from another window. It also held up the two sharp claws in front and threw a human-shaped cocoon on the ground that exudes the faint blue. Her fangs were very shocking, and the toxin dripped from the corner of its mouth to the ground, making a corroded sound. The wolf mother led the team members behind it and jumped in from the window. The cushions on their boots made them silent. It's so ugly. Don't move, because the vocal organs have changed, but there are some female voices in addition to the weirdness. Punlow, spidered as a demon hunter, ordered under the horrified eyes of the pureblood, cold eyes watching. How could a witch who was struggling to wriggle, only in a state of fright, and could not catch her breath and almost lost her mind, obediently, seeing the huge terrifying spider witch in a few moments before being completely wrapped, let her struggle more violently. One last warning, stop resisting. Punlow raised a big, crooked claw aloft before he said the final warning, and fell to the cocoon. In the exclamation of the wizards, they pierced the cocoon wrapped in the spider web instantly, pulled her off the spider web and lifted her up. The cocoon twitched unnaturally with bleeding traces. Last motionless, hanging stiffly on the claw, There was no breath of life. Killing indiscriminately. They are breaking the law. I want to expose. I want to sue them to enter Azkaban. Don't be stupid. Don't you see it? These monsters don't want to arrest us at all. They are here tonight to kill us. Run. Penelope smiled at them, neither admitting nor denying. She waved her hand to close the curtains of the French windows, and then raised a slender and huge arthropod. With a light flick, the light bulb on the roof was kicked and shattered, the broken glass fell and scattered, and the crackling and cracking sound continued to sound. Following Penelope's trajectory, the darkness was brought into this small room. A maid saw Penelope, who had just been ejected from the French windows, descended from the sky after crawling quickly on the ceiling. The huge limbs were slightly bent and stretched before jumping in front of her. The wand fell from the trembling hand of the maid to the ground, stunned, staring blankly at the horrible half-man half-beast demon-hunting spider. It's just that the pain and death did not come. Penelope snorted, and her voice rang in the servant's ears. You forgot to hold your head with your hands. After saying that, the arthropods flicked. She jumped to other directions. A few seconds later, the voice already came from a distance. Throw away the wand. Hold your head with your hands. Surrender and not kill. The maid was stunned before remembering the Ura's threat. She hugged her head quickly, but for the rest of her life she let her sit on the ground with soft legs like a duck and took a few violent breaths. In fact, for those who gave up resistance, whether it was Penelope or the other Uras, did not attack them. With Penelope's call, her team immediately launched an attack on these purebloods. The fat man pulled the big dung egg off his waist, injected magic power, and threw it at those guard circles in one go. When the poisonous big dung egg took effect, the doctor held the wand in one hand against the magic shield and pulled out the other. He rushed over with the recurve knife, and directly touched the belly of a guard who was coughing from a big dung egg. His organs slid all over the place, and as the team's true commander, the Wolf Mother was using a magic wand after casting a lot of darkness into the crowd, provide offensive or defensive assistance to teammates according to the situation. The wizard, who was shrouded in magical darkness, couldn't see the environment for a while, but he kept hearing people screaming in horror and miserable wailing. This was even more terrifying. No one knew whether he would be the next target. But some guards seem to have more financial resources in their families, and they have also begun to take out all kinds of weird equipment that can allow people to see through the dark with night vision, but they are struggling to know their own strength comparison and clear their mission goals. Instead of rushing forward www.mentalnovel.com, I chose to gather in the corridor and use the super iron armor curse to forge defenses with others. Witch servant, get rid of your fluorescent flashes. You will make yourself or target. Idiot, the Ura's big mask has night vision. Didn't your master equip you? Seal the door with a torch. Later, the targets of the Ura's attacks and the constant screams made the guards fully understand that the Ministry of Magic may be out of reputation and would not be interested in these servants who should be classified as civilians in name, even if they are pure blood. The servants of the house also have the ability to resist, but on the other hand, in addition to the pure blood that the servants and the Uras need to arrest, their guards have undoubtedly become the main targets of the attack, and the Uras have no doubt about their lives. I don't care. This can be made clear from the difference in their use of spells. As a result, there was a mixture of panic, and compared with the initial battle, in the darkness on the second floor of this mall house, the guards began to emit a few more green lights from time to time, reflecting the frightened faces of the guards and servants. The new revision and upgrade address of the mobile station, https, data and bookmarks are synchronized with the computer station. Fresh reading without ads. Chapter 1242. Get up from the wheelchair. The purebloods here have retreated back to the conference room, and several of them were locked out of the door slowly, knocking on the door. But the people in the room had already reached a tacit understanding, and the guards who were left in the room by distant relatives outside the door had been removed, and other guards are constantly applying layers of protective magic to the doors and windows of this room. The room was full of anxiety, as if the end was coming, and many people began to cry. For these purebloods who have always been pampered, their daily struggles basically do not involve lives, and are more of a struggle for wealth and power. Even if it involves murder, they will not come forward in person. So just now, for them, many people were facing death at such close range for the first time, facing such a scene. In the process of escaping, Burst saw one of his bodyguards dead in front of him, so that he was trembling all over, his mouth was half open, and he let out a hoarse scream, like a knife split his chest. He was killed by him. The guards walked into the conference room. Fear of being knocked on the door from someone who was shut outside now strengthened his fear. Bojin didn't have the usual expression of being a shopkeeper at this time. He looked stronger than the others, but he did not speak for a long time. Calm down. Herbert Bock looked ugly on the wheelchair. He was pushed around quickly just now, which seemed to make him a little uncomfortable. But he and his housekeeper seemed to be the most calm people in the house. Alfred, how many minutes are there? Master, there are still 7 minutes to the hour. Although the butler looked calm but still a little annoyed. I'm sorry, we should be more careful and get more door keys. The guards are too incompetent. Herbert Bock was in no mood. He looked at the doors and windows and pointed, everything, using transfiguration. The doors and windows are turned into metal covers and sealed, and then another layer of protection. Fleeing to a foreign country they can't control. Their so-called evidence is just planting for the persecution of us. The battle outside the meeting room was soon over and there was no sound. The armorer had cleared the corridor, and several leaders surrounded the meeting room where the blood was gathered. They closed this room with many spells, and they are still strengthening it. Victor lowered his head slightly and said in a deep voice, someone just heard them shouting for the door key. They must be trying to delay their escape. Punlo crawled upside down on the ceiling and heard that she followed a thick silver spider silk from above back to the ground. Then, she waved her cheeks that could break the devil and mocked, they want beauty. Let me do it. Punlo, let me come faster. You retreat to the stairs. Albert's voice was extremely cold. Although his father's previous assassination did not suffer much substantial damage, it made the usual comparison. Tolerant and honest, he kept suffocating in his heart. They like explosions, so I will explode them. Ara's orders forbid the corridor on the second floor to be emptied soon. After Albert made some protection on the floor, a huge grey beast resembling a rhinoceros appeared at his position just now. There is a big sharp horn on the nose, and the tail is like a long rope. It is the image of Albert Animagus, the poisonous horn beast. Its sturdy body has crushed the surrounding walls, and the floor under its feet. It almost couldn't bear its weight, cracking and shaking, but it was enough for Albert to throw its venom-filled corners toward the door. A few minutes later, Rufus Scrimgeour, director of the Era office of the Ministry of Magic, led a team of patrolling Eras and walked in through the 4 open and broken doors. Behind Scrimgeour's gold-rimmed glasses were a pair of sharp eyes that contained the form of the room. Unlike the simple and neat style of the past, he was shocked by the scene before him. Several corpses were displayed on the ground. There are also piles of burnt ashes. Upstairs are the bricks and shingles from the explosion, and the leg of a corpse is drooping from the gap of the broken guardrail. A group of half-dead pure blood is intact except for those surrenders who have lost their wands and hug their heads. The other wizards are more or less wounded, and these people are now tied with a thick hemp rope. At the same time, it seems that the head is drooping, and some people can't help but groan in pain. Scrimgeour was so startled that his voice seemed to have become more hoarse, and his tone of voice accidentally revealed a drill. What is going on? But none of the Eras brought by Albert to answer him. Each was doing his own thing, as if he hadn't seen Scrimgeour. Scrimgeour cursed in his heart. His eyes flashed with unstoppable anger, and a deep wrinkle stretched from his clenched lips to his somewhat wide chin. Scrimgeour simply stopped asking about the situation. He made a calm face and glanced over the corpses. Suddenly, he walked quickly into the hall, squatted down in front of the goatee wizard's body, and said in anger, Isn't this the patriarch of the Selwyn family? No one has notified me of such a big event this time. I'm still your office director. Albert was walking downstairs with Victor. His face was stained with blood, but he didn't seem to want to wipe it. Albert, do you know what you are doing? Why are you acting like this? Scrimgeour slowly turned around and stood up after seeing Alan. His tan hair was unable to suppress his anger and swayed. Even if they are suspects. But when does the IRA have the right to hurt prisoners at will? They should be tried by the Magic Law Enforcement Division, not just lose their lives like this. Director Scrimgeour, the IRA has the right to use force when it is resisted by force. It is the Law Enforcement Department who ordered us without your consent. Albert looked directly at Scrimgeour, and these deaths, most of the fallen wizards have used unforgivable spells on IRAs, and their wands can prove this with flashback spells. Albert, even if they use the unforgivable curse, they are still imprisoned for life according to the law. Scrimgeour's bushy eyebrows frowned, and his sharp eyes met Albert. Director Scrimgeour, are you trying to make fun of our armed IRA's life? A young IRA with short brown hair flushed and glared at Scrimgeour. Does the director mean to face us? When using the unforgivable spell, give up the legal right to fire the Ministry of Magic granted us in this situation so that their spell threatens us. Of course I didn't mean it. Scrimgeour stared at an IRA angrily, but you obviously have the advantage. There is no need to kill. My companion has just been hit by the heartbreaking curse and is now sent to the treatment facility. Like a beast that was forced to embarrass, he was waiting for an opportunity to fight back. The training we received to arm the IRA is the first time to disarm the threat of using this spell. Enough, Otto. This is our director. Pay attention to your identity. Albert took the lead and then pulled the team behind him. Director, maybe your patrol IRA can do it in this situation. Accurately arrest them without hurting them. And I hope you can detect this when the next explosion occurs. Then he nodded slightly at the same time as a salute. Director, I will not be with you. We have to fix this before the illusion disappears. The house won't let the moles notice. After that, Albert took his IRAs without looking back to help other IRAs repair the mole houses that had been restored for most of them cause this house had been used a lot by the pure-blooded guards before. If you want to restore the original black spell, you must first get rid of the magic energy left by those spells. Untitled.novel.com. So it takes a bit longer than usual to directly restore the original instant repair. Feeling the air currents set off by Albert and the others passing by, Scrimgeour's chest was filled with anger, like a bomb that was about to explode when Yi Shun pulled a fuse. Suddenly there was a screaming scream from upstairs. Scrimgeour's purple cheeks twitched because of his anger. After a daze, he hurried upstairs with these patrol IRAs, just ascended upstairs with a puff of breath. They all took a breath of cold air on the huge platform that was on the rise, as the scene of the explosion was much more serious than the damage it seemed from below. Although it did not seem to have collapsed, the corridor outside the corridor was messed up by the upturned wooden planks and the messy masonry of the walls. The roof of this area has been blown up. The light of the British afternoon shone through the gloomy sky. A large hole in the conference room was broken in the wall of the corridor. Penelope's unique accent that belongs to the spider form sounded in it. One last time, old man. Get me up from the wheelchair. The new revision and upgrade address of the mobile station. https. Data and bookmarks are synchronized with the computer station, and fresh reading without ads. Chapter 1243. Damn the Dark Wizard, let him go. He is old. His legs are inconvenient. Whatever he wants. The Bock family will meet. A wizard's pleading voice was crying, we will never fight Harris again. Up, shut up. The old male yelled in a weak voice. Isn't it energetic? The playful female voice was full of threats. I will warn you one last time, stand up. Or say who ordered the explosion. Some noise appeared. For Merlin's sake, this explosion is not yours. Wait. What are you doing? No. Scrimgeour quickly stepped into the meeting room where the purebloods had just gathered. The fat man glanced at him and smiled friendly. but he was lifting a wheelchair with his hands while Herbert Bock was sitting with his face above, and the other female doctor named Dora, who combed her hair back, also cast his eyes on him. But the movement of her hands did not stop, pushing the window open. Scrimgeour was stunned for a moment by the situation in front of him, and then he was shocked when he understood the other party's plan. He immediately yelled, "You are crazy! Stop it and put him down." Director, just scared him. The fat man threw the wheelchair back to the ground at will. Herbert's body jumped a little, and the wheelchair slid forward a short distance. Scrimgeour's gaze fell on Herbert. His old stiff and thin body was paralyzed in the wheelchair, and he did not seem to have the slightest strength to fight back. If it were not for the ups and downs of his chest, it would make people mistakenly believe that he was dead. Absurd. "What are you doing?" Exclamation mark. "Want to throw him out of the window alive?" Exclamation mark. Herbert's drooping old eyelids opened, he suffocated his neck, looked at Scrimgeour expressionlessly, and did not mean to speak, even though Penlow and the doctor threatened him just now, and he was thrown into a wheelchair just now. When he reached the ground, he did not make a whirring sound, and refused to say a word of mercy. Seeing Penlow looking at him and provoking a corner of his mouth, he did not explain. Scrimgeour suppressed the anger that was in his heart forcibly after such a long time with colleagues. He already knew enough about the Clivat's troublesome personality. "I also know how much the other party hates me, but now Herbert Bock and Bock are in the hands of each other. If I accuse her too much and rouse the other's rebellious psychology, I am afraid, a Clivat, it seems that there is nothing wrong here." Scrimgeour sighed heavily, organizing the prediction style that he was not good at. "Leave the suspects to us, and I will bring them to the Magic Law Enforcement Department. Let Director Len Harris interrogate." "Director, this is a task directly assigned to the Armdra by the Department of Law Enforcement, and it is not related to patrolling the Ura." Penlow let out a sneer. "Your arrest mission has been completed. Since you still call me the director, you should obey the order," Scrimgeour said with a sullen face. "Director, don't bother you," the doctor said, turning the tip of his wand into a thick leather rope. It wandered around Herbert like a living snake. He was very roughly in a flash. A group. It looked like a crab before getting off the steamer. The rope was tied very tightly. It was stuck tightly into the old man's loose skin. Herbert grunted in pain, and his eyelids opened and drooped laboriously, putting aside his face without a word of forgiveness. It was as if he was ready to let Harris toss. That pale, skinny cheeks were tossed a few times. Drooping down, it seems that it has begun to lose its vitality. The sarcasm and provocative behavior of the other party made Scrimgeour's face, who had been suppressing his anger, blue, and a blue vein on his forehead rose. He slammed his hand to the patrolling Uras behind him. "If you don't come to help, you will be suspected." People brought them back to the division, facing Penlow, who is known for his tyranny in the Uras office. Actually, these patrolling Uras were a little flustered. Just as Scrimgeour's henchmen, they had to execute the orders of their superiors, and with luck, the patrolling Uras thought that the other party would not treat themselves at this time after all. Nominally, this was an order from the Ura office director himself. However, these patrolling Uras were still cautiously not even looking at Penlow, and just walked carefully. They wanted to make the other party not think they were provoking, but there was no warning. Just a few seconds later, the patrolling Uras were both the Umbrella Team and the Hogwarts assistant. There were also the Petrification Curse of the Wolf Mother and others who were armed with the identity of the Ura. After hitting, their hands and feet stood upright and fell straight on the spot. Didn't even prepare to resist. Only two eyes expressed in horror that their master was shocked by Penlow, and they really did. The only exception is Scrimgeour. Just now Scrimgeour only felt that his eyes were suddenly shrouded in white, and there was a large white sticky web of spiders underground. Their bodies were all entangled by the huge sticky spider web below. Individuals at the front even only exposed their heads and were wrapped in cocoons. "The patrol error can stop the explosion. I want to steal the people we caught to hide her incompetence." Penlow took back her wand. She didn't change back to animagus, but used the spider web technique she had taught the students. "I finished this job, Really. The whole body has more flaws than my students. Let go of me. How dare you, you black witch. Scrimgeour was slammed by this mercilessly at first. Now that he has grasped the situation, he can no longer suppress the anger in his heart, and his voice increases unconsciously. The voice is very heavy. You dare to attack your boss. At the moment you are still my boss. Pinlow squinted at Scrimgeour with disdain. Director Scrimgeour, we all know that these pure-blood criminal suspects are close to you. Forgive us for arming Ira not to risk this kind of risk and teach him to you. I hope you really don't have any illegal transactions privately, as Albert said. I hope Lon can find out something. Let me say, Alan, their attitude towards you is so good. What do you mean? Do you think I will favoritism, like Harris? You dark wizards? Disrupted the Ministry of Magic and endangered the magic world. You should all be caught in Azkaban. Scrimgeour hit his forehead. The wrinkles on the top were wrinkled like a gully. Thinking of the ignorance of the other party who had sought cooperation with Alan because of the fairy affair, he trembled and yelled incoherently, "You don't need to argue for Harris. I know everything. You directed and acted this explosion yourself. Check it out." He relied on his power to get everyone into the Ministry of Magic. It is a shame for the Ira to be an Ira like you. That Alan Harris is also a dark wizard. To get you in. When he heard the other party's anger, Alan, Pinlow leapt up, and the shadow of a huge spider enveloped Scrimgeour on the ground. Scrimgeour did not have the slightest fear when he saw it. He was still swearing, thinking that he had reached this point. If you don't say it, you don't have to say it in general. I want to vent my long-term anger. Pinlow aimed at Scrimgeour's chest and dropped two giant claws. Scrimgeour is flying here. Fortunately, the Wolf Mother and the others were sane in their anger. You were reading www.uukanzu.com used Scrimgeour and his cocoon to use a flying curse. Stop, Pinlow. It's not necessary. Albert also rushed over. When he had just subdued Scrimgeour and the others in Pinlow, the wave of magic and the movement of people falling and shouting alarmed him. Ask him to go upstairs to check. He just saw this situation when he entered the door. Seeing that Pinlow was stopped and did not pursue him, Albert immediately did not intend to not ask the reason for the process. He just turned around and turned to his armed Ira. His tone was not a wave of waves. Send Director Scrimgeour and these colleagues. Go outside. This kind of battle scene is too dangerous for them. Those armed Iras were killed, and they understood the meaning of sending them. They did not destroy the spider silk tied to Scrimgeour or dispel the spell on the patrol Iras, but directly controlled them to float with their magic wands like they usually escorted prisoners. Walked towards the door. Damn. I order you. Let us go quickly. The director. Scrimgeour flushed and struggled constantly, but the Ira who was instructed to fly out turned his head down and feet up, to fly outside. The new revision and upgrade address of the mobile station, https, data and bookmarks are synchronized with the computer station, and fresh reading without ads. Chapter 1244? Parasitic. In the sanctuary of the temple, the flames in the fireplace crackled, and the light from the beating flame made the room very warm. Alan sat on the sofa by the fireplace and put down the crystal ball with the wand in his hand. Except for Scrimgeour, who came over by an accident, Albert and the others are going well. Look at this side next. Luna lay halfway on Alan's lap and passed a book in her hand. Looking at it, Alan was a little shocked. He shook Luna's hand. In the beginning ... you had to get up so many times at night? Luna shook her head. I also knew that Helga had to get up so many times at night. Alan didn't reply. The expression that had been relaxed because of the successful operation of detecting his brother changed back to a serious face. It was as if they were in a relay race. As the pages of the two were turned, they kept sighing deeply and helplessly. The more they looked at them, the more irritable they became, and they simply threw the book aside from time to time, and then resigned themselves in frustration. Pick up the book and continue flipping. The two voices attracted Helena, who was watching a TV show on the Inepperson sofa next to her. She was watching a show that witches like with Nagini, who was nestled under her feet. The ghost likes this. Staying beside her parents in a way, but Helena has rarely seen her parents worry like this, especially after the pregnancy news is announced to her parents. This caused the female ghost to put her hands on her cheeks and asked in confusion, "Mother, Father, are you worried about anything?" Baby encyclopedia. Luna gently twisted her fingers, turned many pages in one breath, and replied casually, "The task your grandma gave us." Alan looked at these books and predicted in his mind that he would not want to sleep well in the first 3 years. "She let us learn how to bring a baby." Helena put her hand on her cheeks, and she nodded, then turned her head back to watch TV and stopped talking. After another while, "Don't read it." Luna threw the book on Ellen and stretched her waist. "Helena, help Mother go and see if the meaty apple is ready." "Okay, Mother." Helena stood up and walked to the TV without turning her head to rely on it to teleport, and disappeared across the screen without answering. What's wrong with her? Luna finally noticed that her daughter's emotions were wrong, but she looked up at her dad in a daze, who couldn't see through the ghostly thoughts. Alan, who had focused on the book describing how to change the baby's diaper, was also a little confused for a while. The giant snake Nagini, who is still watching TV, already knows the secret of the Harris family. At this time, it is a little oversight. It hissed and flicked the tip of its tail at Alan, giving it to himself. The parents of the bear child who was chasing the female ghost pointed to the books and made some hissing noises. Alan followed the other party's guidance. I looked at the baby, who finally noticed the book in his hand on the cover. Then he clicked on the book with his fingers and made a hissing voice. "You said gang Helena, because is this jealous? I see. This way." Luna sat up. The book in her hand snapped shut and was put aside. "Let's go." Helena said that Narcissa has done a part. Luna's unreasonable arrogance made Nagini's snake face look very annoyed. But because she and Helena are just chasing the relationship with the drama, and it is also afraid of Luna, it has no plans. What can I show further? I just turned myself into a snake face again, turned to the TV and stopped looking at them. Put your clothes and slippers on. Ellen thought Luna would say something else. He almost couldn't keep up with the rhythm, but he still helped Luna to get her up. "Helena's matter, I have to find a way." In the kitchen of Harris Castle on the island of Hogwarts Lake, Draco controlled the temperature of the oven to make it cooler. Then, he was painting a few unculled pork apples with hazel leaves with egg yolk. Juice's mother asked, "Mom, what is Ms. Gray doing in the kitchen?" "She can't eat." Narcissa did not answer. Under her graceful movements, her apple became shiny. She tilted her head to look at the results of her labor. Then she turned her head back and whispered, "Maybe I want to see Miss Hufflepuff. Who knows?" She doesn't seem to be in a good mood. Her face is like a plaster sculpture. Draco looked outside the kitchen door, but her face is not as white when she was scared by Hermione on Halloween. "Draco, both my father and I told you not to be at Granger's house." Narcissa scolded her son. Attention was returned to cooking, picking up the brush and dipping the egg yolk hazel leaf juice. "My heart secretly weighs from the time I lived here." The Harris family background is much stronger than her original tone, and the portraits of Mrs. Gray and Hufflepuff and Merlin themselves also show that their hidden secrets are really true too much. Suddenly, the kitchen door was pushed open, and the mother and son of the Malfoy family turned to look around. The crazy girl that Draco hadn't seen since the beginning of school suddenly appeared in the kitchen. She wore a loose dress with a shawl and looked in the kitchen with some raised eyes, and then her eyes fell on her mother's prepared on the apples made of pork. He threw off his feet wearing furry rabbit slippers and took a step. Crazy, Luna. Draco's eyes swept across Luna's bulging stomach, and he asked with some surprise, "Your stomach ... This is why you took sick leave? What kind of parasitic disease?" "Oh, Draco is gone." Luna followed the other's gaze and looked at her stomach, and replied with some uncertainty, "Is it a parasitic in some sense?" Unlike the innocent Draco, Narcissa reacted at once and was speechless. She now finally understood who the daughter-in-law that Morgan Le Fay had just said was referring to. "Draco, shut your mouth." Narcissa berated her son eagerly and pushed him aside. then greeted Luna with a smile. "Miss Lovegood, Morgan Leffy said I want to try my cooking too. It's so happy. And it's just time to come. The peacock in the oven is almost ready and has not been decorated. Would you like to order it first? I've eaten roasted peacocks before, and I put all the raw feathers back in, and it's a bit troublesome to pretend to be alive." Luna looked at the leaves on the pork apple. "I told Morgan Le Fay that it was right." Interested. Have you eaten it?" Narcissa was a little dazed for a while, but she started to serve her with an apple in her hand. Novel.com. She thought that her recipe was now basically lost, but she didn't expect the other party to actually eaten, because her description is undoubtedly correct. In addition, Morgan Le Fay just said that her daughter-in-law was interested after hearing their conversation, and now Luna herself is also saying that she heard it, but she didn't see her in such a big living room. Not at the scene. "It doesn't taste as good as it looks," Draco introduced to his old classmates, and he seemed a little complacent. "My mother also makes grilled lampreys. It is said that the Mole King likes it to his death." Go, Draco, and pour a cup of black tea. Narcissa drove her son aside, and then directed the small table and chairs in the kitchen to move in front of Luna, and then put the plate down. "Lofgaduxiogia, your back seems a little hard. Let me press it for you. Alan's mother and my sister are in the same situation as you. They all like it." Draco looked at his mother's cautious movements with some doubts, then opened his usual eyes like dead goldfish and looked at Luna's bulging belly in an incredible way. He finally realized that there is a mad girl. Alan Gotter, the headmaster of Hogwarts, made the female student's belly bigger. The new revision and upgrade address of the mobile station, https, data and bookmarks are synchronized with the computer station, and fresh reading without ads. Chapter 1245. Scared to run out in the room of Harris, Helena stood silently at the window, silently looking out the window. Alan, who had just found him, put his hand on Helena's shoulder, and felt the coldness of the emptiness under her become a tangible entity. "Helena, have you been to the female ghost choir recently?" Helena shook her head and spoke a little stiffly. "There is a female ghost who can't control her power, and Professor Flitwick faints when she hears a nosebleed. Still needs practice." He should be fine. "I didn't receive Madame Pomfrey's sick leave notice." Alan looked at Helena and decided to find some topics first. "What TV series are your grandma and you watching recently?" "You just and Nagini. What are you chasing?" "Nagini and I like to watch Pride and Prejudice." "Grandma likes to watch Secret Garden repeatedly." Helena turned to face her father. Her tone softened somewhat because of the discussion of her favorite TV series. "Professor McGonagall, I don't like it because there are always female students pointing behind her and saying that she looks like Mrs. Merlot." Speaking of it, I was watching Friends recently. I have no time to ask Cretcher to record it for me recently. It's quite relaxing." Alan rubbed his hands dryly. "These two TV shows suitable for witches and children have little interest. I think the American accent is too weird. They speak too loudly." Helena shook her head. "But Nagini likes it. As if he has been used to listening over there." Although the conversation between the father and the daughter is not separated, the atmosphere of the scene is a bit subtle. Alan frowned and rolled his eyes. He suddenly made his smiling face serious. "By the way, the TV station translated another mole movie. Hasn't been shown on TV yet. Would you like to watch it with Dad?" Helena looked a little happy. "What movie?" "Ask Mum to watch it together. Right?" Alan's mouth twitched without smiling and maintained a serious expression. "Oh, it's called Ghost Baby Hangeko. It's a horror movie about the toilets in the school. Something like Myrtle but K. I don't." The quick reaction of Helena quickly became distorted and screamed, and then she seemed to be frightened by her own big door. "Wow!" Alan was also taken aback by the usual screams of her quiet and graceful daughter, and screamed. Realizing how she had lost her temper, Helena clenched her skirt tightly, Father, you are so annoying. Seeing that Helena was irritated because of shame, Alan touched his chin. He did not let go of the behavior that made his daughter emotionally fluctuating. Hey, Helena, I heard Luna say, on Halloween, you was frightened by Hermione and floated over to find her. Helena simply turned her head to the other side, still feeling a bit embarrassing because she was yelling like this just now, and she became even more annoyed when she heard the embarrassment that her father said. Luna also said that the skirt was so scared that day that she didn't notice it floating back all the way. Alan didn't let her mean. Mom promised me not to tell anyone else. Helena was a little mad with embarrassment. Father, what the are you looking for me for? Helena, Dad just wants you to know. Alan didn't know how to speak. He paused. You will always be my and Luna's most precious child, even if we have. Father, I'm fine. Helena was very annoyed because Ellen made fun of her being scared and run out of Halloween. She shook her head and didn't want to talk to her father after she shouted, and then thought of what Ellen meant. She turned back abruptly. She said very seriously, Father, I am about to have younger siblings. I have more relatives in the world, and I am very happy that they can be properly taken care of. Alan took a step closer. He looked at his daughter gently and tentatively said, but a little bit jealous, right? Helena shook her head and denied it. But under her father's gaze, her 10 fingers were tightly entangled together. In the end, she nodded reluctantly, no longer maintaining her sensible appearance. Don't be ashamed, it's normal. It is said that after the birth of your Aunt Emily and I, Len also felt ignored for a while. Just like Albert and Daisy were jealous of him when Len was born. See, in the situation like Helena, Alan comforted, his mind turned, making his vague male voice sound in Luna's heart. Alan was talking to his daughter, and after the two couples secretly communicated, he stroked his daughter's long curly hair. Helena, you should go to the restaurant to find your mother first, and I will come soon. Okay, Father. After talking to Alan for a while, the female ghost was in a much better mood. After she became incorporeal, she went straight from the floor to the first floor and walked towards the kitchen. In the kitchen, Draco, who was standing by and staring at the fire, stared at his mother, his pale cheeks glowing with a faint flush. He looked around from time to time. Then he would roll his eyes up when his mother couldn't see. Draco felt that was it embarrassing. He didn't feel happy when his mother took care of Morgan Le Fay before, but now that his mother went to give Luna a massage and ask for help, he felt a little embarrassed, and he was afraid of being caught in this scene. Alan, Emily or these peers see. Then Helena walked through the kitchen wall lightly, floating in without saying a word, standing beside Luna quietly, watching Narcissa's movements. Miss Gray. What are you? Narcissa stopped her massage and decided to ask. Mom, she doesn't call her by that name. I think you can call her Helena. She shouldn't mind. Draco habitually raised her hand to Helena and shook it. As a minority in school, the former Ravenclaw College ghost-talking foreign student was somewhat familiar with Helena compared to others, and knew that the other party had a very good relationship with Luna. Don't worry about her, she's learning your massage. Feeling Narcissa stopped, Luna swallowed the food from her mouth quickly into her belly. Helena, go get an apple by yourself. Oh. Okay. Oh, Narcissa subconsciously continued to massage and couldn't understand it. She had just learned from the female ghost's expression, and for the first time she really doubted whether the other party wanted to learn her massage movements, but she immediately thought the ghost can't touch things, so she overthrows her own thoughts. And Luna is even more confused about letting the ghost eat apples. Helena did not respond. She knew that she could not be as free and easy as her mother. Some identity issues still need to be disguised, and if Malfoy as an outsider accidentally reveals her ability to touch something, let other ghosts know. Other ghosts will want to find her to gain the ability to feel the entity again. By this time, Alan had taken Lucius into the kitchen. The white-haired wizard noticed Narcissa's massage. www.uukansu.com quickly walked over with a sincere face. Mrs. Malfoy, Thank you so much. You are a guest and you are tired. Mum told me, especially thank you for taking care of her during this period of time, making her feel a lot easier during pregnancy. Alan's expression there is not the slightest guilt and shyness that a female student who has grown up as a principal should have a belly. Luna just told me that she was very satisfied with your approach. Please give me some guidance later. Principal Harris, compared to what you did for us, I am nothing and make them more comfortable. I also feel very happy. It is a compliment, but Narcissa makes people feel very kind and natural. Neither overbearing nor overbearing. Ellen, you are too polite. The Malfoy family can have all the blessings of you today. After Lucius stayed with the mysterious man for a long time, this kind of compliment seemed much more straightforward and overly humble. I don't think we need to compliment each other. Alan touched his head uncomfortably, looking like a boy next door. I have gathered everyone here to tell you 3 things. The new revision and upgrade address of the mobile station, https. Data and bookmarks are synchronized with the computer station, and fresh reading without ads. Chapter 1246? Merlin, Hippie. The first thing, the Armderer just carried out a raid on the Pure Blood party held by the Bock family in a Mull house, and the arrest was successful. Alan raised an index finger, which made him look very reliable and convincing. Lucius, after the follow-up interrogation and the arrest by Len and the trial of them, the Malfoy family is basically completely safe. Alan paused and watched Lucius smile. But I still need to be careful about revenge. But it's not a big problem to stay on the floating city with the guard already caught. Albert and the others are really good. Lucius stretched his eyebrows, as if the big rock in his heart was removed. But at the same time, he heard the extra meaning of Alan's words. This made the Malfoy couple both look at each other. It is not enough for Harris to catch the pure-blooded wizards who provided the information. They will use this as the basis for catching them. More people. This made Lucius and Narcissa a little sad in their hearts. Although the glory of the Holy 28 family is no longer extinct, there is no doubt that there will be more families after this time will disappear into the upper class of the British magical world. Narcissa lowered her head, concealed her somewhat sad look, and comforted her, thinking about going in the right direction. At least the safety of Malfoy's house was guaranteed. And Lucius was more fortunate when he was sorry, fortunately, that this time the Malfoys stood in the right direction again. Alan glared at Lucius, pondered for a few seconds, then clapped his hands to attract the Malfoys' attention. By the way, Lucius, after the trial is over, Hermione will formally invite you on behalf of Umbrella if you are willing to enter the Umbrella management. Alan said without waiting for Lucius to say those thankful words, and turned to Draco. Looked happy with his face held up on the side. Draco, I remember you seem to like to raise dragons. Now those fire dragons in the dragon's den under the floating city. I remember you watched the Mole military documentary, and treated the floating city as Mole aircraft carriers are similar to carry-based aircraft. If you want, you can pay more attention to learning how to manage the dragon farm. After graduation, these fire dragons will be yours. I do. Alan. Draco was so happy. His mind was full of dragons now, including Norbert. Alan shrugged. If you can get him from Hagrid, excluding Zogeng, Pansy and Lacey. Luna looked serious. I want to take them to my house. Hearing the name of the Hungarian tree-forward Pansy made Draco's expression flustered, but his parents were even more excited. Lucius firmly held the grip of his wand with his wand, hoping to do so to maintain his calmness and demeanor, but the flushed cheeks and moist eyes revealed his feelings. He and Narcissa did not say thank you, willing or not, but bowed to Ellen. Just like Gore and Crabbe can be regarded as the vassal family of the Malfoys, and Malfoy also regards himself as Harris vassals. So, since everyone is officially your own. Alan walked to Luna and put his hands on her shoulders. Some things may have been heard by you, or some rumors have been known, but here today, I think there are some things Harris doesn't need to keep secret from you anymore. This kind of trust undoubtedly brought Lucius and Narcissa's joy one step closer. At first, even if they thought Harris would not kill the donkey, They were afraid that they would not rely too much on the Malfoy family with a bad reputation. But now not only is it a reward for Lucius' previous undercover career, but now that he intends to reveal the family secrets, it shows that Harris indeed treats the Malfoys as his own, rather than giving compensation to the two. As for the second thing, Alan paused, and he turned to look at Helena. Then Helena, I think we can introduce your identity to the Malfoys. Helena thought that what her father said that it needed to be kept secret was other things, such as a protective umbrella or Ministry of Magic's secrets, but she did not expect that she was suddenly named by her father. She held her hands in front of her. A little hesitant, he raised his eyes and looked at his mother. It's okay, Helena, let Lucius and the others know about our relationship. There is nothing to hide. Alan's encouraging eyes met his daughter, his voice soft as if he was afraid of scaring Helena. I noticed that you are at home these few days. You are not as free as before. You always stay at the temple. This is your eternal home. At least you can live as you like here, and live as you feel comfortable. Don't let you be wronged because of your sensibility. Alan smiled at his daughter again, then turned to face Lucius and the others. Just like Sirius, don't worry about the rumors. The Malfoys are also trustworthy people. We actually have nothing to hide from them. The joy of the Malfoy family's faces faded slightly, turning into deep doubts. The Malfoys thought they were about to learn what Harris's great secrets, but they didn't expect the ghosts of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry to stand up. At first they thought Helena would be close to Harris, because Alan is the relationship of Ravenclaw voters, and now it seems that she has any secrets they don't know. Helena's always calm and expressionless face has changed. Although it is very small, the insignificant corners of her mouth, slightly raised eyebrows, and more moisturized eyes make her whole face look a bit more vivid. She floated out a few steps, facing the Malfoy family, picking up the skirt, and performing an ancient court ceremony. Everyone of the Malfoy family. My name is Helena Ravenclaw, and my mother is Rowena Ravenclaw. Helena raised her head after realizing herself, her voice louder than before. I am also the biological daughter of my father Alan Harris. Merlin, Hippie. Alan Harris and Rowena Ravenclaw played Dumbledore and Voldemort and everyone else. The pale grey eyes and eyebrows of the shocked old Malfoy lifted up instantly. At the school board meeting held by Dumbledore to drive Alan away, you were reading www.uukanzu.com. Alan and Miss Ravenclaw's little ones. The details began to flash in his mind, making him suddenly realize that it was not what he thought it was. His current owner and former owner used similar methods to fool the ghost into their hands, and little Malfoy and his the father was almost the same. But after the initial shock, Alan's ridiculous rumors circulated after the War of the Ministry of Magic a few years ago made him look at Luna with shocked face, and the lower jaw was not retracted for him to see go up like his animagus skunk face. Ouch! Luna exclaimed, her voice more sincere than when she helped Bayer complete the Voldemort contract. After hearing the call, Narcissa looked down, and retracted her widely open eyes, nostrils, and hands that pinched Luna's neck, only to notice that she had exerted great effort because of shock. Sorry, love Miss Good. Lucius, not only did you gain my trust, and just now, Narcissa also got Ravenclaw's recognition of your ability. Now there is a very important task. We hope to give it to you come finish. Alan solemnly said to Lucius and the others, and then turned to his daughter, Helena. It's still up to you to introduce your mother to our guests. The new revision and upgrade address of the mobile station, https, data and bookmarks are synchronized with the computer station, and fresh reading without ads. Chapter 1246. The first thing, the Armdara just carried out a raid on the Pureblood party held by the Bock family in a Mull house, and the arrest was successful. Alan raised an index finger, which made him look very reliable and convincing. Lucius, after the follow-up interrogation and the arrest by Len and the trial of them, the Malfoy family is basically completely safe. Alan paused and watched Lucius smile, but I still need to be careful about revenge. but it's not a big problem to stay on the floating city with the guard already caught. Albert and the others are really good. Lucius stretched his eyebrows, as if the big rock in his heart was removed. But at the same time, he heard the extra meaning of Alan's words. This made the Malfoy couple both look at each other. It is not enough for Harris to catch the pure-blooded wizards who provided the information. They will use this as the basis for catching them. More people. This made Lucius and Narcissa a little sad in their hearts. Although the glory of the Holy 28 family is no longer extinct, there is no doubt that there will be more families after this time will disappear into the upper class of the British magical world. Narcissa lowered her head, concealed her somewhat sad look, and comforted her, thinking about going in the right direction. At least the safety of Malfoy's house was guaranteed. And Lucius was more fortunate when he was sorry, fortunately, that this time the Malfoys stood in the right direction again. Alan glared at Lucius, pondered for a few seconds, then clapped his hands to attract the Malfoy's attention. By the way, Lucius, after the trial is over, Hermione will formally invite you on behalf of Umbrella if you are willing to enter the Umbrella management. Alan said without waiting for Lucius to say those thankful words, and turned to Draco. Looked happy with his face held up on the side. Draco, I remember you seem to like to raise dragons. Now those fire dragons in the dragon's den under the floating city. I remember you watched the Mole military documentary, and treated the floating city as Mole aircraft carriers are similar to carry-based aircraft. If you want, you can pay more attention to learning how to manage the dragon farm. After graduation, these fire dragons will be yours. I do. Alan. Draco was so happy, his mind was full of dragons now, including Norbert. Alan shrugged. If you can get him from Hagrid, excluding Zao Gang, Pansy and Lacey. Luna looked serious. I want to take them to my house. Hearing the name of the Hungarian tree forward Pansy made Draco's expression flustered, but his parents were even more excited. Lucius firmly held the grip of his wand with his wand, hoping to do so to maintain his calmness and demeanor, but the flushed cheeks and moist eyes revealed his feelings. He and Narcissa did not say thank you, willing or not, but bowed to Ellen. Just like Gore and Crabbe can be regarded as the vassal family of the Malfoys, and Malfoy also regards himself as Harris vassals. So, since everyone is officially your own. Alan walked to Luna and put his hands on her shoulders. Some things may have been heard by you, or some rumors have been known, but here today, I think there are some things Harris doesn't need to keep secret from you anymore. This kind of trust undoubtedly brought Lucius and Narcissa's joy one step closer. At first, even if they thought Harris would not kill the donkey, they were afraid that they would not rely too much on the Malfoy family with a bad reputation. But now not only is it a reward for Lucius' previous undercover career, but now that he intends to reveal the family secrets, it shows that Harris indeed treats the Malfoys as his own, rather than giving compensation to the two. As for the second thing, Alan paused, and he turned to look at Helena. Then Helena, I think we can introduce your identity to the Malfoys. Helena thought that what her father said that it needed to be kept secret was other things, such as a protective umbrella or Ministry of Magic's secrets. But she did not expect that she was suddenly named by her father. She held her hands in front of her, a little hesitant. He raised his eyes and looked at his mother. It's okay, Helena, let Lucius and the others know about our relationship. There is nothing to hide. Alan's encouraging eyes met his daughter, his voice soft as if he was afraid of scaring Helena. I noticed that you are at home these few days. You are not as free as before. You always stay at the temple. This is your eternal home. At least you can live as you like here, and live as you feel comfortable. Don't let you be wronged because of your sensibility. Alan smiled at his daughter again, then turned to face Lucius and the others. Just like Sirius, don't worry about the rumors. The Malfoys are also trustworthy people. We actually have nothing to hide from them. The joy of the Malfoy family's faces faded slightly, turning into deep doubts. The Malfoys thought they were about to learn what Harris's great secrets, but they didn't expect the ghosts of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry to stand up. At first they thought Helena would be close to Harris, because Alan is the relationship of Ravenclaw voters, And now it seems that she has any secrets they don't know. Helena's always calm and expressionless face has changed. Although it is very small, the insignificant corners of her mouth, slightly raised eyebrows, and more moisturized eyes make her whole face look a bit more vivid. She floated out a few steps, facing the Malfoy family, picking up the skirt, and performing an ancient court ceremony. Everyone of the Malfoy family. My name is Helena Ravenclaw, and my mother is Rowena Ravenclaw. Helena raised her head after realizing herself, her voice louder than before. I am also the biological daughter of my father Alan Harris. Merlin, Hippie. Alan Harris and Rowena Ravenclaw played Dumbledore and Voldemort and everyone else. The pale grey eyes and eyebrows of the shocked old Malfoy were raised instantly. At the school board meeting held by Dumbledore to drive Alan away, you read www.uukanzu.com. Alan and Miss Ravenclaw's little ones. The details began to flash in his mind, making him suddenly realize that it was not what he thought it was. His current owner and former owner used similar methods to fool the ghost into their hands, and little Malfoy and his the father was almost the same. But after the initial shock, Alan's ridiculous rumors circulated after the War of the Ministry of Magic a few years ago made him look at Luna with shocked face, and the lower jaw was not retracted for him to see go up like his animagus skunk face. Ouch! Luna exclaimed, her voice more sincere than when she helped Bayer complete the Voldemort contract. After hearing the call, Narcissa looked down, and retracted her widely open eyes, nostrils, and hands that pinched Luna's neck, only to notice that she had exerted great effort because of shock. Sorry, love Miss Good. Lucius, not only did you gain my trust, and just now, Narcissa also got Ravenclaw's recognition of your ability. Now there is a very important task. We hope to give it to you come finish. Alan solemnly said to Lucius and the others, and then turned to his daughter, Helena. It's still up to you to introduce your mother to our guests. The new revision and upgrade address of the mobile station, https, data and bookmarks are synchronized with the computer station, and fresh reading without ads. Chapter 1247? Find a babysitter master. Sorry, I mean Principal Harris. Lucius subconsciously yelled out of the shock, who looked more respectful of Alan's address, and then changed his words. You mean ... Miss Ravenclaw wants to be here again in person? Draco looked at Luna in horror with a searching look. Luna met Draco with some bewildered eyes. Extraordinary ingenuity is the greatest wealth of mankind. Alan noticed this. He stretched out a slender, pale finger against his lower lip, made a silent gesture to Draco, who had a sudden look on his face, and then looked at Lucius. I think it is better for her to temporarily leave this task. Miss Ravenclaw, if there is anything we need to do, please give us an order. It is our honor. Narcissa also shared what he just learned about Alan is Helena's father and Ravenclaw. With too many contacts, her voice seemed a lot more respectful. Helena materialized and walked to the side facing Luna, and stood behind her with Alan on the left and right. This is my mother, Rowena Ravenclaw. Huh? The Lucius and his wife were puzzled. They didn't understand the situation in front of them. They looked at Alan and behind them, but they didn't find anything descending here, and Draco's conjecture was obtained. True, he looked at Luna tremblingly, but there was no movement in his throat except for some strange noises. Then the Ravenclaw family of three and the Malfoys met each other, until Alan stretched out his foot under the robe and kicked Luna's slippers lightly. Oh, what are you talking about now? Luna's sleepy eyes grew a little bit. She took out the collar of her nightgown, stuffed the butterbeer around her neck, and copied it into a double handle. They turned into three, manipulating them to float around their necks and hung them, and the blue energy enveloped the Malfoys to form a protection. After the Lucius family felt a chill over their heads, the brain immediately became clearer, especially Lucius felt very clear. The previous spy career made him nervous even after returning home for a while. Completely relax, and at this time, he feels that the invisible pressure that has been imprisoned on his body is released. His eyebrows are stretched, and he feels the long-lost tranquility and relaxation. Then the Malfoys also reacted, but it was tantamount to someone casting a thunderbolt in their hearts. Lucius was unable to maintain his usual manners. He took a step forward and looked at Luna. Narcissa froze. Her hands trembled slightly, her mouth opened wide, and she looked a bit like that big-mouthed colored ballfish. Luna, the weird girl of the Lovegood family, who was called a crazy girl by her son, turned out to be one of the 4 founders of Hogwarts, the deity of Rowena Ravenclaw. They know that Ravenclaw and Alan have a deep connection, but they didn't expect it to be so deep, no doubt from Alan's question about Helena. It shows that everyone in Harris knows this without a doubt. Luna is the daughter-in-law of Harris family, that is to say, the daughter-in-law of Harris family is Rowena Ravenclaw, and here, Ellen's probing gaze watched Luna stuff her butterbeer back into her dressing gown, and then she tilted her head toward Ellen, her light golden curly hair slipped from her shoulders, and she sang like, "I've gotten better lately, but I haven't adapted to controlling it yet." As soon as the voice fell, suddenly, unlike the comfortable feeling, the huge panic that had been revealed during Hogwarts time would still be enveloped by the Malfoy family, who digested the secret of their identity, and the inexplicable heart palpitations almost made their hearts jump out of their throats. This familiar feeling made Lucius and Draco, who had felt it before, recognize that this is indeed the power of Rowena Ravenclaw. This kind of divine pressure made the Malfoy family's eyes black and buzzed in their ears, feeling that the whole body was scattered like dust, and the whole person was crushed to the ground by this divine power. Under the protection of magic, Lucius, who was already sitting on the ground, exhausted all his strength and barely raised her head when he heard the silent call in front of him, only to see Luna's face changed. Luna's figure soared until she was so tall that she was not like a mortal. Her somewhat sloppy and confused face was replaced, and she became the beautiful and majestic face of the Hogwarts Ravenclaw statue. Her features are like a knife. It's like a three-dimensional, closed lips and half-squinted eyes, dark brown hair flowing behind her like water waves. In Luna's original position, Ravenclaw stood there upright, all the weird temperaments disappeared, majesty and supernatural power were mixed, so beautiful that people did not dare to look directly, only the same slightly raised belly, still declaring that they are indeed the same person. Alan understood the meaning of Luna's words. With the protection of the magic headband, the Draco family could not bear the pressure of the divine power. Even Alan himself shook his head uncomfortably, which made him remember the bad experiences after falling to the curtain. Therefore, if there is no such mental and intellectual protection, I am afraid that the moment they face each other can immediately destroy their will, seeing things that are impossible to imagine. He will face extremely terrifying knowledge or existence that cannot belong to this world at all, and understand their trembling true meaning mentally and physically. These experiences will inevitably shake and destroy their normal worldview, and therefore will cause some irregular craziness and phobias, and even make people fall into permanent craziness. No matter what kind of mental treatment or rest cannot relieve its danger. I will do my best to fight against the great evil, so I will leave the sun in my abdomen to you. Ravenclaw's hand stroked his slightly protruding abdomen. You need to take care of it carefully. When it grows up, you will not be in the dark. Walking will not perish, but will have eternal life. As soon as this word came out, Helena, who was a little happy to be admitted, raised her head suddenly. Her mouth opened as soon as she was about to speak, but her father took her hand and swallowed the words that came to her mouth, her face full of chagrin. Make color to father and mother in place to stop them. But Alan did not respond to his daughter. Although there are some identity issues, I hope you can understand why we need to hide. Alan further explained with a stern face, but the question about the of death, the more important matters involving the life and death of the magical world really need Rowena, and I will do it. Alan looked pitiful again. He looked sadly at Ravenclaw's abdomen. We have been investigating families that can help us in this area. My family people are not suitable right now. So Narcissa, after you showed her your ability in this area just now, combined with our trust in the Malfoy family, and about you from the ancient Black family on my mother's side. Distant relatives. I think it's perfect to teach you this task. But even though the Malfoys heard all this in their ears at this time, it was difficult to get up with the pressure of the body. But Lucius still involuntarily moved, fingers and body trembling slightly with excitement and power. I am very afraid that the good thing in front of me will be missed, but it is really difficult to contend. Alan took a look and kicked Luna's feet, who were already much taller than him, under the robe. Then the horrifying but uncontrollable wanting to worship the oppressive and heart-palpitating oppression suddenly disappeared. Lucius and the others regained their control over their bodies. When they got up from the ground, they ignored their image and looked up at Ravenclaw, only to see that she had changed back to Luna sitting in a chair lazily. The abrupt eyes, faint brows, and radish earrings on her ears all gave her a weird temperament, which was not at all daunting. This is a great honor for the Malfoys. We must take good care of and upbringing. Give the Son of God the best life. Lucius Stone couldn't hide his excitement. We want Narcissa to come and live for a while and help us take care of our children for a few years. Alan corrected, didn't intend to send the children to Malfoy Manor, otherwise his mother afraid to kill him. Luna, who had exchanged glances with Alan, quietly glanced at the portrait of Hufflepuff and breathed a sigh of relief. She raised her eyes and said seriously, from time to time, Alan and I have some other aspects. Things need to be dealt with, but usually I still want to get along with my children. No problem. No one knows more about caring for pregnant women and babies than I do. Narcissa lost her usual stance. After learning that the other party wanted her to be a maiden nanny more than a foster mother, she didn't feel at all. She yelled insultingly, and then after she shouted out, she seemed to think that the girl who looked unreliable in front of her was a goddess. After you reading www.uukanzu.com realized that she hadn't paid attention to etiquette, she quickly bowed. Principal Harris, Lavin Miss Crow, please feel free to leave these trivial matters to me. Lucius and his wife looked at each other tacitly. Raising the Son of God can bring glory, and there is no doubt that it can be a step closer to the relationship between Harris's generation and the next generation, and it can be exchanged for longevity. Reminiscent of the previous Harris announcement, the matter of Ellen's possession of the Philosopher's Stone, Lucius understands that this is mostly for them to take the elixir, but this is good enough. The Dark Lord has tossed so much to hope that he can live forever, and he only needs to take care of the Son of God. All of this can be achieved in fame and fortune. In addition to these interests, Narcissa felt that if she wanted to intercede for her sister Bella in the future, if she could take care of Luna or Ravenclaw satisfactorily, she would have a better chance to pray for her. Bella is a way out. Only Draco looked confused after he recovered. The goddess coercion made him feel terrified, and the mad girls in front of Luna actually made him feel awe at this time. But Draco looked at Alan's expression from his previous admiration to the present admiration, because he felt that Alan had achieved the honor he could think of for a purer blood and what he could not think of before. This time in Draco's eyes, Alan is undoubtedly like a ye novel protagonist that he previously despised, those Mulborn wizards who liked to read, but the difference is that Alan really did it. HTTPS. Genius remembers this site address in 1 second, mobile version reading URL, push 1 book recommend a book, 3 persons 1 dog office. Author, Misty Rain from the Sky. Introduction, 3 and 1 dog office is officially opened. 2 teenagers in the ancient style of Hanley. Desperate Sanyang who wakes up earlier than a chicken and sleeps later than a dog. I just want to be a salted fish all day, but I never thought about turning over. There is a cute teddy. This is a resurrected world, dangerous, right beside you and me. This is a horror recovery novel. It is different from the general eruption and chaos that this type of novel focuses on. The atmosphere of this book is more like a slow-playing unlisted videotape, step-by-step dedicated to despair and madness. In the minutiae of the oil, salt, firewood and rice, there is a startling horror truth, which may be the charm of the theme of spiritual recovery. HTTPS. Genius remembers this site address in 1 second, mobile version reading URL, Chapter 1248. Fractured. Alan noticed the look of the Malfoys and asked thoughtfully, "Lucius, what I told you today. It's really not that easy to accept. You go back and calm down and digest it, right?" "Oh, okay. No." Narcissa nodded first and then shook her head. "Principal Reese, I have to stay in the kitchen. Some dishes have not been finished yet." That's really hard work for you. Then Luna and I will go back to the room first." Seeing that he couldn't spend the people, Alan left the kitchen instead of his family of 3. Not long after going out, seeing that there were no outsiders around, Helena suddenly floated in front of her parents. She had just held the words in her heart for too long. At this time, the speed of her speech seemed to be faster than the usual squeaky accent. "Shall, father and mother, I really don't care. I won't be jealous of my own brothers and sisters. They are so small. They need your care and love. Don't give up personally because of my feelings. Chance to look after them. Lucius and the others will be disappointed when they hear what you said." Alan deliberately used a very relaxed tone, but his eyes met Helena eagerly, and he had to say in a deep tone, "Hi Lena, it's not your fault, don't worry." He paused for a few seconds. "At present, the most important thing for me and your mother is to fight against the gods of death. This is a major event involving the survival of our family and the entire magical world. In fact, we were not prepared to have any more children at this time, because we really don't have time to take care of a little baby by ourselves. You know they will need more people's company in the first place." Alan's face became very serious. It was guilty and sad. He lowered his head. "Your mother and I are most guilty of you children. No matter how much we do for the magical world, we always owe you." Listening to her father's words, a feeling of inexplicableness surged in Helena's heart. She was happy and moved. She wanted to cry, but there were no tears to shed. At the same time, more guilt enveloped her deeply. Although her father said yes in order to fight against evil, she felt that it was also because of her previous jealousy that they made their decision not to raise them personally to show fairness. Ellen rubbed her daughter's hair, and said with a fatherly tone, "Your mother and I have something else to do. You should go to your grandma first, and now you can go with her with integrity at home." Before this time, Helena's jealousy towards her unborn sister or brother had completely disappeared. Guilt and sympathy made her hold the skirt tightly with her hands. She didn't want the child in her mother's belly to suffer, and I had a similar experience back then, so I opened my mouth and wanted to continue to persuade my parents to try again. But before Helena could not speak, Luna stood on tiptoe and stroked the hair on her daughter's shoulder. Then, pulled by the invisible power of this materialized female ghost, Luna was teleported to others in an instant. Local. With only 2 people left, Luna put down her hand that she had just raised, and her eyes met Alan with abrupt eyes. Alan, who looked like a father, just straightened his back and relaxed. The original mature and stable manner suddenly vanished. The wizard exhaled heavily and squeezed his eyebrows at Luna. His face deformed and twisted, like a mentally disordered patient, opened his arms like a gorilla dancing Mongolian dance, twisting and jumping towards Luna. Luna's dignity and majesty when she was pretending to be Ravenclaw and the look of a loving mother stroking her daughter also disappeared. She couldn't see that there had been such a sacred moment in her. She raised her hands and patted it with a happy face. Alan's cheeks jumped over, like a splint, with a crisp sound, squeezing Alan's cheeks out of shape, and his lips pouted like trumpets. Ellen screamed and patted Luna's face back, making her mouth a beep. The two were amused by this little game. They patted each other's faces and grasped each other with their hands in a tacit understanding. They tightened their hands, yelling and screaming in place, turning around like 2 monkeys and starting to jump. "Extraordinary ingenuity is the greatest wealth of mankind," Luna said happily, completely devoid of the superior style when she praised Draco. The praised Alan triumphantly. "My approach has 3 advantages. First, Helena will feel that we value her, and will not feel unfair, and Malfoy, who are disturbed in their hearts, will also feel unfair." Excited, I feel that I have received a great honor. and I will definitely take care of our baby. The last and most important thing is that the two of us ... no matter what baby encyclopedia, no matter what diaper milk powder, are not ours burdened. We kicked out the most troublesome and human-like parts, and we only need to enjoy the relaxing part of having fun with our children. Luna's light blonde long curly hair was spinning on top of her head. She shook her head and shook her head, because the jumping made Luna's white cheeks a lot of blush. She took off the carrot earrings on her side, and hung the hook like a big reward on Alan's ears. Alan was also willing to accept, and the little carrot on his ears swayed. The two people looked at each other and smiled more sincerely and relaxed. Alan continued to hold Luna's hand, and the two leaned back, laughing and turning in circles with the strength of the pulling. In the laughter, the worries about bringing a baby caused by the short experience of taking care of Delphi also disappeared. Without the big stone of the great pressure of parenting, the two of them became more and more happy. The two people turned around and were affected by the atmosphere. Alan took the opportunity to put his hands under Luna's armpits, lifted Lunato up and turned in circles. From Alan's mouth unscrupulously continued to send out almost dumb and silly laughter. Luna is a little uncomfortable with Alan's actions. She who has never played this kind of game is still a little scared when her slippers are thrown away, which makes her clamp her arms and tighten her body, making her movements more mechanical. But as Alan's rotation, feeling Alan's warm palm and the strength of lifting herself, she gradually adapted to this sense of weightlessness and relaxed her whole body. As if infected by Alan's laughter, Luna's mouth also issued a crisp and short smirk. Her eyes narrowed into two arcs with joy. Ha ha ha, quack. With this kind of magical laughter, Luna stretched her hands flat and made a flying posture. Her hair drifted down on her cheeks as Alan turned, and she began to enjoy the lightness of being hung in the air. A feeling of, but just like the life debts in Wizards, I turned around the pendant on Luna's neck that was disguised as a butterbeer stopper that had just been torn out. Under the action of centrifugal force, it had already been used several times. Nyan's rope suddenly broke, and the thing that was actually a talisman plus a time converter flew down her neck into her nightgown. With the eyesight of the Quidditch national team's seeker, Alan's laughter was stagnant and keenly caught this point. He subconsciously let go of the footsteps of one hand to pick it up. You were reading www.uukansu, but because it was still spinning, the flying necklace slid down Luna's dressing gown, and the broken rope hung on her ankle. And Alan's position has also changed with his pace. Only when Luna realized that her pendant was broken and Alan hadn't slowed down, Luna, who was being held by one hand, slammed her ankle into the wall and ankle due to the increase in the diameter of her rotation and the movement of her position. The butterbeer stopper pendant broke instantly under this impact. Snapped. Click. The gaps were like ice flowers all over the cork. The magical energy of the Universal Curse stored in this time converter instantly wrapped around Luna's feet. And then there were very clear bone fractures in almost no order. Rang! Luna's protruding eyes opened wider after a little froze, as if they were about to fall out. The muscles on her cheeks twitched, making the crazy girl's face twisted all the time, because Luna and before were in Voldemort. In the duel, it was the same as Alan, who felt a lot of pain because of being rubbed by his staff. In fact, the two of them had been smart and powerful, and had not suffered any injuries, and there was not much experience in suffering pain. So the sad scream of a girl was carried through this new Harris mansion. Ouch! HTTPS. Genius remembers this site address in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL, Chapter 1249? You monster. Harry Potter, Invincible. Find the latest chapter. The giant squid in the Black Lake came to the regular feeding point in the heart of Harris Lake. It has been developed to swim from the Hogwarts College Lake area to this side to enjoy seafood and wine, but today there seems to be something wrong. Harris house elf was not on time, which caused the giant squid to constantly tap the water with its tentacles, trying to get the sound to the windows and attract the attention of the people in the big house. but the giant squid is destined to have to wait a long time today to be able to eat if it is willing to wait. Because at this time in this house belonged to Luna's room, all the people who were at home were reunited here. Luna was sitting on the bed with a blank face, her back was cushioned with a quilt support, and her right foot was being raised a bit by the velvet cushion similar to the previous hand of Vikna, and her face was also blank. Alan was landing on one knee, half kneeling on the ground little by little to heal this leg that kept appearing weird. Luna's leg has been repeatedly shrunk from the lower half of the calf to the size of the baby's bones and restored to the shape of an adult due to the energy released by the time converter when it broke, and therefore changed the position. Alan's brows were frowned, and he pushed forward from top to bottom in a carpet-like manner, straightening out the disorderly time attached to Luna's legs. But it was not just Luna's injury that made him feel troublesome. It's because everyone in the family who can arrive at this time is surrounded by them. Helga and Morgan Le Fay, who is supported by Owen, are almost like a live 10,000 bullets, and their scolding keeps falling on Alan. And Luna's head Daisy is like the kind of card girl in a boxing match, and she kindly held up a portrait so that Helga could appear in this room without a frame. You monster. What do you think? Did your brain grow to your knees? Luna is pregnant. Hold her in a circle and experience the feeling of flying. Why don't you two go fight Quidditch directly? Morgan Le Fay aimed his finger at Alan, and snapped his head, saying, "How old is it? I can still break my leg in circles. I broke the time converter. Am working as a nurse. I have never seen such an injury when I was with a therapist. I heard it in the kitchen portrait before, although I have never seen such a brazen person. But I didn't open my mouth to expose your careful thinking, because I think you two are not reliable thousands of years ago. Instead of letting you take care of your children, it's really better to leave it to the Malfoys, and let them take care of it is more beneficial to the growth of the child." Helga waved the feather duster angrily in the portrait. "But I never expected you two bears to become like this. Compared to the children who need to take care of, you really need to take care of yourself. See what your feet are like. You stupid crow, you are still pregnant. You are pregnant." He has no experience. Do you yourself actually let Alan hold you in circles turn so fast? Even if you didn't break your leg, wouldn't you be afraid to throw the child out ahead of time? Exclamation mark. You should be thankful that you two were not sucked into another era because of the mess of time. Luna twitched the muscles on her expressionless face. She tried to explain that the time converter did not take away the most consequences, but was held down by the quick Alan. In the third he already understood from the reprimand more than 10 minutes ago. Don't explain at this time, otherwise you will get more scolding. I really don't know what you two will become in the future. Without being a parent, I know all day long to change the law to cause trouble. Morgan Le Fay was furious and moved her hand. She bitterly stabbed her with her magic wand. I clicked Alan's waist and continued to say angrily, "Fortunately, you usually look like you are top smart people, but these smarts are not used in place. They are all parents. When will they really mature? Responsible?" Morgan Le Fay apologized to the Malfoys, clutching his stomach. "I'm sorry to let you watch this kid's joke." Morgana nothing children I mean Principal Harris is probably also out of love for you. I am very good at such trivial things. Narcissa had mixed feelings in her heart. She and her husband the fingers were tightly interlocked, and they finally understood from these reprimands. They thought it was the goddess Ravenclaw and Principal Harris who gave the Malfoy family a heavy responsibility because of time issues, but in fact they just didn't want to change diapers and get up in the middle of the night. Only after breastfeeding did they throw this kind of trouble, they thought. Shocked, disappointed, dumbfounded. All kinds of tastes poured out in an instant. Just now, the appearance of Alan calmly entrusting important tasks in the kitchen, like broken glass in their house, shattered. What made the Malfoys feel uncomfortable was that Nagini, who curled up into a ball, looked a little lazy with the snake head on the bed. Her snake tail patted the ground gently. In fact, the snake and Malfoy both deliberately didn't look at each other, as if the other hadn't been in the room for them. seeing each other felt uncomfortable, which would make them think that each other is considered to be each other. Betrayed the Dark Lord. At this time, Nagine's heart is also very complicated. Her cold snake eyes reflect the aging and rejuvenating feet in front of her eyes. The giant snake used to give Alan to Granger and her mole parents to raise Delphi. I still feel very dissatisfied, unhappy until just now. But now there is a lot of joy in my heart. These two bear dolls are so lazy that they don't even want to raise their own flesh and blood, and they can engage themselves in celebration of liberating their parenting responsibilities. To suffer such a serious and strange injury. It is indeed better to let the little guy live in a mole house than to let these two unreliable people take on the heavy responsibility of raising Delphi, at least according to her observation, that Hermione Granger is indeed well-bred. Ha, Mom, do you remember that Alan broke his head before enrolling in school? This is his normal way. Daisy gloated and raised the frame a little hippily, watching Alan's movements slightly seriously. Ellen, after the time magic on Luna's legs is removed, don't think about being lazy and using Zengiling. Pregnant women are not suitable for taking Zengiling. When I was a therapist, I heard that there were also pregnant women who fell. If you drink too much of this thing with a broken leg, your child will easily grow up after birth. Luna leaned on the backrest in a daze, but her eyes caught Helga on Daisy's portrait and found that she seemed to be thinking more about criticism, so she covered her forehead and lost herself. The spiritual expression in the past, pretending to be very weak due to injury, began to lean in Alan's arms. Mom, Luna, she is dizzy. She is injured now and needs a quiet recuperation. Alan knowingly cooperated very well with Luna, nervously trying to make Luna's exaggerated acting more real. Teacher, isn't Miss Ravenclaw's injured leg? What do you do with your forehead? You should check to see if you still bumped your head. In the portrait, little Merlin squeezed from Helga on tiptoe and looked around. The guests of the hotel, like poets or villagers, seemed to have run over from the village early, watching the excitement there. Merlin, don't talk, Alan yelled annoyedly, but some chuckles broke out in the ward and suppressed the laughter. Oh. Forget it, Morgan Le Fay. We should have understood what hope should not be given to these two. Helga sighed in the portrait, looking at the expression. She did not want to focus on Alan and Luna. The Malfoys are good at raising offspring. I think it's better for them to help. And no matter who comes, it's better than letting them come by themselves. Master, please forgive Maggie. Maggie can help too. Oh, and Krecher can also. Maggie made a sound from under the bed, full of guilt. This is to hide inside with her so as not to be a guest. Krecher instigated that the Malfoy family saw that this old thing was guilty at this time. He felt that he was spoiled and depraved to make the master plan this. So instead of stopping Maggie as usual, the rude behavior in his cognition also encouraged her. You made me face up in front of everyone. This was enough to further anger Morgan Le Fay. She glared at her younger son with a flushed face. She panted, Mom used to escape when she gave birth to you. Responsibility? Are you all dead as a family member? Isn't Daisy usually fine? Exclamation mark. Mom, I usually work. Daisy, who was suddenly named, felt very wronged. Albert and they arrested so many people. I need to deal with the attitude of the Foreign Ministry of Magic. I'm not playing. And I have brought Ellen and Emily together. Shut up. You will bring Luna when you are born. Morgan Le Fay was also a little embarrassed and angry. Helga is right. My youngest son is not saved. But my grandchildren are innocent. I don't worry about letting them take it. Daisy, you have more experience, and Maggie can take it well. Mrs. Harris. Please don't be too indifferent. My wife is very good at this. She can also help. Lucius wanted to make his tone as smooth and elegant as usual, but in this case, his voice was a bit dry. He couldn't avoid it, but thinking about the relationship between Alan's promise and the future, he decided to pull. Alan was also glad that he didn't let Draco follow up and let him see the shame of Alan. Moreover, Principal Harris and Miss Harris, Narcissa, who wanted to cooperate with her husband, paused because of the sense of disobedience brought by the mad girl's temperament. Miss Ravenclaw does have a lot of work. Helena stuck to her mother's side motionless, and she said blankly, "Mom, now I am able to materialize, without having to go to class or work. I have enough time and patience to take care of the baby." You are reading www.uukanzu.com. After the baby is born, I can also help. Alan flushed with embarrassment by her daughter's words. Her ears were feverish, her eyes dodged as if she was looking nowhere. Luna put her right hand on her forehead down instantly. Her misty eyes looked at her daughter and nodded and agreed. The movement of Alan's hand paused, then quietly tugged at Luna's skirt to stop her. "Helena, this matter is the responsibility of the two of them, and it has nothing to do with you." Morgan Le Fay held his granddaughter's cold hand, and said softly with a voice that was completely different from the stormy criticism of Alan, "You must not take it to your heart, this matter." "My poor Helena." Helga sighed with some tears in the portrait. She recalled how she and Godric had grown up with her. Those eyes that she envied others had parents appeared in the portrait's mind. Then she shouted under the bed, "Kreacher, you forgot to feed Godric." Boom. Ouch. Came the sound of the house elves meeting under the bed, with a tone as if he were extremely guilty. "Kreacher is too ashamed." Not only did he worry the master, but he also felt so much that he had forgotten the task! Under the circumstances of being concentrated by the fire, Alan temporarily stopped to remove the energy, and cuddled with Luna and did not even dare to lift his head. Now he dared not try to excuse it. All the pitiful appearances they criticized were as if they were really pitiful. "Alan, what are you stopping?" "I have nothing to say to you two," Morgan Le Fay said grumpily. "You better hurry up. I just asked Anka to write to Xenophilius. Tell him how to beat you. I have no idea." "Huh? Mom, I was wrong." "Get Anka back quickly." Chapter 1250. Broken Cauldron by Harry Potter, Invincible. Find the latest chapter. On all the streets of the magic world, the hottest topic among wizards is the arrest of the armed era known as the Mulhouse incident. This incident not only arrested those pureblood families that gathered in secret, but also caused many casualties of wizards. This caused a heated debate in the magical world, and stirred up various classes of local wizards, immigrant wizards, and Melbourne wizards. There was an uproar. However, compared to the past, the pureblood family remnants involved and the wizards who were not affected by the arrest did not control their media to censor the Ministry of Magic and vilify Harris. The Mulhouse incident, as if it did not happen, no longer comment. In the modern history of the British magical world where the law has been perfected, it is almost impossible for such a large number of pure blood to be arrested or even killed. The last time such a large-scale operation occurred after the First Wizarding War. Although the number of arrests was also large enough, more were just to put them on trial and then send them to Azkaban. Many people have been frightened by Harris Fangs and iron-blooded action, for fear that it will let Harris and the others finer handled to trap them in colluding with the Death Eaters and arrest them for trial. No one dares to be here. This is always a hidden challenge to Harris and the Ministry of Magic, which control the Force and Violence Agency, but they are not without resistance, because for the native British wizards, they are not only aware of the surnames and family history of these ancient pureblood families who were arrested, but the miraculous stories passed down from the ancestors of these pureblood wizards. Their relatives, friends, bosses, employees, customers, and the products used in all aspects of their lives have accompanied them throughout their lives. So when they didn't dare to speak up, they tried their best to become like victims of persecution. Because of the bombing and the anger at their collusion with the Death Eaters, they saw so many familiar surnames being magical. The wanton arrest of the ministry and even after the death of the owner due to casualties has indeed made many native British wizards sympathize, and will produce a feeling that things will almost do not continue to expand. However, the British magical world at this time is no longer the state of a non-immigrant country before the floating city took off, because the mysterious people raging in Europe and the floating city's support for open knowledge and careless research have made the British magical world, especially the United Kingdom. The composition of the personnel on the floating city has become less British, and immigrants from various places have also brought the customs and knowledge of their own country's magic circles. Therefore, for them, it is not unacceptable that the upper class of the British Aborigines was overthrown, especially when the crime was collusion with Voldemort and Death Eaters to provide them with resources. For this kind of behavior that caused their suffering, the refugees among the immigrants and the wizards who came to the floating city because of security issues, in addition to feeling relieved, even felt that they were not doing enough. Those foreign wizards who came to settle in pursuit of knowledge and wealth are also very happy to see their success. Only after the old upper class is overthrown will they have more opportunities to climb up. Because of the different concepts, the contradictions between the Aborigines and immigrants in the British wizarding world have begun to appear. Because the differences in cultural customs are not so easy to solve if they want to understand and integrate each other. Some members of the Ministry of Magic proposed to adopt a similar method in some mole countries to establish gathering areas based on ethnic culture to solve the problem, but Harris refused. These actions and policies have indeed reduced Harris's reputation in the eyes of native British wizards. The saying that they were originally outsiders and therefore do not care about the local traditions began to prevail among wizards. Native wizards were worried about this. The immigrants felt fortunate. Contrary to the fact that the British magical world can only be regarded as undercurrents and the bright side is still stable, foreign countries' attitudes towards Harris are not so tactful. Countries like Germany and Bulgaria that suffered a loss in the previous confrontation at the national level have reported in their own media, trying to reverse the image of the wizards within the country and the strong, safe and prosperous past of the British magical world. In the United States, some anti-Harris factions instigated this incident to try to shape Britain into a very repressive anti-liberal power society. A claim that the British magical world is the root of all evil began to circulate around the world under the impetus of caring people, from the Death Eater of the mysterious man, to the relationship between Dumbledore and Grindelwald, to the recent name of containment and supervision of Grindel who actually made him blatantly become the vice president of the university, and finally extended it to Harris, the invention of the floating city and the nuclear power, the trade conflict that led to it, and the subsequent establishment of a colony similar to the act of plundering other countries' resources by Harris on neutral locations. The Ravenclaw creation movement has also been criticized and suspected again, because the death is too far away for most people after all. The wizards who have experienced the power of the British native are okay, but the Ravenclaws abroad skeptics have indeed begun to increase in places where the influence cannot be reached. In a sense, these things are indeed related to the British magical world to some extent. So countries around the world use these things to try to mold the British magical world into the culprit of all bad things, implying Harris's action. This is done for dictatorship. After that, the progress of the matter also developed as many people were worried, and Harris showed their fangs to the British magical world. The armed Aurors under Albert bypassed the Auror office and are now directly under the command of the Magic Law Enforcement Department. Through this arrest and the joint response after the overnight interrogation, the target and scope of the arrest have been further expanded. Many families in the entire British magical world have been in panic all day long. At the Broken Cauldron Bar in Diagon Alley, a man with his back bent and holding a lantern appeared in the doorway behind the bar. The wrinkled, toothless old Tom greeted expectantly, "Ms. Burns, I rarely see you here. And Mr. Longbotham, what would you like to drink? Fire whiskey, red currant rum? Give us some tea. It is necessary to keep our heads clear at this time." You are reading www.uukanzu.com. Mr. Foley turned the gem ring in his hand restlessly. "I'm afraid of Hector, so I don't even dare to drink. Tom, give me a fish-flavored green beer," Algae Longbottom murmured. In fact, he was also very afraid that Harris would be because of the previous school. Dong's affairs dealt a blow to his industry. But the pride of pure blood made him strong and calm and pretended not to care. "We need a quiet private room, Tom." The witch wearing a monocle lowered her voice and said flatly, "Although this bar, which is favored by many middle and low-level people, is very deserted. Obviously she does not want to attract too many people's attention. Madam, if you want a quiet place, it's the right thing to come to me. Don't worry, as long as there is no crime, the Ministry of Magic does not care about the party. Old Tom greeted graciously, and he walked ahead with the lamp in his hand, muttering. He complained, but it's getting harder for me to do business with no one else. Few people come except for some regular customers. Well, next summer, those Mulborn children will probably not come to the corner. I'm shopping in the alley. I guess I won't even be able to sell a sandwich. Then why don't you move up there? I remember that you have a good relationship with Harris. Algae Longbottom gestured towards the sky, his voice echoing in the narrow passage. They called me, but if I go to open a tavern upstairs, Old Tom's toothless mouth pointed at some customers. Some regular customers probably won't be able to get there. Tom, if Dumbledore comes later, tell him where we are. Amelia Burns exhorted. I don't think Albus would want to participate in your affairs. Tom flicked his finger, and a fire started in the fireplace. Miss Bones, your justice deserves me to clean the room for you.